Chapter 537, Narcissus Master. That night after sending King Nu back, Chen Mobai returned to Jeddah courtyard. With the activation of the insightful eye, a clue was quickly spotted. A trace of void power remains here. Golden core realm, or some other void technique. Chen Mobai noticed this moment and raised his right hand. A wisp of silver light shone in his palm, which was his golden core realm. For a cultivator who has just formed their core, this is merely used as a storage bag. However, after reaching the third level of core formation, one can harness the power of the void to create blade-like attacks. With the increasing number of golden core cultivators in the immortal sect, a detailed book on void blade cultivation has even been published. At the seventh level of core formation, the power of the void has matured and can be used for both offense and defense. It can even spread out and transform into a domain similar to a magic orb. This domain is the void that one usually constructs, the most suitable place for one to exert oneself. Within it, cultivators can unleash several times their usual power, and it is also the ultimate secret technique of all golden core cultivators in the immortal sect. However, what Chen Mobai most desired was the teleportation ability after mastering the void realm. The official name given to it by the immortal sect is void walking. Once he masters this skill, even in the most dangerous situations, he will be able to escape in the simplest way. In the past, Master Chengshuan used teleportation to take Chen Mobai directly from building number 1 to the deepest part of Wanbao Cave, which left a deep impression on him. This ability to walk through the void is generally a hallmark of nascent soul cultivators, but in the history of the immortal sects, a very few extraordinary golden core cultivators have also achieved it. Chen Mobai felt that with such outstanding qualities, he could definitely give it a try. After finishing his current tasks, he could try to comprehend the Netherworld Grand Array and the Vacuum Body while cultivating the Pure Yang Scroll. With an entire void stone mine as support, he felt that he could achieve the step of walking in the void at the core formation stage. The layers of the golden core realm within the immortal sects flashed through his mind. Chen Mobai used his divine sense to push his own realm toward the residual power in the void within the Jeddah courtyard. Because he successfully opened up his domain during the foundation establishment stage, his current void power far surpasses that of ordinary golden core cultivators. However, due to his relatively weak divine sense, he is still unable to fully control the formation of the void blade. But it's still fine for exploration. A moment later, 2 silver lights shimmered in the darkness. With his inexhaustible support, Chen Mobai's void power quickly broke open a small, hidden space. A palm-sized doll with its eyes closed appeared before his eyes. The doll was incredibly lifelike, its face exactly the same as the middle-aged man he had seen there during the day. A bright green light shone on the doll's entire body. It opened its eyes, and a hint of surprise flashed in those empty eyes the moment it saw Chen Mobai. Among the immortal sects, those with such mastery of puppetry are few and far between. Who are you? As Chen Mobai spoke, he reached out and grabbed at the doll. A faint laugh rang out, and the puppet suddenly swelled to its life size. Then, its right hand transformed into a drill, spinning in a spiral as it rushed towards Chen Mobai's palm. The 6 Yang Divine Fire Mirror appeared and collided with the spiral. The golden light shield distorted slightly, but it was still blocked by the support of pure Yang spiritual power. My patience is limited. I'll give you one last chance to be honest. Frowning, Chen Mobai put away the 6 Yang Divine Fire Mirror, then raised his right hand and clenched it in midair. Just as the puppet's lips curled into a mocking smile, the void suddenly opened up, and Chen Mobai grasped and drew out a long-handled sword that shone with purple light. The surging lightning current caused the puppet to tremble violently, as if it were malfunctioning. Purple lightning sword. The puppet emitted a synthesized electronic voice, looking in surprise at the handsome young man standing before it, sword in hand. If I use this sword, it will quickly attract other golden core cultivators nearby. Once they arrive, you will have no chance. If possible, Chen Mobai did not want to attract the attention of Lan Haitian and Gongsun Jilu, since he had already vaguely guessed the origin of the puppet in front of him. If this matter is investigated, it will likely cause a huge storm in the upper echelons of the immortal sect. The purple lightning sword is indeed powerful, but you have only just formed your core, so it's impossible for you to be in perfect harmony with the sword and achieve oneness with it. You still can't be my match. Before the puppet could finish speaking, the purple lightning sword shone with a bright purple light, spreading along Chen Mobai's right hand that was holding the sword and covering his entire body. This is precisely the state of mastering the sword and achieving perfect harmony between man and sword, with a clear understanding between mind and sword. May I ask your honorable name, young friend? The doll suddenly changed its attitude and asked Chen Mobai in a kind tone. You don't know me. This is quite strange. As a cultivator who recently formed his core, Chen Mobai has tried to keep a low profile, but he is still the most prominent figure in the last 10 years. My puppet has been here for several decades. It was only activated yesterday, so I don't know much about the recent situation of the immortal sect. The doll's words made Chen Mobai even more certain of his judgment. Is it because of Qingnu, you are Xinjai? As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, the puppet opposite him froze for a moment, then asked in a very strange tone, how did you know? Among the immortal sects, I am also an expert in puppetry. At your level, besides my teacher Chi Yu Cheng, I can only think of Xinjai. Moreover, I have heard from people at Jumeng Academy that Qingnu looks exactly like your daughter. After hearing this, the doll paused for several seconds in surprise. So you're Yu Cheng's disciple. What's your relationship with Qingnu? Let's be friends. There are many kinds of friends. You can tell me more specifically. I won't mind. Chen Mobai was annoyed by the doll's words. What relationship do I have with Qingnu? So what if you mind? As he spoke, the purple lightning sword in Chen Mobai's hand emitted strands of electricity. He began to control the spiritual energy in the courtyard, turning it into particles of lightning that gradually spread out, forming a magnetic field of electricity. Just as the doll was about to say something, it suddenly realized that it could no longer synthesize its electronic voice. This electric current is actually specifically designed to counter puppets. Chen Mobai himself was a third-tier puppeteer of the immortal sect, and after using the Enlightenment Tea to comprehend all the technical aspects of the formless puppet, his understanding was no less than that of Chi Yu Cheng. He had once considered how to break through the puppet most quickly if he encountered it. The key parts of the high-end puppets of the immortal sects are basically made of bionic materials and use nerve currents to transmit information and commands. Once the sword and the user become one, the most minute electrical manipulation achievable with the purple lightning sword can accomplish this. After the doll realized that its movements had become stiff, its whole body flashed with a bright green light, and to Chen Mobai's astonishment, it suddenly disintegrated into pieces. This is self-destruction. Chen Mobai frowned, took out a yellow gourd, and began to examine the puppet fragments while controlling the Yuan Yang sword. Soon, he discovered a core object resembling a celestial abacus. However, this core was bluish-black and shimmered with a cold aura. You must protect Qingnu well and be careful not to go to Dangxia City. There's an evil person there who's a reincarnation of the Ascension sect's soldier dissolution technique. When Chen Mobai picked up the core, a deliberately left-behind message was conveyed to him. Upon hearing this news, Chen Mobai's eyes narrowed sharply. Those who can reincarnate through physical liberation in the Ascension sect are generally considered to be equivalent to nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sects. If there really is such a hidden entity in Dangxia City, then is their current lineup somewhat insufficient? Should we report this to someone higher up in the immortal sect? The only nascent soul cultivator Chen Mobai could contact was Master Chengxuan of the Wuqi Dao Academy. However, if a report is made, it will inevitably implicate Qingnu and Xinji. Moreover, this could also be a feint by Xinjai. Chen Mobai wasn't sure if what he said was true. Tell Kaiyuan Hall or Lan Haitian. Chen Mobai thought about it a lot and felt that, just to be on the safe side, He still needed to report the matter, but he couldn't show up here. He thought, and finally came up with a solution. Given Chen Mobai's status as the top leader of Yumu City, he could easily find out where Gu Changfeng was being held if he wanted to. He divided his mind and used the formless puppet to come to the outside of the prison. After waiting for a long time, I finally saw a familiar person. Lin Yin walked out of the prison with the documents in her hand, and beside her was Qing Nu. The two had clearly just finished talking with Gu Changfeng, and it was unclear what information the latter had revealed. Lin Yin's eyes showed excitement. I never expected that the devouring god technique would actually. As Lin Yin sighed, she suddenly realized something was wrong and turned around sharply to look at a large tree by the roadside. A strange aura, no less powerful than her own, caught her attention, but the other party seemed to realize that it had been exposed and suddenly began to move and retreat. Go back to the cell. If I don't return in 10 minutes, notify the deputy chief team leader. Lin Yin said something to Qing Nu with a solemn expression, then used his movement technique to disappear from the spot and rushed towards the strange spiritual energy fluctuations he sensed. As expected, the members of the Skymending group are all fearless and undaunted. Chen Mobai's formless puppet sensed Lin Yin's biomagnetic field as he followed, nodded slightly, then stopped, chopped down a spirit tree with a wave of his hand, left a note pieced together in newspaper font, and disappeared from the spot. Once a high-grade spirit stone is placed inside the formless puppet, it can unleash the power of a core formation level cultivator. Lin Yin immediately felt the strange spiritual energy surge rapidly, and then suddenly disappear from his divine sense range. She frowned and took 2 more steps, quickly arriving at the last spot where the spiritual energy had suddenly surged and disappeared in her perception. She immediately spotted the severed spirit tree and the crookedly pieced note on it. Upon seeing this, Lin Yin's expression changed drastically. After reading the note Lin Yin had brought over, Lan Haitian and Gongsun Jilu exchanged a surprised glance. Lan Haitian, besides you, who else saw this note? Lin Yin, there was no one else. I did not have Qing Nu accompany me. Lan Haitian, yes, I will report this to the head of the team. You must remember not to disclose it to anyone other than yourself. After listening, Lin Yin nodded solemnly, then stepped back and closed the door. Guess who reminded us? Gongsun Jilu looked at the note again and asked with some surprise. Lan Haitian, anyone who can tease Lin Yin must be at least a cultivator of the same level as us. Gongsun Jilu, then it's obvious. Apart from us, there is only one golden core cultivator in Yumu City. After hearing this, Lan Haitian picked up his phone and called some informants in the Patching Sky group. He quickly put down his phone and shook his head. Lan Haitian, Chen Mobai is teaching at Qing Sang Academy today. The academy's vice principal, along with many teachers and students, are in his class and have not yet left, providing a perfect alibi. Gongsun Jilu, if I remember correctly, he was Qi Yucheng's disciple, and his graduation masterpiece was the Wuxiang puppet. Lan Haitian, but you should know that for the Wuxiang puppet to reach the core formation level, it must use high-grade spirit stones. The whereabouts of every single high-grade spirit stone in the entire immortal sect are clear, but he doesn't have any. Hearing this, Gongsun Jilu said nothing more. She pointed to the note, raised an eyebrow slightly, and asked Lan Haitian how to handle it. Report to the master. A moment later, the office where the two were located opened up, and a girl with long white hair, white eyebrows, and skin as white as jade stepped out. Greetings, venerable Narcissus. Okay, get up. Although this operation was nominally led by Lan Haitian and Gongsun Jilu, it was actually personally overseen by the Minister of Law Enforcement. Originally, it was Master Chengxuan who wanted to come and clean up the sect, but in order to avoid suspicion, the immortal sect sent Master Shuixian, who was in a more suitable position. That's how it is. After listening to Lan Haitian's report, Master Shuixian also read the note and suddenly laughed. I originally thought it would just be a relaxing trip, but now it's starting to seem interesting. The Patching Sky Group and the Enforcement Department had made extensive preparations for this operation. Therefore, on the third day after arriving in Yumu City, Chen Mobai was notified to set off for Danxia City. Because they were arresting a golden core cultivator, they traveled light. After leaving Yumu City by car, they immediately activated a specially made flying talisman, which concealed their figures. They flew towards Danxia City in the sky like an invisible current. After entering the territory of Danxia City, they all settled down. After landing, Chen Mobai stood at the very edge. King Nu immediately came over and handed him a bottle of water. "Thanks." Chen Mobai smiled at her and looked up at the huge jade-green parasol tree that was now in sight. End of this chapter. Chapter 538, The Road to Heaven. Chapter 538, The Road to Heaven. Just as Chen Mobai was looking at the jade phoenix tree, a short-haired woman in a green suit walked over. "Let me introduce myself. I am Gongsun Jilu." She took the initiative to extend her hand, and Chen Mobai was slightly surprised, but he also politely extended his hand. "When I was in the Dao Academy, I heard Master Zhu Gong talk about the sword cultivators of the immortal sect, saying that Vice Minister Gongsun was the best among them." Chen Mobai's words made Gongsun Jilu smile slightly. She pointed her finger, and the boundary opened, with tables, chairs, and stools falling to the ground. "Everyone says you are the most amazing sword genius after the White Light ancestor. I have always wanted to meet you, but unfortunately I have been busy with official duties, and only now have I had the opportunity." As Gongsun Jilu spoke, he sat down first, and then invited Chen Mobai and King Nu next to him to sit down as well. "Not at all, it's just that there are no outstanding people among my peers. Compared with Vice Minister Gongsun and others, I can only say that I'm just average." Although Chen Mobai is most famous for his talent in swordsmanship, in reality, compared to farming, talismans, puppetry, and so on, his talent in these areas can only be described as mediocre. "I dare not go to the great tree now. My swordsmanship has been stagnant at sword light takes form for a long time." Fearing that Gongsun Jilu would ask him for advice on swordsmanship, Chen Mobai immediately became humble. "Gongsun Jilu, I heard from Zhuo Gong that he passed on the sword demon collection to you." Chen Mobai, back when I was in the Taoist Academy, Master Zhuo Gong took a liking to me and gave me the sword-wielding textbook along with it. In reality, Zhuo Gong was no longer able to teach Chen Mobai, so he took out his most treasured sword fiend collection and gave it to Chen Mobai, which was considered as teaching him. "Gongsun Jilu, so what have you mastered?" Chen Mobai, insufficient resources, no achievements. The sword fiend collection requires earthly fiend chi. Although Chen Mobai's current status wouldn't attract too much attention by obtaining a portion of the 5 elements fiend chi, he still shook his head to be on the safe side. Anyway, now that he has the purple lightning sword in hand, the power of the 5 elements sword array is not particularly important. Within the immortal sect, he and the purple lightning sword were of one mind. Others would only think that he had an extraordinary sword heart, exceptional talent, and was extremely compatible with the sword. However, the earthly fiend chi can still be exposed within a system like the immortal sect. "Gongsun Jilu, that's a bit of a pity. I heard from Zhuo Gong that you have mastered the sword light transformation technique and can now evolve the 5 elements sword light. I thought that after you formed your core, you would collect and synthesize the 5 elements evil energy and cultivate the 5 elements sword evil." Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai chuckled twice but didn't reply. In his heart, he was thinking about how Zhuo Gong couldn't keep things to himself and had just exposed his secrets. The Immortal Affairs Hall Master is getting old and is preparing to retire. If Gong Ajixu is unable to form a nascent soul, the Righteous Law Hall Master will take over the position. Gongsun Jilu suddenly said something that left Chen Mobai somewhat bewildered. Although he was very interested in becoming the master of the immortal sect, he also knew that it was impossible for him to participate in such matters within the next 100 years. Chen Mobai remained silent, while Gongsun Jilu continued speaking to himself. "In that case, The current Deputy Hall Master of the Righteous Law Hall and Minister of the Law Enforcement Department, Venerable Shui Xian, will naturally be promoted to become the Hall Master of the Righteous Law Hall, one of the three major halls of the immortal sect. After Venerable Narcissus is promoted, I will compete with Wen Lianshan of the Patching Heaven Group for the position of Vice Hall Master of the Righteous Law Hall. However, it is highly likely that I will win, because the Patching Heaven Group has long been in the shadows, and its reputation is not as good as mine. There is another reason, which is that I am more suitable to cultivate the immortal sect sword technique than him. Hearing this, Chen Mobai vaguely guessed why Gongsun Jilu had said these things to him, but he remained silent, pretending not to know. If I become the deputy head of the Hall of Righteous Law, Wen Lianshan will probably choose to move from the shadows to the light and take up the position of Minister of Law Enforcement. I would be happy to make this deal with him. In that case, Lan Haitian should become the head of the Skymending Group, but the Enforcement Department will be short of a deputy minister. If you are willing, I can arrange for you to join the department after this incident. After you've accumulated more experience and made some achievements with your cultivation level, plus the support of the Wookiee and Bushan families, and my assistance, it's almost certain that you'll become the vice minister at that time. After listening to everything Gongsun Jilu said, Chen Mobai was deeply moved. This could be considered the most suitable path for him to become a civil servant. He started his career at a high level in the Ministry of Law Enforcement, and his subsequent career advancement path was clearly planned and very likely to be achieved. Becoming one of the three great hall masters of the immortal sect was his childhood dream. After becoming the vice minister with your amazing talent, you will definitely be able to outlast Wen Lianshan and the others. When you become the vice hall master, you will be able to cultivate the immortal sword technique that is the most powerful in killing. This is an unparalleled treasure for sword cultivators. Seeing that Chen Mobai was somewhat tempted, Gongsun Jilu raised the stakes again, mentioning the immortal sword technique that all sword cultivators longed for. In the past, the White Light Ancestor, while serving as the master of the Righteous Law Hall, comprehended the method of entrusting one's primordial spirit from the immortal sect sword techniques and embarked on the path to becoming a deity. However, Gongsun Jilu's words had the opposite effect. Chen Mobai was very clear about his sword talent. Now, the immortal sect had already ranked him alongside the White Light Ancestor as a nascent soul cultivator with a name and a reputation, but that was not the case at all. If he gains nothing from comprehending the immortal sword techniques, wouldn't that be blatantly telling the world that he's a fake? Thinking about the possibility of death, Chen Mobai felt it was better to play it safe and focus on acquiring resources and cultivating in the Heavenly River realm. Vice Minister Gongsun, I still prefer things as they are now. There's no noise to disturb my ears, no paperwork to weary my body, and it's close to home. Chen Mobai politely declined Gongsun Jilu's offer, leaving the latter looking surprised. Then she saw King Nu to the side, and as if she had thought of something, she frowned and said something again. Her case is just an exception. You don't need to worry that all the upper echelons of the immortal sects are like that. Upon hearing this, King Nu, who had previously remained expressionless, was instantly moved. Her eyes welled up with tears as she looked at Chen Mobai with a touch of emotion. She thought that Chen Mobai had rejected this path to heaven because of her, because he disliked the upper echelons of the immortal sect. I am simply following my own heart and do not want to be entangled in worldly affairs. It has nothing to do with others. Before King Nu could speak, Chen Mobai interrupted her decisively, not wanting her to misunderstand. But it seems that this statement had the opposite effect. King Nu, who had been holding back her tears, couldn't hold them back any longer. They fell drop by drop down her smooth, snow-white cheeks as she sobbed softly. Gongsun Jilu sighed upon seeing this scene. No wonder he could connect with the purple lightning sword of the green stone master. He was also a romantic at heart. With that thought in mind, Gongsun Jilu didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Chen Mobai stood there stiffly. He had already made himself perfectly clear, so why did Qing Nu suddenly start crying? After hesitating for a long time, Chen Mobai took out a pack of tissues from his golden core realm. No sooner had he handed it to King Nu than she threw herself into his arms and began to cry even harder. Seeing that everyone nearby was looking at them, Chen Mobai was very embarrassed. He could only use a wooden house talisman to surround himself and Qing Nu, blocking everyone's view. Brother Chen, the formation is complete. We're about to head up the mountain. About half an hour later, Lan Haitian's voice rang out outside the wooden house. Chen Mobai could only reach out and pat the back of King Nu in his arms. After crying for a while, the latter's emotions had calmed down a lot. She was just a little embarrassed, so she stayed in Chen Mobai's arms. Urged on, King Nu could only blush and release her arms from Chen Mobai's waist. She lowered her head and unconsciously fiddled with the hair on the right side of her cheek. Just wait here patiently, we'll take care of this soon. Chen Mobai handed the tissue to King Nu, then patted her head before getting up and leaving the wooden house. Bon voyage. Qing Nu's soft voice came from behind. Chen Mobai shook his right hand with his back to her, and then, together with Lan Haitian and Gongsun Jilu outside the door, they transformed into a beam of light and flew towards Danju Academy. While at the foot of the mountain, Lan Haitian had already used a magical artifact to confirm Yu Tianguang's location. Without wasting any time, the three of them bypassed the students and rushed directly into the stone house with the most abundant spiritual veins on the mountaintop at top speed. Who is so rude? The moment Chen Mobai and the other two landed on the mountaintop, Yu Tianguang, inside the stone house, immediately noticed them and spoke with great displeasure. As the stone door opened, he saw Chen Mobai standing at the entrance and frowned slightly. What are you doing here? You didn't even bring a basket of fruit when you visited me. Chen Mobai was a little embarrassed, and he pointed to both sides of the stone house. Yu Tianguang stepped out of the stone gate, looked to his left and right, and his expression changed drastically. Vice Minister Gongsun, Deputy Chief of Team Lan, what brings you two here? After hearing this, Lan Haitian didn't say much. He simply took out an arrest warrant and handed it to Yu Tianguang. Nonsense. I have been a member of the Orthodox Immortal sect since birth and a graduate of the Dance Weapon Academy. Aren't you afraid of the principal and the white light ancestor blaming you for slandering me as a cultist? Yu Tianguang's face turned red with anger after seeing the arrest warrant. It seems he really was wronged. Chen Mobai thought to himself, but remained silent, simply watching how Lan Haitian and Gongsun Jilu communicated with Yu Tianguang. Originally, Venerable Chengxuan wanted to come personally to clean up the mess and prevent the reputation of Wuqi Dao Academy from being tarnished because of you. However, the Immortal sect still wanted to handle this matter discreetly, so they only asked Counselor Chen from nearby to accompany them. As Lan Haitian spoke, he pointed to Chen Mobai, who looked embarrassed. Young Chen, what exactly is going on? Yu Tianguang immediately glared at Chen Mobai, holding the arrest warrant in his hand and shaking it excitedly, a fire burning in his eyes. Master Yu, I am acting on orders from the Kaiyuan Hall Committee to cooperate with these two. Chen Mobai made a tactful statement, expressing his stance. But it was this sentence that made Yu Tianguang's face turn red and white. As the most outstanding graduate of the Dance Weapon Academy in the last 100 years, Chen Mobai stood with Lan Haitian and the others, blocking his way. Yu Tianguang knew that the academy had given up on him. I'm innocent. I want to see the principal. I want to see the three hall masters. I want to see the white light ancestor. As a cultivator who grew up in the immortal sect, Yu Tianguang was most aware of the sect's foundation and power. He wanted to rely on his strength to argue, but he didn't dare to actually make a move. In the end, all they could do was shout out for justice. With a click, Lan Haitian took out a pair of specially made handcuffs and came to Yu Tianguang. Master Yu, your position as a counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall has not yet been revoked, and I don't want to make things ugly. As Lan Haitian spoke, he signaled to Yu Tianguang to give up resistance. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianguang's face flushed red, and the powerful spiritual energy in his dantian erupted, as if he wanted to resist. But Gongsun Jilu, standing to the side, pulled out a toothpick from his sleeve and flicked it lightly. A sharp, dark green sword light burst forth and instantly pierced into Yu Tianguang's golden core. To Chen Mobai's astonishment, Yu Tianguang's spiritual power dissipated completely, seemingly all of it retracting into his golden core, where it was pinned down and suppressed by that toothpick. With a soft poof, Yu Tianguang spat out a mouthful of blood. The huge difference in strength made him feel utterly hopeless. Although he still had his natal magic weapon to activate, it would be futile in front of Gongsun Jilu, a master of swordsmanship. The arrest of Yu Tianguang went unexpectedly smoothly. Chen Mobai did not contribute anything from beginning to end. He merely acted as a witness, watching Lan Haitian and Gongsun Jilu suppress Yu Tianguang. "Young Chen, I've been framed, you must tell the principal." As Yu Tianguang was being led away by Lan Haitian, he looked up and said one last thing to Chen Mobai. "Don't worry, this matter will not affect your records in the immortal sect, and you may even be credited for it." Gongsun Jilu walked up to Chen Mobai and started talking to him again. "You really don't want to join the Hall of Righteous Law, do you? Dislike the enforcement department? Then are you interested in the heaven-mending group or the military?" The Hall of Righteous Law is in charge of the two major military agencies inside and outside the immortal sect. The military department is directly under the command of the Hall Master, while the law enforcement department is under the jurisdiction of the Deputy Hall Master. "No, I just want to practice swordsmanship and farm in a peaceful way, and draw talismans and make puppets in my spare time." Chen Mobai's apparent desire to live in seclusion in the mountains puzzled Gongsun Jilu. "Don't you want to achieve nascent soul formation? Is it impossible to form a nascent soul without the help of a powerful sect?" Chen Mobai asked the question in return. "If we don't rely on the immortal sects, we'll have to leverage the resources of the 4 major academies. But the nascent soul elixir from the Dance Weapon Academy has already been given to Duanmu Longrong. Are you sure you want to wait 300 years? End of this chapter. Chapter 539, The Real Goal. Chapter 539, The Real Goal. Chen Mobai. Does forming a nascent soul necessarily require external aids? Gongsun Jilu. In the history of the immortal sect, ancestor Yuanyang is the only one who did not use spiritual objects to form his nascent soul. But even he needed the boundary gate to send him to Taiyin Star in order to break through his nascent soul. Chen Mobai. Aren't there practitioners of the everlasting spring kung fu? Gongsun Jilu. Even cultivators who have mastered the everlasting spring technique will not reject nascent soul elixir, because there are some hurdles that you still cannot overcome if you do not take the elixir, even if you can start over countless times. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's expression suddenly changed. It was the first time he had ever heard of such things. Then he smiled slightly and said something that left Gongsun Jilu stunned. "Then I'll try to be the first." "What's the first one?" "Without relying on external objects, relying solely on oneself to form an infant." "Are you crazy? You think you're the primordial ancestor? That's a person with a pure yang body, who used immortal techniques to mend the heavens and refine his immortal spiritual root, the most heaven-defying talent. His foundation is so solid, and his talent is so outstanding that he is undoubtedly the #1 person in the immortal sect, unparalleled throughout history. Although you claim to have the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator, you are far inferior to ancestor Yuan Yang. This guy in front of me seems, perhaps." As Gongsun Jilu read this, he suddenly remembered that Chen Mobai was cultivating the pure Yang scroll revised by the Yuan Yang ancestor. If one truly cultivates the pure Yang Dharma body to perfection, it is possible to refine one's aptitude into that of a near-perfect primordial Yang ancestor. In other words, the body cultivated is a pure Yang body acquired later in life, which is not as good as a body innately formed. Even so, it is still an extraordinary and exceptional talent. So if that's the case, his statement didn't seem like a big boast. After Gongsun Jilu realized this, the way he looked at Chen Mobai changed. Could this guy really be able to successfully form a nascent soul on his own? Thinking this way, Gongsun Jilu felt that the immortal sects were no longer of any use to him. Such terrifying potential for becoming a deity. For the first time in his life, Gongsun Jilu, who always prided himself on his exceptional talent, felt envious and jealous of a young man's talent. Now, most of the good mood that had been about making an arrest and gaining merit had dissipated. Chen Mobai watched Gongsun Jilu walk forward without saying a word, and couldn't help but scratch his head, feeling that his words just now might have been a bit too high profile. But that's always been his persona in the cultivation world. As they were leaving, Chen Mobai suddenly remembered something, and his expression changed slightly. Wait a minute, didn't Master Zinji say that there was an evil person in Dangxia City, who was the reincarnation of the Ascension sect's soldier-slaying technique? Yu Tianguang was easily suppressed by Gongsun Jilu, which is clearly not the case. If Yu Tianguang is not, then why was he taken away as a remnant of the Ascension cult, and why hasn't the evil man made a move yet? Does this mean? As Chen Mobai thought about it, he realized that Yu Tianguang might really have been wronged. But even if he thought that way, he couldn't exonerate Yu Tianguang, because the immortal sect values evidence. When Chen Mobai returned to the foot of the mountain with Gongsun Jilu, Lin Yin was already directing the members of the Heaven Mending Group, who had come with him to dismantle the formation they had set up earlier. Lan Haitian was wearing a bracelet, the other end of which was connected to Yu Tianguang's handcuffs. Before being escorted to Wangwu Cave, Yu Tianguang was responsible for personally guarding him. After all, Yu Tianguang's identity is not ordinary, and he needs to go through a complete trial process before he can be truly convicted. When Chen Mobai returned, he felt as if a gaze from the shadows had glanced at him. However, upon looking around, they found nothing. Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, then walked over and sat down next to Yu Tianguang and Lan Haitian. His golden core has been pinned down by Vice Minister Gongsun, preventing him from using his spiritual power. I can guard him alone. Lan Haitian thought that Chen Mobai was afraid that Yu Tianguang would escape and cause the Wuki Dao Academy to suffer an injustice, so he said with a smile, "No matter what the outcome of the trial is, Master Yu has been kind to me, and I will escort him along the way to prevent him from suffering." Chen Mobai chose to follow his heart and made this choice. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianguang, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, gave him a deep look, hesitated before sighing and lowering his head. "In that case, I'll trouble you to accompany me on this journey, Brother Chen." Lan Haitian did not refuse, and invited Chen Mobai to sit down with a smile. Since the arrest went so smoothly, they had to wait a little longer for the Immortal Gates airship to arrive. I've always been curious about what kind of evidence could make the Zhengfa Hall act so decisively, even dragging me into it to arrest Master Yu. After having doubts, Chen Mobai felt that there was something wrong with the procedure in which Yu Tianguang was identified as a remnant of the Ascension sect. In the immortal sects, if a counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall is to be convicted, the Kaiyuan Hall must first issue an official announcement to strip him of his counselor status before the Zhengfa Hall can take action to arrest him. There have been instances of directly arresting counselors of the Kaiyuan Hall, but these were usually during times of war when authority was urgently needed, or when the nascent soul ancestor directly issued an order. In peacetime like now, Chen Mobai had never heard of anyone taking action directly without following proper procedures. "Brother Chen, before we came here, we suddenly received a mysterious note." Lan Haitian didn't answer directly, but instead said something that made Chen Mobai's heart skip a beat. However, his expression remained unchanged, and he asked with feigned surprise, "What note?" "I happen to have it, Brother Chen. Please take a look." Lan Haitian handed over the note that Chen Mobai had pieced together from words on the newspaper. The latter picked it up and looked at it, his face showing a look of shock. "Master Yu is not like that." Chen Mobai thought for a moment, said those words, and then handed the note back over. However, after Lan Haitian took it, he did something that surprised him greatly. "Master Yu, you should take a look too." Yu Tianguang was naturally curious, but he thought he was innocent and wanted to make a good impression, so when Lan Haitian handed him the note, he deliberately closed his eyes to show that he wasn't peeking. But now that Lan Haitian had personally shown him, Yu Tianguang opened his eyes. Upon seeing this, his expression changed drastically. "I'm not. If I were, I would have suppressed the three of you on the spot and wouldn't have put up with this nonsense. Besides, once I entered Wangwu Cave Heaven, under the watchful eyes of two nascent soul cultivators, I would have had no chance of escape. How could I possibly surrender without a fight?" Chen Mobai wholeheartedly agreed with Yu Tianguang's words. If he were the reincarnation of the evil person who had ascended to the heavenly sect and was about to be exposed, he would have tried to break free from the shackles of the immortal sect and escape from earthly star the moment he was exposed. 23 years ago, I carried out a mission in Dangxia City. I happened to join forces with Brother Chen to kill all the evil followers of the Ascension sect. However, we were supposed to protect the target we left behind, but he was taken away by a mysterious golden core cultivator. Lan Haitian then recounted that old case. "It couldn't be me." After listening, Yu Tianguang managed to utter 5 words, but he didn't have enough evidence to prove it wasn't him. "After our investigation, we found that none of the golden core cultivators from the immortal sect were in Dangxia City at that time, so the suspect must be someone from Dangxia City." "Isn't there Shiqing too? Why are you so fixated on me?" Yu Tianguang blurted out after hearing Lan Haitian's words. "Yes, there's also Master Shiqing." Lan Haitian clapped his hands with a smile, and Chen Mobai frowned when he saw this. "Last month, Gu Changfeng, who was imprisoned for practicing forbidden techniques, suddenly confessed that he had copied the devouring god technique for you, and that you also practiced this forbidden technique." "Impossible. I swear I have never practiced the devouring god technique." As Yu Tianguang was speaking, he was about to raise his hand and make a vow of Tao heart. "Master Yu, please wait." Gu Changfeng also made a vow of Tao heart, indicating that you have definitely cultivated the devouring god technique. Under the heart-questioning talisman of the righteous law hall, we can be sure that he is not lying. Lan Haitian stopped Yu Tianguang from making the oath and said something that left him speechless. "What on earth is going on? I really didn't cultivate the devouring god technique." When he said those words, Yu Tianguang no longer had enough confidence. Since Gu Changfeng survived the Tao Heart Oath and the heart-questioning talisman, it means he was telling the truth. However, Yu Tianguang was certain that he had no memory of any cultivation techniques related to the devouring god technique. "Brother Chen, what do you think?" At this moment, Lan Haitian suddenly spoke up and asked Chen Mobai, who thought for a while before giving an answer. "Is it possible that Master Yu cultivated a divine sense technique without his knowledge, thinking it was a normal immortal technique, but it is actually a forbidden technique?" Slap slap. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, Lan Haitian suddenly clapped his hands and nodded at Chen Mobai with a very surprised expression. "That's right, that's also one of the possibilities we've analyzed. So the question is, which divine sense technique does Master Yu cultivate? Is it the devouring god technique?" As soon as Lan Haitian finished speaking, Yu Tianguang immediately recalled everything and recited the names of all the books he had read related to divine sense, since he reached the 7th level of qi refining in high school. Volcano meditation technique, sunrise technique, divine control technique, jadeite and glazed glass technique, rising sun mindfulness method. When Chen Mobai heard about the divine control technique, his heart skipped a beat. These 2 techniques, the rising sun technique and the divine control technique, are 2 directions of improvement on the divine devouring technique. Could they be these 2? After recounting all the information related to divine consciousness from his memory, Yu Tianguang said somewhat uncertainly, "Can Master Yu write down all the contents of these techniques from your memory?" Lan Haitian asked again, and Yu Tianguang immediately nodded. Lin Yin immediately grabbed some paper and pen, and even moved a table over. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, the airship prepared by the Hall of Righteous Law arrived above them. Since the main target had been arrested, there was no need to conceal the huge commotion. Soon, the people of Danju Academy discovered the large object floating in the sky. Two Foundation establishment stage teachers immediately came over. Lin Yin went up and explained the situation. They also saw Yu Tianguang being suppressed by Lan Haitian and Chen Mobai. Their expressions changed drastically, and they returned the way they came. The show is almost over. It's time to take Master Yu away. Upon seeing this, Lan Haitian led Yu Tianguang up towards the airship in midair. Chen Mobai, seeing this, used his spiritual power to hold up the paper and pen on the table and followed. Yu Tianguang was unable to mobilize his spiritual power at the moment, and upon seeing this scene, he gave Chen Mobai a grateful look. Before long, Lin Yin and the other members of the Sky Mending group who had set up the Great Formation also entered the airship. But Chen Mobai didn't see Gong Sun Jilu. A vague inspiration flashed through his mind. Combining it with Lan Haitian's words just now, he felt that he might have grasped the true purpose of this operation. Just then, the airship began to glow with spiritual light, then changed direction and headed towards Wangwu Cave. The speed wasn't very fast either, as if it was deliberately waiting. To Lan Haitian's disappointment, even after flying out of Danxia City's airspace, he still didn't see that person. You don't actually want to capture Master Yu, do you? You just want to use Master Yu to lure out your real target. Chen Mobai asked the question, and Lan Haitian was slightly surprised before nodding gently. At this moment, Yu Tianguang had finished memorizing all the content. Lan Haitian picked it up and took out the Jade Glazed Treasure Manual separately. This cultivation method in the Immortal Sect library only contains content that leads to the third level of the Golden Core stage. However, Master Yu's version allows one to directly cultivate to the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. I wonder where it came from. It was taught to me by Master Shiking. She said that she and Biyu Wudong practiced spiritual transformation together and gradually comprehended this technique, which leads directly to the nascent soul stage. She used this method to overcome all the obstacles to the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, but she had not yet formed her nascent soul, so she only taught me the part of the divine sense up to the Golden Core perfection level. This technique is practiced within the spiritual vein of Danxia City. By visualizing the Jade Phoenix tree at the core of the spiritual vein, one's spiritual sense will improve more effectively. The closer one gets to the Jade Phoenix tree, the faster one's spiritual sense will progress, and one's mind will become clearer and more agile. I really didn't know this was the Devouring God technique. By the end, Yu Tianguang had finally understood. Looking at the jade glazed trick he had memorized, he wished he could just tear it up. Did Vice Minister Gongsun go to arrest Xi Qing? Chen Mobai finally understood that the immortal sects had known all along that Xi Qing was the one who cultivated the Devouring God technique. The sudden and open arrest of Yu Tianguang, and even the deliberate letting the people of Danju Academy know about it when he left, was probably intended to lure out Xi Qing. The people from Danju Academy reported our capture of Master Yu to Master Shiking. Logically speaking, since such a thing happened in her territory, she should have intervened after learning about it. According to our original plan, as long as Master Shiking leaves that Jade Phoenix tree to intercept us, the sealing array on this airship will be activated to sever her connection with the Jade Phoenix tree, and then the higher-ups will take action to suppress her. But since she didn't come as planned, we had to activate the backup plan, Plan B. At this point, Lan Haitian no longer hid anything. End of this chapter. Chapter 540, The Flower Blossoms of the Courtyard Master. Chapter 540, The Flower Blossoms of the Courtyard Master. What is Plan B? Chen Mobai asked. Lan Haitian smiled but didn't say anything. Instead, he walked to the side of the airship and opened the window shade. Then a beam of light as blue as the sky fell into Chen Mobai's eyes. The blue light, like a raging torrent or a vast ocean, transformed into the phantom of a gigantic shark, its jaws wide open, as if a dark void had been torn open in the sky, and it suddenly plummeted down. To Chen Mobai's astonishment and disbelief, the iconic jade parasol tree of Danxia City, towering between heaven and earth and shrouded in mist, was swallowed whole from top to bottom by the giant shark phantom. Once the Narcissus Master unleashes his northern darkness domain, he can sever the flow of spiritual energy both inside and outside the Taoist Academy. In the past, our Taoist Academy's Spirit Venerable used this to deal with the Changchun ancestor of the Jumeng Taoist Academy. As Lan Haitian spoke, he gestured for Lin Yin to stop the airship and turn it around to fly towards the nearby Crimson Cloud Academy. Chen Mobai followed to the airship's window, gazing at the shark's gaping maw that occupied half the sky, and muttered to himself. The Vice Hall Master of the Hall of Righteous Law, the Minister of the Enforcement Department, the Goddess of the Sea. I never expected it would be this person who made the move. Among the 14 nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sect, 3 are not human, and the one with the most prestigious background is this Narcissus Master. She was a disciple of the Spirit Lord who ruled over the 4 seas and oceans in the immortal sect. After transforming into human form, she entered the Kunpeng Tao Academy to cultivate and quickly succeeded in forming her nascent soul by comprehending the 6 imperial scriptures. She is also the only deputy hall master at the nascent soul level among the 3 major halls of the immortal sect. While Gong Ajixu and Yi Yun were painstakingly accumulating seniority and waiting for the nascent soul elixir, Shui Xian had already directly become the first successor of the 3 great hall masters. She can take the place of any of the 3 hall masters if they abdicate. Goddess of the Sea was the title given to Shui Xian by other students when she first enrolled in Kunpeng Academy. Given the scarcity of resources in the immortal sect, she, as a disciple of the Spirit Venerable, could be considered the wealthiest among the 14 nascent soul cultivators. Because the Spirit Lord bestowed a piece of sea area on Earth Origin Star upon her clan as a fiefdom. It is said that there are countless spirit pearls and spirit shells there. The spirit pearls with full grains are so rich in spiritual energy that they are no less than high-grade spirit stones. After the northern underworld realm isolates the jade phoenix tree, all we need to do is arrest Shi Qing. As Lan Haitian spoke, a dark green sword light shot up from the top of the highest peak of the Dangxia Mountains, which had lost the jade phoenix tree. It's Gongsun Jilu. Chen Mobai had felt the power she used to suppress Yu Tianguang and recognized her immediately. The sword light, like a dragon, stretched out in midair, instantly enveloping a slender figure in a purple dress. Chen Mobai activated his insightful eyes to their fullest extent and finally saw Shi Qing, the uncrowned king who had been ruling Dangxia City for over 100 years. This was an ordinary-looking woman, but her eyes shone with an eerie, multicolored light. Her expression was cold and stern, and her snow-white, jade-like right hand held a crimson stone flower. As Shi Hua swung his sword, a ring of torches burst forth, like a shockwave, sweeping away the dark green sword light that Gong Sunjai had slashed from all directions after his green sword circle had turned. Shi Qing had already reached the 9th level of the Golden Core stage decades ago. With the help of the jade Wudong tree and the fire vein of Dangxia City, he had long been in harmony with the world. Although Vice Minister Gongsun was a man of extraordinary cultivation and ranked among the 4 great sword masters of the immortal sect, it was hard to say who would win against Shi Qing, who had the geographical advantage. At this moment, Yu Tianguang also came over, but he said with a worried look on his face, "It is precisely because of this that Master Shui Xian personally took action this time." Lan Haitian wasn't worried at all. Just then, a ray of blue light appeared above the head of the giant shark that had swallowed the jade phoenix tree in the sky, and a white-haired, white-browed girl as white as jade floated out. She pointed a finger at Shi Qing, and a stream of water like a laser beam pierced through Shi Qing's spiritual energy shield in an instant and entered his danshan. Is this the power of a nascent soul cultivator from a celestial sect? When Chen Mobai saw that after the Narcissus Master suppressed the jade phoenix tree, he also suppressed Shi Qing, who was at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, he couldn't help but marvel. Zhou Shenking, who used the reverse longevity technique, wasn't that powerful. That's over. Yu Tianguang's eyes widened at the sight. He never imagined that while suppressing the jade phoenix tree, the Narcissus Master could also create a clone to subdue Qi. Of course, that's the difference between the Golden Core stage and the Nascent Soul stage. As Lan Haitian spoke, a rare look of pride appeared on his face. The fact that Master Shuixian was a graduate of their Kunpeng Dao Academy and was able to win this battle so easily demonstrates the strength of their Dao Academy as the #1 immortal sect. Although the Wuki Dao Academy unexpectedly snatched the top spot during Chen Mobai and Zhongli Tianyu's era, Kunpeng still reigns supreme as the #1 Dao Academy in the immortal sects. Now that Qi has been arrested, you can release me now. If you want to use me to lure her out, you could have just notified me beforehand. Would I have disagreed? Yu Tianguang spoke with a hint of resentment, raising his hands, which were still bound by handcuffs, his tone full of displeasure. I'm sorry, Master Yu did indeed cultivate the devouring god technique, even if it was unconscious, so he should be treated as a suspect. Lan Haitian shook the bracelet on his wrist apologetically. Even now, he still hadn't removed the restriction on Yu Tianguang. This has already proven that I was wronged, so isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to treat me like this? When Yu Tianguang said this, there was already a hint of emotion in his voice. The main reason was that the extreme joy and sorrow of that night had taken a toll on his mental state, even for a seasoned Golden Core cultivator. Seeing that Lan Haitian still refused to release him, Yu Tianguang's eyes flashed with anger as he looked at Chen Mobai to the side. Master Yu, as long as you have been wronged, once you arrive at Wangwu Grotto, the Taoist temple will naturally help you clear your name. Chen Mobai spoke first, silencing Yu Tianguang, but at this moment he sensed something was amiss. Yu Tianguang was inexplicably excited. But at this moment, Yu Tianguang, who was still furious, suddenly calmed down. He lowered his head and smiled strangely, saying something that made Lan Haitian and Chen Mobai's eyes narrow. These brats from the immortal sects are surprisingly cautious. Sizzle. Whoosh. Chen Mobai and Lan Haitian attacked simultaneously. There you would divine thunder and yin-yang yuan magnetic power transforming into two torrents, one blue and one gray, which pressed down on Yu Tianguang's purple mansion consciousness C and Danshan Qi C at the same time. A silver torch appeared out of thin air in front of Yu Tianguang, as if connecting to some mysterious void. A blurry figure holding a 7-colored treasure tree emerged from the torch. He swung the precious tree in his hand, deflecting Chen Mobai and Lan Haitian's attacks and protecting Yu Tianguang. If Chen Mobai and Lan Haitian hadn't been able to control the lightning magnetic force so well, the airship would probably have been reduced to countless fragments in an instant. Master Shen Yuxuan. Upon seeing such a symbolic entrance, Lan Haitian withdrew his yuan magnetic power, his expression turning solemn. He raised his hand and fully activated the power of the bracelet on his wrist. A jet-black light shone forth and spread towards Yu Tianguang at the end. The binding artifacts used by the Heaven Mending Group all had backup plans, allowing them to take extreme measures in unfavorable situations. But the Divine Imperial Pavilion Master had already extended his right hand, and the 7-colored treasure tree across the void, gently brushing them across Yu Tianguang's hands. Clicking. The pair of high-grade third-tier handcuffs that bound Yu Tianguang shattered in an instant, turning into pieces that fell to the ground. I've nurtured this divine seed for a long time. It would be a shame to use it up like this. After freeing himself from his restraints, Yu Tianguang slowly raised his head, but his tone and expression had completely changed. A silver flame mark burned fiercely on his forehead, and his eyes revealed an unprecedented evil aura. But amidst the evil, there are still various emotions such as struggle, anger, pain, and fear. Who are you? How could this be? I am a disciple of the immortal sect. I can't possibly be your divine seed. Attack now, kill me. By the end, Yu Tianguang had already gripped his own neck with both hands, intending to end his own life, and at the same time asked Chen Mobai and Lan Haitian to do it. Lan Haitian didn't hesitate at all and directly took out a magic artifact from the realm. It was a stone that was silver and black, with the yin and yang symbols faintly visible. It was the star-gathering stone that Lan Haitian obtained in the Dance Weapon Academy that he refined into his natal magic weapon after Lan Haitian formed his core. He gestured with his right hand, and the star-gathering stone immediately burst forth with dark light, crashing heavily towards Yu Tianguang, who was struggling with the divine imperial pavilion master for control of his body. As the hilt of the purple lightning sword fell from the realm, Chen Mobai reached out, hesitating whether to draw the sword, when he saw Lan Haitian catch the star-gathering stone that had been thrown back with both hands, and his figure exploded backward, crashing into the rear cabin wall of the airship. After Lan Haitian was knocked away, a phantom suddenly flew out from the true form of the divine imperial pavilion master behind the torch. The phantom, holding the seven-colored treasure tree, stepped out of the torch and descended into the territory of the immortal sect, then directly merged into Yu Tianguang's purple mansion sea of consciousness. It's been about 300 years since he last came back. After completely taking over Yu Tianguang's body, the divine imperial pavilion master raised his hand to turn off the torch and took a somewhat intoxicated breath of the fresh air above the Earth origin star. Boom! A beam of shimmering blue lightning came towards them. Having just refined the divine seed, the divine lord of the imperial pavilion waved the seven-colored treasure tree in his hand with some surprise. However, this magical treasure seemed to have awakened its own will, and it actually trembled and broke free from his control. Then it broke through the window of the airship and headed directly towards Xiqing on the peak of Dangxia Mountain not far away. With a snap, Chen Mobai's wood divine lightning struck Shen Yuxuan Master's face without any obstruction. Caught off guard, the master of Shenyu Pavilion was sent flying, just like Lan Haitian had been earlier. With a loud bang, the airship could no longer hold on and completely disintegrated. Fortunately, those above were all Foundation establishment cultivators, and they all had some ability to protect themselves. Chen Mobai then threw out the 6-yang divine fire mirror to shield them from the aftershocks, and used this magic artifact to bring them to a safe landing. A ray of light appeared and landed beside Chen Mobai. Thanks. Lan Haitian floated to Chen Mobai's side, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and expressed his gratitude to the latter for protecting the people of the Sky Repairing Group on the airship. My main task is to save Kingno. Chen Mobai maintained his persona, but Lan Haitian only thought he was arrogant and nodded to show his appreciation. Tusk, and I've raised you for 300 years. At this moment, the divine pavilion master, who had been blasted away by the divine lightning of Yi Wood, stopped. He said something a little unpleasant, raised his slightly charred face, and looked at Xiqing, who was not far away, who had obtained the seven-colored treasure tree and was now displaying great power, fighting against the water fairy and Gongsun Jilu. Shen Yuxuan Master closed his eyes, sensed Yu Tianguang's spiritual power, and then opened his eyes. His whole body was engulfed in spiritual flames, transforming into a crimson fireball, which flew towards the highest peak of the Dangxia Mountains not far away. Stop him. After the divine lord of the divine palace catalyzes the divine seed to borrow a body, he will be at his weakest, because he can only use Yu Tianguang's own power. As Lan Haitian spoke, he held the star-gathering stone in his palm. Amidst the flickering of jet-black magnetic power, iron needles, each as thick as a finger and half an arm's length with sharp ends, emerged abruptly from various parts of the void, blocking the path of the divine imperial pavilion master. The golden-red flames of the burning heaven technique, when pushed to their limit, exerted power equivalent to the peak of the golden core realm, even though the divine imperial pavilion master had surpassed the golden core level. They easily melted Lan Haitian's iron needles into molten iron. Chen Mobai's wood divine lightning was also blocked by the heavenly light shield. Amidst hearty laughter, the divine imperial pavilion master traversed Needle Mountain and Thunder Sea, easily landing on the battlefield atop the highest peak of the Dangxia Mountains. When the white-haired, white-browed Narcissus saw Yu Tianguang, she roughly understood what was going on. Then she frowned slightly, tilted her head, and examined the seven-colored treasure tree in Xiqing's hand, a look of realization appearing on her face. It's you. 300 years ago, your body was shattered and your soul was scattered by the Lord of Kaiyuan Palace. I thought you were dead. At that moment, Chen Mobai and Lan Haitian also landed there and happened to hear those words. Who is the Narcissus master referring to? Chen Mobai glanced at Lan Haitian beside him, who then whispered 4 words to him. Flower Blossoms, master of the courtyard. Chen Mobai had heard of this name before. He was one of the 3 vice leaders of the Ascension sect, on par with the divine imperial pavilion master and the lord of the hall of life and death. Shi Qing is her reincarnation after her physical death. Can Master Xuexian take on 2 opponents at once? Chen Mobai asked Lan Haitian a question with a bit of guilt. The latter shook his head to indicate that it was not possible, but he looked confident and certain. Ancestor Kaingsing's natal magic weapon is connected to the heavenly curtain. After the divine imperial pavilion master entered the earthly origin star, the heavenly curtain will sense it. If the heavenly curtain can sense it, it means that Ancestor Kaingsing also knows about it. End of this chapter. Chapter 541, Reversing the Fate. Chapter 541, Reversing the Fate. When will the star-piercing ancestor be able to arrive? Chen Mobai asked again, but Lan Haitian, who always answered without hesitation, hesitated on this question. The 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain is separated from here by half of the immortal sect's territory, so it's still quite a distance. Ancestor may need some time. When the star-piercing ancestor made his move last time, Lan Haitian's grandfather was still in the womb, so he had no idea about the ancestor's speed. Moreover, within the immortal sects, the strength of the nascent soul ancestor has always been a top secret. Even with Lan Haitian's status, he has never had access to relevant information. In other words, we still need to rely on Master Xuexian for now. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, he glanced at the battlefield situation on the highest peak of the Dangxia Mountains. His instinctive fighting spirit made him unconsciously begin to calmly analyze the situation. On their side there were 4 people: Narcissus, Gongsun Jilu, Lan Haitian, and himself. On the other side were 2 powerful heretical figures from the Ascension sect. Whether it was the divine imperial pavilion master or the flower blossom courtyard master, if their true forms were to appear in battle at their peak, they would be no weaker than the water immortal master. Fortunately, after the reincarnation of the flower blossom courtyard master, he probably did not cultivate back to the nascent soul realm in order to avoid attracting the attention of the higher-ups in the immortal sects. The divine imperial pavilion master merely catalyzed a divine seed, which then took over Yu Tianguang's body. Neither of these 2 can unleash their full potential in an overly exaggerated way. As long as Master Xuexian can perform normally. Just as Chen Mobai was thinking this, the head of the flower garden suddenly picked up the 7-colored treasure tree in his hand and flung it toward the huge shark phantom in the sky. The precious tree shimmered like a rainbow, drawing an arc of light in an instant before disappearing straight into the northern underworld. Amidst a thunderous roar, Chen Mobai felt the entire Dangxia mountain range begin to tremble. The water immortal also frowned slightly and said to the 3 of them, "While I was suppressing the jade wudong tree, the spiritual veins of the entire Dangxia city were also affected by this spiritual tree, resisting and trying to break free from my northern underworld domain." At this moment, the Academy Master Huakai was already swinging the 7-colored treasure tree in his hand continuously, and streaks of rainbow light shone, connecting the vast spiritual veins of Dangxia city and attacking the jade parasol tree from the inside out. A crack suddenly appeared in the huge shark phantom. Through the gap, one could clearly see the jade-green parasol tree with leaves as incomplete as flowers, constantly emitting clouds and mist, drawing upon its immense spiritual energy, trying to break through the northern netherworld realm that confined it. If it weren't for this jade phoenix tree and the spiritual veins of Dangxia Mountain restraining me, I could take down these 2 guys by myself. Narcissus couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water. Then, his vast and powerful spiritual energy erupted from his body, transforming into a beam of azure light that surged into the giant shark phantom in midair enhancing the power of the northern underworld domain. Master, is there anything we can do to help you? Will Ancestor Kaixing come? After hearing this, Chen Mobai and Lan Haitian asked different questions. Master Shuixian, Uncle Master Kaixing is a homebody who doesn't like to go out. This matter isn't a big deal to him, so he might not take action. These words left Chen Mobai and the other two looking at each other in bewilderment. Then what should we do? On the other side were two vice leaders of the Ascension sect, both at the nascent soul level. If I use the 6 imperial swords formation, I can hold off one of them. At this point, Gongsun Jilu also brought out her trump card. She flung her green suit jacket aside, rolled up the sleeves of her shirt, and revealed the 6 sword marks on her arms. The sword's azure color resembled a dragon or a snake. The dragon's head was in her left hand, its tail in her right, and its body pierced through her upper back. Although it was covered by a white shirt, Chen Mobai could still see it clearly after the sword's mark lit up. Why are you so worried? I have extraordinary means to suppress cultists. Narcissus showed no sign of worry. As the head of the enforcement department, she ranked among the top 3 in combat experience among the 14 nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sect. As she spoke, she took out a jade-white bracelet, and an aura that made Chen Mobai feel awkward emanated from the bracelet. Listen up, you 3. The voice transmission of the Narcissus Master resounded in the minds of Chen Mobai and the other 2, conveying his entire plan to them in a short span of time. Is it possible? After explaining her battle plan, Narcissus looked at Qi-Qing, who was constantly swinging the 7-colored treasure tree in midair, and Shen Yuxuan, who stood guard beside her. Gongsun Jilu, do your best. Lan Haitian, even if it costs me my life, I will hold her back. Chen Mobai simply nodded without saying a word. Narcissus Master didn't pay him any attention. After all, although Chen Mobai was known as having the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator, he had only just formed his core, so his combat power was definitely the lowest among the 3. Before I devour Master Shen Yuxuan, you all better not be devoured by Master Huakeyuan first. When Master Shuixian said this, he grinned, revealing 2 tiger teeth, and showed an instinctively cruel expression to the 2 members of the Ascension sect in midair. If possible, could you spare Master Yu's life? Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, but still followed his heart and made a request to Master Shuixian. Narcissus merely gave him a strange look without responding, then closed her eyes and unleashed a powerful technique from the Kunpeng Academy. Close your eyes and it's night. In an instant, the sky darkened. In midair, the Flower Blossom Courtyard Master and the Divine Imperial Pavilion Master, who were using the Jade Phoenix Tree to blast the Shark Phantom formed from the northern underworld realm into cracks, were naturally attracted by this scene. Candle Dragon Divine Eye Technique. The ancient evil sects and the immortal sects fought for thousands of years and were familiar with the signature techniques and spells of both sides. As soon as they saw the Narcissus close her eyes and turn day into night, they thought of the immortal sect's most advanced spiritual eye technique. But what good is that in the current situation? The master of Shenyu Pavilion was a thoughtful person. Seeing this scene, he wondered what his opponent was planning to do. He did not believe that someone of Shui Xian's level would do something meaningless. Will the power of the Jade Phoenix Tree weaken in the darkness of night? The master of Shenyu Pavilion asked the master of Huakai Courtyard beside him a question. The latter coldly shook her head. She didn't care about these things at all. She just kept shaking the 7-colored treasure tree in her hand, urging this magic weapon, which was the condensation of all her power in her previous life, in order to guide the Jade Wudong to break through the boundary and complete her complete rebirth. The Jade Phoenix Tree in Danxia City is a 4th-grade superior spiritual plant. Under the careful care of the Flower Blossom Academy Master, it is showing a tendency to evolve into a 5th-grade spiritual plant. According to her original plan, as long as she waited for her reincarnated body to break through to the nascent soul realm, she could use the forbidden technique of the Flower Blossom Courtyard to let the Jade Wudong Tree absorb all the spiritual veins of Danxia City. thereby overdrawing all the power of the spiritual plant and blooming a fifth-order nine-colored fairy flower. This celestial flower contains all the essence of the jade phoenix tree over 4,000 years. Moreover, under the forbidden technique of the flower blossom courtyard, all the impurities and consciousness of the vast earth, the changes of mountains and rivers, etc. contained within it will be filtered out, leaving only the purest vitality and primordial energy. Once the Academy Master takes the flower, he will not only be able to instantly merge the power of his past and present lives and reach the peak of the nascent soul realm, but he will also be able to experience the profound Taoist charm of spiritual plants advancing to the fifth rank. With her profound accumulation, she might be able to use this to transform into a nascent soul and reach the pinnacle of cultivation in the immortal realm. Unfortunately, even the best disguise can be exposed. Shi Qing could vaguely guess when he had been exposed. If he had known earlier, he should have stopped that guy. Even if it meant that the dark spirit root and the wind spirit root had died in the immortal sect, it would have been better than alerting the enemy. Thinking of this, Shi Qing couldn't help but feel resentful. When Kong Feiken took Yang Jing away, she, as the vice leader, must have known about it because it involved the Ascension sect. Before sending anyone, the Lord of Shenyu Pavilion had already informed her in advance. After Lan Haitian and the other members of the Skymending group arrived, she kept a close watch on them. In her opinion, Kong Feiken and Yang Jing combined were not as important as one of her fingers. Whether the mission succeeded or failed was irrelevant. The key is not to expose her. However, the head of the Huakai Academy frowned as he thought of the guy who made the final move and forcibly helped Kong Feiken take Yang Jing away. But now that things have come to this point, the most important thing is to forcefully catalyze the growth of this jade phoenix tree before the arrival of the immortal experts. Even if the nine-colored immortal flower cannot be generated in the end, one must leave Earth origin star before the arrival of the divine transformation stage. With this thought in mind, the flower blossom courtyard master no longer hesitated and unleashed the full power of the seven-colored treasure tree in his hand. An unprecedentedly brilliant rainbow light shone in her hand, as if connecting the two ends of the rainbow bridge in the sky. One end was in her hand, and the other end disappeared into the head of the huge shark that was faintly visible in the darkness. This strike seems to have triggered a qualitative change. With a loud bang, the northern underworld realm could no longer hold on. The giant shark began to spread outwards from the crack in its head, and the tip of the jade phoenix tree first emerged from the crack. I merged with the jade phoenix tree using forbidden techniques, harnessing the power of this top-grade fourth-tier spiritual plant. The spiritual veins of the entire Danxia city are at my disposal, and suppressing the Narcissus is a piece of cake. Seeing the jade phoenix tree rush out of the northern underworld, the flower blossom courtyard master spoke confidently, then waved the seven-colored treasure tree in her hand, having the divine imperial pavilion master protect her as she flew towards the phoenix tree. Let's get started. But at this moment, the Narcissus Venerable suddenly spoke, and her jade-white bracelet suddenly turned completely black, with a terrifying power that reversed the balance of yin and yang spreading out. Caught off guard, the dark torrent spread out, engulfing the sky above the Danxia Mountains and covering them all. Chen Mobai felt a sudden darkness followed by a flash of light, and the sky had cleared up again. However, looking down, one sees a turbulent sea below, with only scattered islands dotting the horizon like stars. This is within the northern underworld realm. They were brought in by the venerable Narcissus. Besides them, there was another person who was also sent in, and that was the head of the flower garden. She looked astonished and waved the seven-colored treasure tree in her hand, trying to activate the jade parasol tree and break through the boundary. However, her current cultivation level was only the 9th level of the golden core stage, and the difficulty of breaking through the boundary from the inside was several times that from the outside. Damn beast, I underestimated her. Immediately, the head of the flower garden also realized that he had been tricked by Narcissus. He lost his composure and cursed. If she were to combine with the jade phoenix tree, she would be confident that she could outshine the Narcissus. But at the crucial moment, Narcissus used a magical artifact to reverse the northern underworld realm, releasing the jade phoenix tree and imprisoning her inside. Moreover, she was separated from Shenyuxuan Master. Thus, outside the northern underworld, it was just Shui Xian facing off against the riotous Bai Yu Wu Tong and the divine Imperial Pavilion Master. However, without the guidance of the Flower Blossom Courtyard Master, the Jade Wudong poses little threat to Narcissus. Moreover, the divine Imperial Pavilion Master is currently only in a state of borrowing a body to descend. If he encounters Narcissus, a true nascent soul cultivator, he probably won't last more than a few moves. It can cause the spiritual plants to destroy the spiritual veins of Danxia City, and the resulting explosion can also break through the northern underworld realm from the outside. However, the Flower Blossom Courtyard Master was, after all, a veteran cultist with rich experience in combat. She was about to unleash a forbidden technique using the seven-colored treasure tree when a dark green sword light, like a dragon, struck down on her head in an instant. The black sword marks on Gongsun Jilu's hands surged like ink dragons, and the dragons opened their mouths, biting down at the head of the Flower Blossom Courtyard Master. The seven-colored treasure tree flashed and blocked the dark green sword light. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Sizzle. After Gongsun Jilu, Lan Haitian and Chen Mobai also made their moves at the same time. When facing cult members, we must fight side by side and take decisive and ruthless action. But at this moment, the head of the flower garden revealed her true nature as someone of a higher realm. She held up the stone flower, her natal magic weapon crafted in this world, and the blooming flames, like a red lotus, burned away all the flying needles and lightning that surged from all directions. Only Gongsun Jilu's dark green sword aura broke through the barrier of the stone flower red lotus and struck in front of the Flower Blossom Courtyard Master. However, when faced with the seven-colored treasure tree, the sword demon became weak and powerless, turning into smoke and dissipating. But when Chen Mobai saw this scene, his eyes lit up. They only need to hold off Master Huakai here. Master Shuixian outside guarantees that he will be able to suppress the divine Imperial Pavilion Master, who has possessed their body in 5 minutes at most. You brats, since you've chosen to die, don't blame me. But clearly, the Flower Blossom Courtyard Master had also thought of this. She must activate the power of the Jade Phoenix Tree to have any chance of breaking through this boundary and escaping from Earth Origin Star. With this thought in mind, a fierce glint flashed in her eyes, and she picked up the seven-colored treasure tree in her hand and plunged it fiercely into her heart. In an instant, the roots of this precious tree turned completely red. Drops of essence blood were drawn out and spread along the withered branches toward the entire precious tree. The original seven-colored luster gradually began to illuminate an eighth color. End of this chapter. Chapter 542, Aurora Starfall Talisman. Chapter 542, Aurora Starfall Talisman. The eighth color lit up, instantly merging with and consuming the other 7 colors, then transforming into a dark and deep gray-green that spread towards the sky and in all directions. To the astonishment of Chen Mobai and the others, the precious tree planted in the heart of the Flower Blossom Courtyard Master seemed to have suddenly grown into a large tree with withered branches, but covered with brightly colored flowers, as if it had suddenly passed through thousands of years. After the precious tree expanded, its roots, like tentacles, wrapped around and surrounded the body of the Flower Blossom Courtyard Master, who had already closed his eyes and formed hand seals, covering and protecting him layer by layer. Then one of the blue flowers fell from the treasure tree, accompanied by a sky full of spiritual light, and transformed into a blue-skinned master of the flower garden, appearing before Chen Mobai and the other 2. But that wasn't the end of it. At the same time, 3 more flowers of different colors fell. Then, 4 women with identical appearances and builds, but different skin colors, stood in the 4 directions of the treasure tree. It is your great fortune that I can use this move to kill you. The 4 Flower Blossom Courtyard Masters spoke at the same time. Then, apart from the first one with cyan skin, the other 3 Flower Blossom Courtyard Masters, one with yellow, one with orange, and one with blue skin, flashed with eerie spiritual light and rushed towards Chen Mobai and the other two. Amidst the resounding clang, Gongsun Jilu took the lead and went to meet her, her sword aura now fully unleashed. As the dark sword marks flowed, they revived from her right hand, transforming into a dark, evil dragon. During the attack, its mouth opened and suddenly opened 180 degrees, directly biting and crushing the head of the yellow flower garden master who was blocking her way. With candlelight flickering in his eyes, Gongsun Jilu had already used his spiritual eye technique to glimpse the true form of the flower blossom courtyard master, who was completely enveloped and protected deep within the roots of the precious tree. She formed a sword shape with her right hand, and the sword energy was fully awakened. It was as if half of her body had transformed into a pitch-black evil dragon. After passing by the bewildered Master King Sehua, she charged straight towards the treasure tree. Amidst the whooshing sounds, strands of withered yellow vines appeared out of thin air, forming a net that blocked the black dragon that Gongsun Jilu had transformed into. A mere obstacle. Gongsun Jilu swung his hand and slashed swiftly. The dark sword light was like a dragon or a dark crescent moon, splitting the vines in two. After unfurling its vines, the sword light continued its rapid advance towards the precious tree. But at this moment, Gongsun Jilu suddenly felt a numbness in her right hand. She frowned, disregarded everything, transformed into a dragon and rushed to the treasure tree. Then a dark yellow, withered light appeared on half of Gongsun Jilu's body, and a tender bud sprouted from her shoulder, instantly blooming into a small yellow flower. Gongsun Jai's pupils suddenly snapped open. He raised his left hand and sliced off the small yellow flower growing on his right shoulder, along with the piece of flesh. Amidst the splattering of blood, the small yellow flower suddenly transformed into the head of the yellow flower courtyard master, which she had previously swallowed with her sword. With a sinister smile, the owner of the yellow flower courtyard opened his mouth and spat out a petal of flying flower towards Gongsun Jilu. Not far away, the azure flower master who had been swept away by the sword aura also flew over. His hands and arms suddenly turned into vines, like four long whips with sharp barbs, gleaming coldly as they lashed out at Gongsun Jilu's back. Amidst the resounding clang, suddenly, sword-like jet-black lights shot out from Gongsun Jilu's back, instantly forming a sword shield resembling wings, blocking the long vine whip. But the immense impact only brought her closer to the flying head in front of her. However, this was also her intention. Taking advantage of the impact, Gongsun Jilu spread her 5 fingers on her right hand, and a cold sword tip made of 6 different shades of black and gray suddenly pierced through her palm and flew out. While breaking through the flying flowers, it also pierced into the brow of the newly formed head. With a loud bang, just as the flower garden master was about to be reborn, she discovered that an extremely terrifying sword intent surged into the purple mansion sea of consciousness of this flower clone, and then shattered into countless fragments of flowers. After obliterating the head, the 6 imperial swords in Gongsun Jilu's palm suddenly shrank and disappeared, extending along the meridians of her arm to the black sword wings on her back. Then, with a gentle flap of its sword wings, it crushed the blue flower clone that was trying to escape behind it into a pile of dust. She's using this clone technique to stall us so that her true consciousness can communicate with the Jade Phoenix tree in Dangxia City. We can't give her time. Having decided to finish the battle quickly, Gongsun Jilu, after dealing with his flower clone, didn't even glance at Chen Mobai and Lan Haitian. He immediately transformed into a dragon again, roaring as he swept towards the true body of the flower master at the root of the treasure tree. In that instant, Gongsun Jilu had transformed his 6 imperial swords into the most powerful sword formation. 6 different black dragons emerged from her body, roaring simultaneously in midair. 6 extremely pure sword lights emerged from the dragons' mouths and spewed out, condensing into a profound black sword intent that seemed capable of drowning out all light, with Gongsun Jilu's right palm as the center. Amidst a thunderous roar, Gongsun Jilu's 6 imperial swords formation struck the treasure tree, causing the withered branches to tremble and crack open, revealing the true form of the flower blossom courtyard master deep within the crack. There were even traces of blood emerging from the crack. It's clear that the true form of the flower blossom courtyard master, who was being protected deep inside, was injured. Gongsun Jilu was greatly encouraged by this scene and was about to unleash his family's sword fiend formation again, when a feeling of paralysis suddenly surged through his body. Her eyes widened, and she looked down in disbelief. Tender shoots had sprouted all over her body without her noticing, and then little yellow flowers bloomed one after another. Each little yellow flower transformed into the face of the flower garden master with a cold expression and bloomed completely in an instant, starting from the back of her right hand and engulfing Gongsun Jilu's entire body. Then a yellow cocoon-shaped flower appeared in midair. A withered branch extended from the treasure tree and burrowed into the flower cocoon, like a blood-drawing tube, drawing out strands of bright red from inside the flower cocoon and injecting them into the main body of the flower garden deep within the treasure tree. Oh no, this guy has been tricked. When Chen Mobai saw Gongsun Jilu being sealed and turned into a flower cocoon, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Their mission was simply to hold off the flower blossom courtyard master. Therefore, when faced with the flower clone rushing towards him, he simply activated the full defensive function of the 6-Yang Divine Fire Mirror. The golden Qu and Yang Divine Light, under the control of his divine sense, blocked the water swords, water blades, water crossbows, and other spells that shot from all directions. The flower clones assigned by the head of the flower garden were clearly the result of careful consideration. The blue-skinned flower clone of Chen Mobai is able to control water attribute spiritual power. If the vast ocean environment of the northern underworld hadn't been under the control of the water immortal master, preventing the flower blossom courtyard master from borrowing even a trace of water elemental energy, Chen Mobai probably wouldn't have been able to deal with it so easily using the 6-Yang Divine Fire Mirror. In contrast, Lan Haitian's strategy was somewhere between Chen Mobai and Gongsun Jilu, steadily advancing towards the treasure tree step by step while maintaining a defensive posture. Violent explosions rang out not far away. The orange flower clone seemed to be harnessing the energy of both earth and fire. Each petal that flew out was like a divine thunder bomb. After being deflected by the magnetic field, it crashed onto the vast ocean surface, creating huge shockwaves. Lan Haitian, wielding his star-gathering stone, had already activated the yin-yang elemental magnetic power of the 6 imperial scriptures. Strands of starlight transformed into a magnetic field, combining with his domain to form an unbreakable barrier that blocked the orange-clad flower garden master's attack, allowing him to advance slowly yet resolutely towards the treasure tree. Why is this guy able to transform a realm into a domain at such a cultivation level? Is it a characteristic of the 6 imperial scriptures, or is it because he activated his realm during the foundation establishment stage? Chen Mobai was slightly surprised when he saw how Lan Haitian fought against the orange-skinned master Huakai. Brother Chen, Vice Minister Gongsun is currently in crisis. I will cast a 4th-tier Starfall Aurora talisman, but this talisman will be aimed at the true form of the flower blossom courtyard master within the treasure tree. I would appreciate your help in rescuing Vice Minister Gongsun. Lan Haitian's voice suddenly rang in Chen Mobai's ear. They had both seen Gongsun Jilu's situation, and as members of the immortal sect, they naturally did their best to save her. Leave it to me. Chen Mobai was still an upright disciple of the immortal sect. After hearing this, he did not hesitate at all. He reached out and grasped the air. A long-handled sword with purple light fell from the sky. With a sizzling sound, a soaring sword intent suddenly erupted from him. This is the unity of man and sword, the clarity of the sword's heart. Lan Haitian's eyes widened in surprise when he saw this. The 4th-grade high-quality purple lightning sword actually completely submitted to Chen Mobai, who had just formed his core. This person's talent in swordsmanship is truly exceptional, unparalleled in the world. Among those of the same realm, only the white light ancestor could be compared to him. No wonder he has the potential to become a god. Lan Haitian, who was initially quite worried, gained confidence after witnessing the aura unleashed by Chen Mobai and the purple lightning sword. Without further hesitation, he took out the Starfall Aurora talisman that he had specially applied for this mission. Each fourth-tier talisman must be registered and recorded within the immortal sect before it can be made or used. Because of their special mission, the Heaven Mending Group can apply for fourth-tier talismans specifically for combat and killing enemies. The power of this Starfall Aurora talisman is so great that it can turn half of Danxia City into ruins. Lan Haitian pulled out a talisman from his own domain. It was black paper with silver thread patterns, about the length of a forearm and the width of 5 fingers. The moment the spiritual energy was injected, 3 lines of combination locks suddenly flashed on the talisman. Spiritual power verification passed. Divine sense verification passed. Please enter your activation password. Lan Haitian's right eye lit up, and as he entered the password, he unlocked the blocks one by one. After all 3 codes activated by the talisman were verified, the fourth-tier talisman instantly transformed into a pale silver-blue light curtain that stretched across the sky and sea of the northern underworld. In an instant, the light screen condensed into a brilliant starlight, like a star falling from the sky and landing heavily on the treasure tree. Seemingly sensing the danger, dozens of flowers on the withered branches of the precious tree bloomed all at once, transforming into a sea of flowers, trying to catch the aurora falling from the sky. The 2 fourth-order forces collided, and the sea of flowers suddenly exploded. Aurora Starfall crashed onto the treasure tree. With a snapping sound, one by one, the withered branches of the precious tree broke off, and then began to break in the middle, revealing the true form of the flower blossom courtyard master deep within. At this critical moment of life and death, she could only open her eyes. In the extremely cold light, the void in her palm suddenly opened up, and she could vaguely see the situation of the Danxia Mountains outside the boundary. After the jade phoenix tree received her summons, a branch as thick as an arm suddenly stretched out through the void and collided with the aurora star falling from the sky. Before that, Chen Mobai had already severed the branch connecting the flower cocoon and the treasure tree with his sword. He wanted to uncover the seal, but when he thought of the scene of Gongsun Jilu covered in yellow flowers, he stopped himself from touching the flowers, lest he follow in her footsteps. Boom! At that moment, the collision of 2 earth-shattering forces had completely erupted. Chen Mobai immediately activated the 6 Yang Divine Fire Mirror, which transformed into a hemispherical light shield, blocking in front of himself and Hua Giant. A familiar figure flew back. It was Lan Haitian. He seemed to have suffered a great loss of vital energy in order to activate that fourth-order talisman. His face was ashen and he was extremely weak. Chen Mobai immediately reached out and pulled him into the protection of the 6 Yang Divine Fire Mirror. Hold on for just half a minute. Master Shen Yuxuan is on his last breath. Suddenly, the words of the Narcissus Venerable rang in their ears, and at that moment, the flower blossom courtyard master, covered in blood, stood up from the crack in the roots of the precious tree. She had briefly activated some of her past life's power, thinking that taking down a mere 3 golden core cultivators would be a piece of cake. Unexpectedly, his defenses were breached by Gongsun Jilu's sword aura and Lan Haitian's 4th-tier talisman. If he hadn't communicated with Bu Wudong at the crucial moment, he would probably have been seriously injured even if he hadn't died under the Aurora Starfall. But in the end, we made it through. As the master of the flower garden felt the void around him growing larger and larger, and his connection with the jade parasol tree in the Danxia Mountains becoming closer and closer, a look of surprise appeared on his lips. I hope Master Shen Yuxuan can use that phrase, incarnation, to buy me just half a minute more time. After communicating with the jade phoenix tree, the Flower Blossom Academy master planned to first blast open the fire veins of Danxia Mountain, so that he could completely break through this northern underworld realm. After the fire vein of Danxia Mountain is blasted open, the spiritual energy supplied to this blessed city will become weaker and weaker. In addition to the spiritual vein falling in grade, it may even cause the Earth's crust to move and trigger a major earthquake. Even this jade parasol tree will fall in rank over the long years due to insufficient spiritual energy. However, this is no longer important to the head of the flower garden, because once she leaves, she will immediately use a forbidden technique to forcefully catalyze the jade phoenix tree's advancement by using the immense spiritual energy that erupts from the exploded spiritual veins. Then the entire spiritual veins of Danxia City and this 4th grade superior spiritual plant will transform into a 5th grade 9-colored fairy flower, which she will then pick. End of this chapter. Chapter 543 3 Swords Slash Through the Flowers, Bonus Chapter 3, for monthly tickets. Chapter 543 3 Swords Slash Through the Flowers, Bonus Chapter 3, for monthly tickets. Just one step away. As the Flower Blossom Courtyard Master was thinking this, the northern underworld suddenly trembled. Then, after much effort, she managed to reconnect with the void rift pierced by the jade phoenix tree, which suddenly began to close. Damn it, this beast still has energy left. Upon witnessing this scene, the head of the flower garden was shocked and was about to activate a forbidden technique to control the jade phoenix tree and blast open the fire veins of Danxia Mountain. However, the crack that had been painstakingly opened in the northern underworld realm was quickly closed by the powerful spiritual energy of the water immortal. I've severed the connection between Master Huakai and Jade Wudong again. Dealing with Master Shen Yuxuan might take another minute longer. Can you hold on? The words of the Narcissus Master rang in the ears of Chen Mobai and the others, but by this time she had already done everything she could, and she would persevere even if she couldn't hold on any longer. I'll try my best. As Lan Haitian spoke, he took out a snow-white pill and swallowed it. After closing his eyes and taking a few breaths, his originally weak complexion immediately improved. This potent medicine is something only the heaven-mending group among the immortal sects would carry with them. We need to try again. This time, we absolutely cannot let these guys interfere. At this moment, the head of the flower garden also realized what was happening, and she looked at Chen Mobai and Lan Haitian with a cold gaze. Gongsun Jilu is still under military control and is no longer a threat. If she could suppress or kill the remaining two, she could then focus entirely on summoning the Jade Phoenix Tree and perhaps break through the northern underworld before Narcissus dealt with the divine Imperial Pavilion Master. At this point, this is the only way. Without further hesitation, the head of the flower garden formed a hand seal, and the 7-colored treasure tree enveloped her once again. Although the precious tree had been damaged by the successive attacks of Gongsun Jilu and Lan Haitian, the two of them were no longer able to unleash such powerful sword energy and talismans. The Flower Blossom Courtyard Master was confident that, relying on the cultivation of his true form in this life and the damaged treasure tree, he could kill Chen Mobai and Lan Haitian. After the precious tree was damaged, it could no longer completely cover her, but with the supply of her lifeblood, the Flower Blossom Courtyard Master was still able to perform the forbidden technique from before. As more and more flowers began to bloom on the withered branches, Lan Haitian's expression changed slightly. He took a deep breath, holding the star-gathering stone, intending to use his domain to buy some time. A dazzling purple light suddenly shone beside him. Chen Mobai held the purple lightning sword in his right hand, and the flickering lightning was like stars, constantly shooting out arcs of light from him. As he raised his sword-wielding hand, sparks of electricity, like fluorescent lights, merged into the blade of the purple lightning sword. Once the blade was raised high above his head, a terrifying energy that made the void tremble and resembled a vast ocean tsunami had been fully condensed. This sword. At this moment, the head of the flower garden finally noticed this scene. The news that Chen Mobai had taken over the purple lightning sword dominated headlines in the immortal sects for quite some time. Although she had been in seclusion for a long time to nurture the Jade Wudong tree, she was aware of this. However, she shared the same opinion as Lan Haitian and the others, believing that even if Chen Mobai was a genius, It was impossible for him to make a world-shaking divine sword of the fourth rank submit to him. The fourth rank is equivalent to the nascent soul level. If the treasure tree of the Flower Blossom Academy master had not been refined by her predecessor, even with the treasure refining technique, she probably would not have been able to perfectly control it. However, the scene before her eyes, where man and sword were in perfect harmony, and their sword hearts were in perfect sync, was completely beyond the imagination of the Flower Blossom Courtyard master. We misjudged him. This guy's talent is even more terrifying than the legends say. The Flower Blossom Courtyard master has practically witnessed Chen Mobai's growth step by step to where he is now. After all, he is a citizen under her command. When Chen Mobai outshone everyone else in the entrance exam and won first place, she was curious and left her body to check it out herself. She was able to confirm that this was a student with very average talent. In other words, his talent in combat is truly astonishing. If this were during a time of war, this person would surely achieve great things. However, in this peaceful era of the immortal sects, being able to enter one of the 10 great academies is already quite an achievement. Although Chen Mobai eventually entered the Dance Weapon Academy because of Yu Tianguang, the Academy Master Huakai still didn't care. After all, she was essentially on the same level as Master Chengxuan. Although the Academy had a great reputation, it was nothing to her. Among the students graduating from the Taoist Academy, only a handful are capable of forming a golden core, let alone a nascent soul. At least she didn't see any great hope or potential for nascent soul formation among the golden core cultivators of the Dance Weapon Academy. When the entrance exam ended, the Academy Master Huakai felt that, with Chen Mobai's talent, reaching the foundation establishment stage should be no problem, but reaching the core formation stage would be very difficult. Even if she were to reach the core formation stage by sheer luck, she would be stuck there and would not advance any further to reach the same level as her. However, Chen Mobai's subsequent developments exceeded all her expectations. Having attained the Tao and established his foundation, he single-handedly suppressed all the foundation establishment prodigies of the immortal sects at the Jumeng Tao Academy. He even suppressed 3 golden core cultivators, while only at the foundation establishment stage within the Mountain and Sea Academy, thus gaining the favor of the Purple Lightning Sword. Such swordsmanship talent even made the head of the Flower Garden feel threatened. However, within the territory of the immortal sect, and given the attention Chen Mobai was receiving, she could only keep a close watch and couldn't make a move. After all, it would be unwise to expose oneself for the sake of a mere genius from a celestial sect. Another reason is that Chen Mobai indeed went into seclusion after graduation. Whether he was studying at the Bushan Tao Academy or returning to Danxia City to farm and research talismans, the talent he displayed was only at a mid to high level. Afterwards, the head of the Flower Blossom Academy went into seclusion to prepare for the advancement of the Jade Wudong tree. However, after she emerged from seclusion, she heard some shocking news. Chen Mobai has achieved enlightenment and formed his core. What made her frown even more was that, after he formed his core, he actually chose Yumu City next door. At this moment, the head of the Huakai Academy had already sensed something amiss. That's why she remained unmoved when Yu Tianguang was arrested by the immortal sect, allowing Lan Haitian and the others to take him away. Unfortunately, they underestimated the determination of the immortal sects. They underestimated this guy's talent even more. Watching the dark purple fan-shaped sword light descend from the sky, Master Huakai gritted his teeth, fed it another drop of his last remaining essence blood, and activated the power of the treasure tree. The dark purple sword light collided with the sea of flowers, unleashing a deafening thunderous roar. The shattering of each petal gradually diminished the power of the purple lightning sword. Although this guy can become one with his sword, he has only just formed his core. The power of the purple lightning sword he can unleash is less than 1/10 or 1/12 of its original strength, and it is even weaker than the Aurora Starfall talisman. After painstakingly extinguishing the last wisp of purple lightning from the sword, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of the Flower Blossom Courtyard master, and one by one, fresh flowers fell, transforming into flower clones. Let's press on and transform them both into cocoons, into nourishment for the precious tree. This way, the communication with the jade phoenix tree will be even faster. One after another, dark needles shot down from the sky, riddling the 6 flower clones with holes. Lan Haitian unleashed his 6 imperial scriptures. After the star-gathering stone absorbed enough spiritual power, it appeared in midair like a black sun, continuously drawing out the flying needles he had specially made using the resources of the immortal sect from within the realm, arranging them into an airtight magnetic array, which shot and pierced towards the flower blossom courtyard master who had merged with the treasure tree from all directions. But the master of the flower garden merely sneered and waved the branches of the precious tree, and immediately tens of thousands of petals of different colors lit up, blocking every flying needle. This precise manipulation of divine sense fully demonstrates the superior nature of the flower blossom courtyard master. As expected of a powerful figure from the evil path, we have no choice but to take a risk now. I can probably distract her for half a minute. You go and try to break the flower cocoon seal of Vice Minister Gongsun. If she makes a move, the 3 of us should be able to hold out until venerable Narcissus arrives. As Lan Haitian spoke, a withered yellow branch shot out from the palm of a blue flower clone in the distance, using the gap between his spiritual power and piercing through his magnetic field. If it weren't for the magnetic force at the crucial moment shifting Lan Haitian's body by half a body length, he would probably have been pierced through the heart by now. Even so, Lan Haitian still had a hole cut in his waist and abdomen by a branch. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he gritted his teeth, took out a black throwing knife, and cut off the branch around his waist. "Aren't you going yet?" After doing all this, Lan Haitian found that Chen Mobai was not moving, and he became very anxious. He thought that Chen Mobai had little experience in combat and was frightened by the fierce battle. Boom! But at that moment, a muffled thunderous sound that had just rang out spread to his ears again, and the blade of the purple lightning sword, which had dimmed, once again shone with dazzling brilliance. "I'm sorry, I was fully focused on preparing for my second sword strike, so I couldn't answer you." Chen Mobai's calm voice rang in Lan Haitian's ears. He raised his right hand and once again aimed the purple lightning sword at the master of Huakai Academy, slashing down heavily. The observant Lan Haitian even noticed that the fingertips of Chen Mobai's right hand, which was holding the sword, lit up with 5 elements and 5 colors, as if forming a powerful array that perfectly coordinated with the sword brilliance of the purple lightning sword. The sky seemed to light up with a crescent-shaped dark purple arc of light, and wherever it passed, all the flower clones that sprouted from the treasure tree turned into wood chips and flower petals without any obstruction. The abbot's expression changed drastically, and he threw the stone flower magic weapon he had refined in this life toward the incoming arc of purple lightning sword. She planned to detonate the magical artifact to unleash the power of the sword strike ahead of time. However, her plan was seen through by Lan Haitian, who was carefully observing the battlefield. He directly used the power of the Yuan magnetic stone to circle around the purple lightning sword and crash into the stone flower in advance. Amidst the deafening roar, Lan Haitian's face suddenly turned pale, and a mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. This means that his natal magic weapon is severely damaged, or even possibly destroyed. But his action allowed Chen Mobai's purple lightning sword arc to strike the treasure tree without any obstruction. With a harsh creaking sound, the purple lightning sword plunged deep into the heart of the precious tree. A deep, bone-revealing sword wound appeared on the left shoulder, waist, and leg of the flower blossom courtyard master, from which blood gushed out continuously. Amidst violent coughing, the head of the flower garden formed hand seals and unleashed a forbidden technique that he thought he would never use again. At that moment, a dark purple arc of light shone brightly in the sky once more. Chen Mobai's face was pale, but he gripped the purple lightning sword with unwavering determination and unleashed his third strike of the day. The master of the flower garden stared wide-eyed at the handsome young man wielding a sword and slashing down from the sky, as if trying to memorize his face. Then a dark purple fan-shaped arc of light fell, cleaving the already split sword mark on the precious tree in two. Blood splattered across the sea, and the precious tree was completely dimmed. A withered and broken stone flower fell from midair, landing precisely on the head of the flower garden master, whose eyes were wide open and who died with unseeing disbelief. "Is it over?" Lan Haitian said in disbelief. He had initially thought this was a very bad situation, with one or two people possibly going to die. Who would have thought that Chen Mobai would strike 3 times in succession and kill the renowned master Huakai of the Ascension sect? While the power of my sword strike is not as great as your Aurora Starfall talisman, it still possesses the power of a 4th-tier sword. After 3 strikes, I think he should be dead. Chen Mobai wasn't too sure either. After all, the opponent was no small fry. Moreover, he has little experience using the purple lightning sword to kill golden core cultivators. These powerful figures from ancient evil sects might have some means of faking their death to escape. Use your true fire to burn her. Lan Haitian hesitated for a moment before speaking to Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai immediately took out the 6 Yang Divine Fire Mirror and activated the Pure Yang Fire, which landed on the 2 halves of the Flower Blossom Courtyard, Master's corpse, and the treasure tree. However, this Pure Yang Fire was too neutral and peaceful, and it was unable to ignite the corpse and the precious tree. "Brother Chen, haven't you been practicing the Great Sun Yang Fire from the Pure Yang Scroll?" Seeing this, Lan Haitian asked with some surprise. "We just formed our core not long ago, so we don't have that kind of time yet." Chen Mobai spoke frankly, saying that there were many spells in the Pure Yang Scroll's core formation chapter. The Great Sun Yang Fire was the mark of a Pure Yang Scroll cultivator and was one of the 6 great treasure flames of the immortal sect. By combining Pure Yang Fire, Great Sun Fire, and one's own core fire, one could cultivate to the extreme and even burn away the void. However, he has never been interested in magic that cannot be cultivated using resources. "Hey, you did a pretty good job, kid." Just then the void opened up, and the white-haired, white-browed, jade-skinned Narcissus walked in. She saw the Flower Blossom Courtyard master who died with her eyes wide open on the ocean, and glanced at Chen Mobai with some surprise. With her level of cultivation, she naturally recognized the power of the purple lightning sword swirling around the corpse of the Flower Blossom Courtyard master at a glance. Vice Minister Gongsun and Deputy Chief Team Leader Lan first consumed most of her spiritual power and essence, which is why I was able to kill them by chance. I dare not take credit for it. Chen Mobai, however, said something very modestly. After listening, Master Shuixian looked him up and down carefully again and nodded with great satisfaction. Then she snapped her fingers, and in a dizzying moment, they had left the northern underworld and returned to the Danxia Mountains. "I'll give you face and spare his life." Narcissus pointed to Yu Tianguang, who was unconscious and bound inside a giant water sphere. "Thank you, Master." Chen Mobai breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Bonus chapter for monthly pass subscribers, 8371200000. End of this chapter. Chapter 544, The Secret of the Flower Garden. Chapter 544, The Secret of the Flower Garden. It's probably not going to be easy for you to save his life. As the Narcissus Venerable spoke, he also brought out Gongsun Jilu, who had been sealed off by the Flower Blossom Courtyard Master in the northern underworld. "Master Yu has been kind to me, and after all, he is a teacher employed by our Wuki Dao Academy, so I should do my best to help him." If it were anyone else, given that Yu Tianguang was certain that the divine seed of the divine imperial pavilion was the host, they would have been quick to distance themselves and prove their innocence. But Chen Mobai had no such concerns, because he had killed the master of Huakai Academy. This is enough to prove his loyalty to the immortal sect. That is why he spoke with a clear conscience. "You seem like a kind and loyal little fellow, so I'll lend you a hand." The more Narcissus looked at Chen Mobai, the happier she became. She felt that this junior's values and beliefs were perfectly aligned with hers, and his cultivation was not weak either. He was very likely to be at the same level as her in the future. Thinking about what she had to do, she couldn't help but do Chen Mobai a favor again. She took out her phone and dialed a number. "Hello." After the call connected, Chen Mobai heard a familiar voice because Master Shuixian had put the call on speakerphone. He is the principal of their Wuki Dao Academy, Master Chengshuan. "Narcissus Master, things here are settled. Shi Qing was killed by the little guy from your academy, but Yu Tianguang is also a parasite of the Divine Imperial Pavilion Master. I spared his life for your sake." Master Chengshuan remained silent for a while, seemingly pondering whether it was better for Yu Tianguang to be dead or alive. After a long pause, he finally uttered 2 words: "Thank you." "Narcissus Master, Gongsun has been tricked by the Flower Blossom Courtyard Master. To avoid any potential problems, I plan to take her to find the 3 absolutes. Should I bring Yu Tianguang along as well? His vital energy has been drained by the Divine Imperial Pavilion Master. If he doesn't receive treatment soon, he probably won't live more than 6 months." "Master Chengshuan, then I'll trouble you. I'll also inform Sanju about this matter first." After exchanging a few words, the two had already settled the matter. The matter of rescuing Yu Tianguang was handled by Master Chengshuan, who cleared Chen Mobai of any wrongdoing. Chen Mobai was very pleased with this. After all, if he were to run for the position of one of the 3 hall masters in the future, Yu Tianguang's situation could become a potential problem. "Thank you, Venerable Master." Chen Mobai bowed gratefully to the Venerable Narcissus. "I'll leave this place to you. I'll be going now." After placing a seal on the jade parasol tree, Master Shuixian left with Gongsun Jilu and Yu Tianguang, who had been sealed away. Although Chen Mobai was a counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall, he was only nominally able to control the immortal sect system in Yumu City. Moreover, he had no experience in handling matters related to the immortal sects and was completely clueless about it. So in the end, it was Lan Haitian who tirelessly brought it to a close. Because Shi Qing was a member of the Ascension sect, and Yu Tianguang was also parasitized, the personnel within the immortal sect system in Dangxia City were no longer trusted. After obtaining authorization from the Water Immortal, Lan Haitian directly mobilized the law enforcement personnel from Wanggu Cave Heaven. 2 golden core cultivators were stationed at the 2 major academies in Dangxia City. Countless immortal cultivators graduated from their ranks, spreading to almost every department in Dangxia City, and even reaching several neighboring blessed cities and the Great Grotto Heaven. For example, Wu Shangru, the former legal representative of the Flying Talisman Factory, graduated from the Foundation establishment stage at Danju Academy and later, through hard work and struggle, transferred his household registration to Huyang Cave. However, after Shi Qing and Yu Tianguang were exposed, Wu Shangru immediately received a notice from the Immortal Sect, asking him to go to the local law enforcement department in Huyang Cave Heaven to cooperate with the investigation. Apart from him, every student who graduated during this period was put on the Immortal Sect's review list. These people will be observed and scrutinized by various departments of the Immortal Sect for some time to come. Lan Haitian handled all these troublesome matters single-handedly. Chen Mobai was required to stay in the Dangxia Mountains during this period and guard the Jade Phoenix tree. This spiritual plant has been sealed by the Narcissus Master, and for the time being, it can only absorb basic spiritual energy to survive, in order to prevent it from rioting due to the death of the Flower Garden Master. However, this seal cannot last too long. After all, the Jade Phoenix tree is a 4th-grade superior quality tree, and its inherent spiritual power is even greater than that of the Narcissus. Moreover, it is closely related to the fire vein of Dangxia City. If it is to be completely sealed, the Immortal Forestry Bureau will need to take the lead in developing a special plan in conjunction with various departments such as land, formations, and celestial phenomena. Moreover, at the very least, it requires a nascent soul cultivator who is proficient in formations and spiritual plants to preside over it. However, none of the qualified nascent soul cultivators seemed willing to get involved in this mess. Therefore, the upper echelons of the 3 main halls of the Immortal Sect were still in a meeting, and Lan Haitian asked Chen Mobai to keep watch until the results came out. Given Chen Mobai's timid nature, he was naturally not too happy about this. But since he's already gotten involved, and if Lan Haitian were to request a golden core cultivator from the higher levels of the immortal sects to guard the Jade Phoenix tree, the Kaiyuan Hall Committee would likely issue an order for him to carry out the task. After this battle, Chen Mobai and Lan Haitian became sworn brothers. The latter also revealed that if he was unwilling, he could refuse on the grounds that he was injured in the fight with the master of Huakai Academy. But Dangxia City is, after all, Chen Mobai's hometown, and at this turbulent time, he felt he still needed to stand up and take responsibility. So, after giving some instructions to Yu Macheng, Chen Mobai calmly and resolutely took up his post at the highest peak of the Dangxia Mountains. During this time, Qin Beipeng, the city lord of Dangxia City, came several times, wanting Chen Mobai to save him. Lan Haitian has taken control of all the immortal sects in Dangxia City and has begun a thorough purge and screening from top to bottom. Key personnel from several departments have been taken away by the Law Enforcement Department for investigation. As the saying goes, moving out a radish brings out the mud, and soon Qin Beipeng was also asked to go and cooperate with the investigation. Chen Mobai could only assure Qin Beipeng that as long as he had nothing to do with the Ascension sect, he would be safe and sound. After Qin Beipeng, representatives from Chixia Academy and Danju Academy also came to visit. Counselor Chen, many teachers have been taken away for investigation, and many classes have had to be suspended. Students are living in fear. The teachers can all make vows of faith, so they are definitely not related to the Ascension sect. Could Counselor Chen step forward and communicate with the enforcement department? At least ensure that students can continue their classes as usual. After listening to the requests from the two universities, Chen Mobai spoke with Lan Haitian, who was very accommodating and sent all the teachers back except for a few key figures. Lin Yin was in charge of this matter, but she had another matter to attend to when she arrived. What is this for? Chen Mobai watched Lin Yin carrying transparent glass tubes, going in and out of the wooden house where Shi Qing had been in seclusion for a long time under the jade wudong tree, and couldn't help but ask curiously. This is a spirit sealing tube, which can extract traces of residual spiritual energy and other energy from the air, thereby determining who has had more contact with Shi Qing. The answer came from Kingnu, explaining that this was something developed by their Patching the Sky team too. Lin Yin demonstrated her technique in front of Chen Mobai, and soon a stream of cyan light was generated from the void and poured into the glass tube in her hand. Chen Mobai, is it really that amazing? Kingnu, we can only extract data from the most recent year. Data from before has long since disappeared. It's just routine. I doubt team leader Lin intends to find any crucial clues from this. During this time, Kingnu stayed by his side. Chen Mobai was stationed at the mountain peak, while she was in a wooden house halfway up the mountain. Although Lan Haitian was short-handed, it seemed as if he had forgotten about Qing Nu and the sky-mending group. Lin Yin quickly finished his work. The 4 glass tubes in her hand all extracted the same cyan energy. This is Shi Qing's spiritual power. There are no other gains. Lin Yin shook her head regretfully, but this was something she had expected. As she spoke, she took out a talisman and stuck it on the glass tube. What is this? Chen Mobai pointed to the talisman and asked. The spirit condensation talisman, when used in conjunction with the spirit sealing tube, can solidify the extracted spiritual energy and prevent it from dissipating. Although the Flower Blossom Courtyard Master is dead, her spiritual energy has high research value. Venerable Yungsu specifically called to ask us to collect it and send it over. Lin Yin did not hide anything from Chen Mobai. After this outstanding performance, Chen Mobai's level of trust among the upper echelons of the immortal sect is no lower than that of Lan Haitian, and he is now qualified to know many things. Oh, aren't there corpses? Wouldn't it be more convenient and faster to just extract it from the corpses? Chen Mobai asked with some curiosity. Although the spiritual power in a cultivator's body will slowly dissipate after death, with the technology of the immortal sect, it is definitely possible to extract enough. The body of the flower blossom courtyard master was taken by the water immortal venerable and given to the three absolutes venerable. The Yuangsu venerable mainly wanted to study this jade wudong tree. Lin Yin didn't dare to say much, but following Lan Haitian's instructions, he subtly hinted at something to Chen Mobai. I see, are 4 tubes enough? Should we collect a few more? Since Chen Mobai was unaware of the 9-colored immortal flower, he didn't understand the hint, and instead became concerned about the instructions given by Master Yuangsu. That's enough. The document only requires us to collect 3 tubes. I've already extracted 1 more. We also need to collect a branch of the jade phoenix tree later. I need Counselor Chen's help. After listening to Lin Yin's words, Chen Mobai nodded, then used the sealing technique that Shui Xian had taught him to suppress the jade wudong tree, and personally used the purple lightning sword to cut off a branch. After watching Lin Yin leave, Chen Mobai suddenly thought of something, turned his head to look at the jade-green parasol tree standing on the mountaintop, and seemed to be deep in thought. "What's wrong?" Seeing his expression, King Nu asked curiously. "How long can the spirit sealing tube and the spirit condensing talisman solidify and retain the spiritual energy within them?" During his studies at the Bushan Dao Academy, Chen Mobai had accompanied Yan Bingxuan to more than a dozen classes on the Yuanqi system. He was very familiar with the basics of Yuangsu Shangren's theoretical system, and suddenly came up with a way to greatly increase his combat power in a short period of time. If one is willing to use the spirit condensation talisman continuously, theoretically it can be used indefinitely. This is how the Yuan Yang ancestor preserved his pure Yang energy. Although Qing Nu was from the 4th group of the Heaven Mending team, she was very familiar with this spirit tube and spirit condensing talisman. After all, many times, it was necessary for the people from the 4th group to deal with corpses and extract the residual spiritual energy. Chen Mobai, can the spirit sealing tube seal spiritual energy of any quality? Qing Nu, no, it depends on the quality of the energy you need to seal. For example, explosive lightning or sharp sword energy, you need to make a special spirit sealing tube. Chen Mobai, what if it's a flame like the great sun yang fire of us pure yang cultivators? King Nu, then we need ceramic pipes made of spirit soil, which have better heat insulation properties and will not crack when fired at high temperatures by real fire. Chen Mobai asked some more detailed questions, which King Nu answered without reservation. Soon it got dark, and the two reluctantly said goodbye. After King Nu left the mountaintop, Chen Mobai had just sat down when he looked up at the sky with some surprise. Lan Haitian's figure flew in from a distance and slowly landed. "Brother Chen, thank you for your hard work these past few days." "No, I'm just staying here. It's you who are really working hard to clean up the mess." Chen Mobai felt that Lan Haitian had deliberately waited until King Nu left before coming over, so he invited him to sit down and boil water for tea. The latest notification from above is that Master Peach Blossom will soon be bringing people from Jumeng Dao Academy and the Immortal Affairs Hall to deal with this jade wudong tree. Chen Mobai had expected Lan Haitian's news. Among the immortal sects, the one with the best spiritual plants is Peach Blossom Venerable. After all, his background is exceptional. Then I can finally be considered free, Chen Mobai said with a smile. Although I sit here every day and have 4th-order spiritual energy to cultivate with, which is considered the best treatment in the immortal sect, the spiritual energy here is still inferior to that of Giant Tree Ridge. Moreover, being confined here makes many things difficult to do. The Boundary Gate administration opened the realm of the Flower Blossom Courtyard Master and found various things she had prepared to perform a forbidden technique. Lan Haitian suddenly brought up something else. Chen Mobai picked up a teacup, poured him a cup, and then listened attentively. What exactly this forbidden technique is still unknown, but it is known to be related to this jade phoenix tree, and it is very likely to involve the core inheritance of the ancient heretical lineage of Huakaiyuan. The master of Huakai Academy 2,000 years ago was the leader of the ancient evil sect. His cultivation and status were similar to that of the ascended sect master today. Although the records of this lineage in the immortal sects are vague, Lan Haitian knew that this person was also at the nascent soul level. His ability to become a god was due to his use of the war that opened up the immortal sects, allowing him to infiltrate another world. Although when the Flower Blossom Courtyard Master was about to become a nascent soul cultivator, his aura was leaked, and he was discovered and besieged by the natives of the other world. After barely escaping, he was chased down by the nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sects and eventually died. However, the secret of his transformation into a deity has always been pursued by the upper echelons of the immortal sects. Upon hearing Lan Haitian's words, Chen Mobai understood his meaning. End of this chapter. Chapter 545, The Origin of Qing Nu. Chapter 545, The Origin of Qing Nu. For the upper echelons of the immortal sects, there are not many things left that can attract them. But the secret method of transforming into a god in the flower garden is undoubtedly one of them. If this jade phoenix tree is truly related to it, then in the eyes of the upper echelons of the immortal sects, the status of this spiritual plant would probably rise to a level no less than that of a fifth-tier plant. Chen Mobai, did Master Peach Blossom come for this reason? Lan Haitian, we cannot fathom the thoughts of the superior, we only need to cooperate with her. Chen Mobai nodded after listening. The sooner this matter was resolved, the better for him. In this way, Dangxia City can return to peace, and he can continue to keep a low profile in Yumu City, focusing on developing and exploring the Tianhe realm. Chen Mobai, by the way, I've always heard that the ancient evil sects have the concept of reincarnation after physical death. What is the principle behind this? Why was Master Huakai able to reincarnate as Shi Qing? Chen Mobai had been curious about this question for a long time, but there was no information about forbidden techniques related to the ancient evil sects in the immortal sects. This time, he had the good opportunity to consult a professional because he had encountered the example of Master Huakai. Lan Haitian, the so-called reincarnation through physical liberation, means destroying one's original body, causing the soul and spirit to leave the body and break free from the constraints of the physical body. Then, one finds a pregnant woman who has been prepared in advance and enters her womb to be reborn in this way. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was greatly surprised. If that's the case, wouldn't the powerful figures of the ancient evil sects be able to use this technique of dissolving reincarnation to achieve immortality and live forever in the mortal world? That's not how it works. There are many limitations to reincarnation after death, and one cannot escape the cycle of reincarnation. Lan Haitian shook his head and began to explain in detail to Chen Mobai. A person's lifespan depends on two aspects, the spirit and the body. Although the physical body can return to its peak through reincarnation, the soul and consciousness cannot escape the innate limitation of lifespan. For example, the Flower Blossom Courtyard Master lived for 1,000 years, but at the age of 500, she was captured by the Lord of Kaiyuan Palace, and her body collapsed and she died. She was reincarnated as Shi Qing through the dissolution of her body, but her lifespan in this life is at most 500 years. At that time, even if the physical body of the Flower Blossom Courtyard Master is still at its peak, her soul will have to enter the cycle of reincarnation because it has reached the limit of her lifespan. This technique of reincarnation through physical disintegration was initially just a way for ancient Taoist lineages to avoid calamity when their Tao bodies collapsed. However, it was later discovered by some people that it could be used to rebuild their originally imperfect foundations, and thus it began to become popular on a large scale. After listening to Lan Haitian's detailed explanation of the art of reincarnation through physical disintegration, Chen Mobai looked enlightened. There were so many restrictions. He was thinking that if one could infinitely disintegrate, then with the continuous reincarnation of those who had cultivated to the nascent soul realm over the past 6,000 years, there would probably be at least 100 nascent soul cultivators by now. Needless to say, the transformation into a deity is even more remarkable. At this rate, even the resources of 10 more earthly stars wouldn't be enough. So, how often is this technique of reincarnation, through physical disintegration, used in the immortal sects? Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, but still asked the question. Although the technique of reincarnation through physical disintegration has many limitations, it is still a chance for cultivators whose physical bodies are old and decaying to try their luck. After all, the probability of breaking through is much higher when one's physical body, blood, and essence are at their peak than when one is old. If a nascent soul cultivator were to undergo a complete transformation and rebuild their cultivation, they would inherit the legacy of their previous life and would likely be able to quickly return to their original realm. They might even be able to make up for the foundational flaws of their previous life and use this to attempt to break through to the divine transformation realm with a significantly higher success rate. I can only say there are some, but not many. Chen Mobai had saved Lan Haitian's life, so the latter told him what he knew about the problem. After the immortal sect destroyed most of the ancient evil sects, it also obtained the complete technique of reincarnation through physical disintegration. After detailed research, it was discovered that if one is reincarnated into an unformed embryo, there will be a mystery in the womb. However, the second body in this way will not have any barriers and can perfectly match the soul and consciousness. If you want to avoid the mystery of the womb, you need to enter the body of a baby that is already formed in the mother's womb. But this is equivalent to preventing the birth of a newborn. In addition to the evil power, there is a high probability that the spirit and the physical body will be incompatible. The immortal sect forbids the direct possession of an infant during reincarnation, but allows reincarnation into an embryo. Many immortals who died during the wars were granted permission to reincarnate through the dissolution of their bodies. Among them, there will be many who are unable to break free from the mystery of the womb, but under the guidance of the immortal sect, they can live peacefully until the end of their remaining lifespan. Of course, there will be a very few amazing people who, after reincarnation, will have even higher aptitude and comprehension, and even without awakening their memories of their previous life, they will still cultivate to a higher level than in their previous life. Chen Mobai was taken aback after hearing Lan Haitian's words. This technique of reincarnation through physical disintegration can only be performed by those at the nascent soul stage. The only higher level than the nascent soul stage is the deity transformation stage. I wonder which ancestor it is. He was very curious about this and couldn't help but ask. Taiyuan Zhenjun is one such example. However, even if there is such an example, the upper echelons of the immortal sects will only choose to undergo physical disintegration and reincarnation under the most unavoidable circumstances. Chen Mobai fully understood this principle. After all, under the restrictions of the immortal sect, this mystery of the womb could very well hinder their achievements in their second life. Even with the help of family, old friends, and disciples, it's uncertain whether one can reach the nascent soul realm a second time if they start cultivating from scratch without any memories. Moreover, obtaining resources for nascent soul formation within the immortal sects is extremely difficult. Thank you for clearing up my doubts, Brother Lan. At this point, Chen Mobai had understood everything about the art of reincarnation through physical disintegration, and he couldn't help but thank Lan Haitian. If you join the Hall of Righteous Law, these contents will also be made available to you. Lan Haitian said something that surprised Chen Mobai. The Hall of Righteous Law shouldn't be short of people, so why is Brother Lan also recruiting? First it was Gong Sun Jilu, now it's Lan Haitian. Chen Mobai never realized he was so popular. We don't lack mediocre people, but we lack fighting geniuses like you, Brother Chen. Although Yu Tianguang was possessed by the divine imperial pavilion master, his evaluation of your fighting victory was well-deserved. Lan Haitian frankly stated that, in theory, the Zhengfa Hall, which oversees the two major violent institutions of the immortal sect, should recruit all the combat geniuses of the immortal sect. Lan Haitian had already taken a liking to Chen Mobai during the entrance exam in Dangxia City. After he attained enlightenment and formed his core, this document was presented to Gong Sun Jilu and the Narcissus Master. After beheading the Flower Blossom Courtyard Master, Chen Mobai's personal file was upgraded again, and he has been personally questioned by the Lord of the Righteous Law Hall. After reading it, the Master of the Righteous Law Hall said a lot. The person below condensed the message into a single sentence and passed it to Lan Haitian. Why isn't such a formidable fighting genius in the Hall of Righteous Law? So Lan Haitian came over. I still prefer a quieter place. Chen Mobai naturally declined. With Brother Chen's talent, if you join my Righteous Law Hall and become the Vice Hall Master, obtaining a nascent soul spiritual object will definitely not be a problem. Why don't you reconsider? Lan Haitian made one last effort. The immortal sect is a place where seniority matters. Although the Vice Hall Master of the Righteous Law Hall, Venerable Narcissus, has already formed his nascent soul, there are still two people in line behind him, Gongsun Jilu and the head of your heaven-mending group. After they obtain the nascent soul's spiritual objects, I may still have to compete with you. That would be too exhausting and time-consuming, which is not what I want. Chen Mobai gave a reason, and after hearing it, Lan Haitian's eyes showed indescribable emotions. I am very grateful that Brother Chen is unwilling to compete with me. After Lan Haitian formed his core, he naturally harbored ambitions for the nascent soul artifacts in the Hall of Righteous Law. Although he was humble in the past, he harbored an arrogant disdain for everyone. He believed that no one in the immortal sects could compete with him in this area. But after witnessing Chen Mobai slay the Flower Blossom Academy master with 3 sword strikes, he knew that his opponent had appeared. If Chen Mobai is truly willing to join the Hall of Righteous Law, then 100 years from now, the two of them might actually engage in fierce competition for the creation of their nascent soul spirits. However, the invitation to join was the will of the Lord of the Righteous Law Hall, and the message was personally conveyed by the head of the Heaven Mending Group. Lan Haitian had no choice but to come. Fortunately, Chen Mobai remained steadfast and had no intention of leaving the mountain. This made Lan Haitian feel both moved and very grateful. Brother Lan helped me a lot when I was building my foundation, so there's no need to be so polite. Whether it was the matter of Zio Chishan or Lan Haitian's continued answers to Chen Mobai's questions after Lan Haitian formed his core, Chen Mobai kept all of these in mind. In that case, Brother Chen, there is one more thing I need to tell you, and I hope you are mentally prepared. At this moment, Lan Haitian suddenly spoke with a solemn expression, and Chen Mobai couldn't help but become serious as well, thinking that the former had captured a lot of people related to the Ascension sect when he was cleaning up Dangxia City and was about to start a massacre. Lan Haitian, how much do you know about Qing Nu's affairs? Chen Mobai, Chen Mobai was surprised that Lan Haitian brought up this matter. Only then did he realize that Lan Haitian had arrived long ago, but had only shown himself after King Nu had left. Is this the important matter he came here to discuss today? Chen Mobai, all I know is that she looks exactly like Master Xinji's daughter. The mastermind behind this must be some big shot in the upper echelons of the immortal sect. After listening, Lan Haitian nodded slightly. He even extended his own domain to prevent anyone from hearing what he was about to say. Lan Haitian, the experiment that took place in Yumu City more than 40 years ago was called the Immortal Sprout Cultivation and Modulation Project. Its stated purpose was to help cultivators in the immortal sect who had damaged or lost their physical bodies due to accidents during cultivation. Immortal Sprout Cultivation and Modification Plan. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai looked puzzled. This had absolutely nothing to do with Qing Nu and the others. Lan Haitian, using bionic technology, we cloned and modified the arms or parts of the internal organs needed by the cultivators to replace the defective parts in their bodies. Originally, this was for medical purposes, but beneath the surface of this plan, Master Xinji actually began the cloning and cultivation of a complete human in order to resurrect his daughter. Lan Haitian, the upper echelons of the immortal sect who support Master Xinji, do so in order to find a reincarnated body that can avoid the mystery of the womb when he is reincarnated after his death, and can also bypass the karmic forces and circumvent the laws of the immortal sect. Lan Haitian, moreover, The human embryos created using this method can be used to try to optimize the spiritual root's talent at the genetic level. If we can ensure that the reincarnated body has a heavenly spiritual root, then without the mystery of the womb, with the essence of a nascent soul cultivator, plus the resources of the immortal sect, it is estimated that within 60 years it can return to its original realm. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's expression changed drastically. He finally understood why there was Qing Nu, a heavenly spiritual root, and even rare and exotic spiritual roots such as wind spiritual root and dark spiritual root, in that laboratory. Originally, the purpose of this experiment was to create infant embryos with extraordinary talents to be used for the reincarnation of the upper echelons of the immortal sect. Who is it? Chen Mobai forced himself to calm down, raised his head to look at Lan Haitian, and asked coldly. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, Lan Haitian knew he was asking who in the upper echelons of the immortal sect was supporting this experiment. I don't know either. I can only see up to this step in the files of the immortal sprout cultivation and modification project. Beyond that, only the 3 hall masters or deputy hall masters have the authority. Lan Haitian shook his head, but his words had already revealed crucial information. The mastermind behind the immortal sprout cultivation and modification project is probably at least a vice hall master of the immortal sect. Even the 3 great hall masters. Chen Mobai couldn't help but think of the scene when he met Kong Feiken at Jumeng Dao Academy. He said that the source of their tragic childhood was the 3 great hall masters of the immortal sect. Where did he find that information? Was the Ascension sect involved, or were there members of the Ascension sect among the higher-ups of the immortal sect? Lan Haitian told Chen Mobai about this because, given his current level of cultivation and strength, he was qualified to know about it. After all, he has a powerful background and is regarded as the future successor of the Dance Weapon Academy. 2 of the 3 hall masters of the immortal sect are from the Heaven Mending Dao Academy. In that case, if this matter is thoroughly investigated in the future, it is very likely to come into contact with the largest power in the immortal sect. Fortunately, although their Wuki Dao Academy only has 2 nascent soul cultivators, they have a divine transformation ancestor named Bai Guang. If they really clash with the Bushan Dao Academy in the future, they will not be powerless to fight back. As Chen Mobai thought about this, he suddenly realized something else. Back when he was at the Mountain and Sea Academy, Hao Cao said that he had encountered the reincarnation of the White Light ancestor. And they haven't even awakened their own consciousness yet. Based on what Lan Haitian had just said about reincarnation after physical death, Chen Mobai's eyes widened and he gasped. What's wrong? Seeing Chen Mobai's expression, Lan Haitian couldn't help but ask curiously. It's nothing. I was just a little shocked after suddenly learning the truth. End of this chapter. Chapter 546, Devouring God Technique. Chapter 546, Devouring God Technique. After seeing Lan Haitian off, Chen Mobai sat alone under the jade parasol tree, deep in thought. If the White Light ancestor has truly reincarnated after his physical transformation, then it means that the immortal sect now only has the star-piercing ancestor as a nascent soul cultivator. In this way, wouldn't their biggest backing be gone, and their strength be completely relegated to the bottom of the 4 major academies? Fortunately, Chen Mobai was able to rely on the background of the Heaven Mending Dao Academy. However, if the mastermind behind the Immortal Sprout Modification Project turns out to be the 2 hall masters of the Heaven Mending Academy, he will be helpless. I just hope that King Nu won't become obsessed because of this incident in the future. As Chen Mobai pondered, he suddenly remembered the girl named Xiao Hai that he had met on Wufeng Immortal Mountain. She lives on Wangxian Peak, the residence of the White Light ancestor, and possesses a very rare pure yin body. Could she be the reincarnation of the White Light ancestor? Reincarnating after death and acquiring a top-tier, pure yin body is a perfectly valid reason. Although the age seems a bit off, if it really is the White Light ancestor, then Xiao Hai's age cannot be judged by his appearance. The more Chen Mobai thought about it, the more likely it seemed. However, if you want to know the truth, you still need to ask Hao Cao or Pei Qing Shuang. Aside from the nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sects, the master and disciple should be the most familiar with the matter of the reincarnation of the white light ancestor. However, exploring this matter also carries considerable risks and might even attract the attention of the star-pulling ancestor. After thinking for a while, Chen Mobai felt it was better to be cautious. As his cultivation level increases, his status within the Wuki Dao Academy faction rises, and sooner or later the truth about this matter will be revealed to Master Chengxuan. Let's take it one step at a time, slowly cultivate and improve our cultivation level. Chen Mobai ultimately decided to proceed cautiously. After all, he was already on the right track of cultivation, and with the help of the resources of the Heavenly River realm, reaching the golden core stage was definitely not a problem. There was no need to attract too much attention from the higher-ups of the immortal sects over this matter. Moreover, Chen Mobai had another guess in his mind. He wondered if the mastermind behind Yu Macheng's immortal sprout modification project was none other than the white light ancestor. After all, he knew that Bai Guang Laozu's disciple, Yu Huiping, was a descendant of Yu Zai, the first city lord of Yu Mu City. Bai Guang Laozu was also a descendant of this lineage, but he moved to Kaicheng Dongtian when he was young with his parents. If the mastermind behind this is the white light ancestor, then the deep-seated taboo surrounding him by the immortal sects becomes understandable. This is the worst-case scenario. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Mobai felt even more pity for Qing Nu. If it is really as he guessed, even if she realizes all her potential as a heavenly spiritual root, she will probably only be able to continue to survive in the immortal sect if she forgets the tragedy of her childhood. In that case, King Nu would be better off defecting from the Ascension sect with Kong Feiken. For no apparent reason, this thought popped into Chen Mobai's mind. If this were to actually happen, what would he do? Chen Mobai thought about it for a while, and could only shake his head and smile bitterly. Although he and Qing Nu were close friends, he could not possibly abandon his parents, relatives, friends, teachers, and so on in the immortal sect for her sake. If King Nu were to leave the immortal sect, he could only express his understanding and say he would see her off. I just hope that day never comes. If Qing Nu really went to the Ascension sect, it would mean that the two of them would be opposing forces. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, Chen Mobai couldn't help but meditate and cultivate his mind-nourishing and spirit-forging techniques, trying to eliminate his distracting thoughts. As his cultivation level increased, his emotions became less and less volatile. The reason he was using this nourishing mind and forging spirit technique was because he remembered that he had used it to visualize the jade phoenix tree, which laid the foundation for his spiritual consciousness. After witnessing Yu Tianguang being possessed by the devouring god technique and becoming the vessel for the arrival of the divine imperial pavilion master, Chen Mobai developed an indescribable awe and curiosity towards the devouring god technique. He was beside Yu Tianguang when he was writing it down from memory, so he also memorized the jade glazed technique, which contained the secrets of the devouring god technique. During his time stationed in the Danxia Mountains, he also downloaded the normal version of the Jade Glazed Treasure Manual from the Immortal Gate National Library. After comparison, it was found that Yu Tianguang's dictation was indeed more profound and extensive, with nearly twice the amount of content. After removing the different parts from the two versions, a scripture of more than 30,000 words was obtained. Is this the devouring god technique? With the forbidden technique in hand, Chen Mobai was naturally curious, but he always prioritized stability and would certainly not ruin his future by practicing the devouring god technique. But there's still no problem taking a look. Although he was somewhat confused about the devouring god technique because no one was guiding him, and he didn't dare to look up the relevant terms online, he at least understood the general cultivation path. The main principles of this devouring god technique can be summarized in 2 sentences. The way of heaven is to take from those who have more than enough and give to those who have less than enough. and the way of man is to take from those who have less than enough and give to those who have more than enough. Among these, the way of heaven is the normal method of cultivating the devouring God technique, while the way of man is the reason why it is regarded as a forbidden technique by the immortal sects. The so-called way of heaven is to regard oneself as the inadequate part, and then absorb the surplus part, transforming it into one's own divine consciousness to elevate oneself. For example, in the Jade Glazed Tile Manual, Shi Qing, or the master of Shenyuxuan, used the jade parasol tree as a symbol of the abundance of the heavenly Tao, while the human body was insufficient. Therefore, when visualizing the jade phoenix tree, one can use the way of heaven to construct a bridge between the human body and the jade phoenix tree. The vast and unconscious spiritual consciousness of this fourth-order spiritual plant will then surge towards the visualizer, allowing the person practicing visualization to enhance their spiritual power more quickly. The closer one gets to the jade phoenix tree, the faster the visualization practitioner will improve. As for the jade phoenix tree, since it has been stuck at the bottleneck of the fourth grade high level for hundreds of years, the spiritual power it absorbs and the spiritual consciousness it generates every day will unconsciously dissipate into the world. Therefore, visualizing and cultivating the jade glaze technique will not cause damage to the jade phoenix tree, but will help it nourish the world and mountains of Danxia City. Although it is unknown whether this information is true, it is estimated that Yu Tianguang was deceived by this and unknowingly began to practice forbidden techniques. The devouring God technique hidden within Yu Tianguang's jade glazed manual is likely a disguise. It only contains detailed cultivation instructions for the heavenly path, while the human path is only briefly mentioned for comparison. If Yu Tianguang had been more cautious and attentive, he could have discerned the clues from these two sentences. These two sentences were added by Shi Qing in his own conjecture, saying that they were a deduction about the advancement of the jade glazed technique to the nascent soul level. She hypothesized that when the phoenix trees covering the Danxia Mountains were felled, their trunks could be used as raw materials for alchemy, weapon crafting, talisman making, and other purposes, while the pure and unconscious spiritual energy contained within the phoenix trees would dissipate into the world without being perfectly utilized. If the spiritual essence of these destined to dissipate phoenix trees is gathered into a person, then over a long period of time, little by little, it will eventually accumulate into a tower of sand and a deep pool of water, transforming into a mighty torrent of divine consciousness that breaks through all obstacles and bottlenecks. This is the way of humanity, to take from the poor to give to the rich. After reading about the devouring God technique, Chen Mobai couldn't help but find it incredibly profound. This path of humanity should be the key to Yu Tianguang having the divine seed planted in him by the master of Shenyuxuan. The former is like the phoenix trees covering the mountains and fields, which can be harvested and cut down at any time when needed. After clearing away distracting thoughts with the mind-nourishing and spirit-forging technique, Chen Mobai then activated the spirit control technique to cultivate his divine sense. He slowly opened his eyes as dawn approached. After getting up, he looked at the towering, jade-green parasol tree beside him and couldn't help but sigh. Although the foundation of his spiritual cultivation was the visualization of this jade parasol tree. But even under the most recent circumstances, practicing the art of divine consciousness only makes the physical image of the phoenix tree in one's sea of consciousness clearer, with almost no improvement. It seems that only the devouring God technique can produce the rapid growth effect that Yu Tianguang described. Chen Mobai, who had thought he had found a shortcut to spiritual cultivation, couldn't help but sigh after trying it out. Indeed, the path of cultivation can only be taken one step at a time, requiring the expenditure of resources. After forming his core, Chen Mobai's progress in cultivating spiritual power was almost equivalent to consuming chi-replenishing spiritual water every moment, thanks to his fire spirit body and heavenly fire spirit root, as well as the fourth-grade high-quality spiritual energy and spirit stones from Giant Wood Ridge. He felt that in another 2 years, he could easily break through to the second level of the Golden Core stage on his own. However, its spiritual sense is somewhat inferior to its spiritual power. Although he had reached the second level of the golden core stage, thanks to the effects of the golden elixir and jade rejuvenation pill, the divine control technique had reached its peak after being cultivated to the core formation stage. While one can continue to improve in this way, if one wants to achieve something beyond divine sense, it is still necessary to find a more suitable divine sense technique. Chen Mobai's goal is to acquire 3 books: the Great Sun Golden Crow Technique, the Candle Dragon Holding Light Technique, and the Phoenix Facing the Sun Painting. There are many cultivators in the immortal sects who practice the pure Yang scripture, which is the most suitable method summarized over thousands of years. Chen Mobai has always liked to copy answers and follow the crowd. After forming his core, he was already preparing to change his spiritual sense cultivation method. However, the crucial calming incense was still unavailable, which caused the delay. Now that he has obtained the devouring God technique, Chen Mobai's emotions have been fluctuating for a long time. After reading it thoroughly, he discovered that if he cultivated under the jade wudong tree according to the heavenly way of the devouring God technique, he was confident that he could raise his divine sense to the perfect realm of the 9th level of the golden core within 100 years. Fortunately, Chen Mobai remained very rational. After memorizing the devouring God technique he had extracted from the comparison, he turned the paper into ashes. This version is definitely impossible to cultivate, but if there is an opportunity in the heavenly river realm in the future, it is possible to try to change it. See if you can extract its essence. Visualize the great Tao tree in the divine tree secret realm and absorb its spiritual consciousness through the Tao of heaven. After all, the main reason Yu Tianguang was captured was that he had been planted with a divine seed by the divine lord of the divine palace at some unknown time through human means. However, given Chen Mobai's cautious nature, he would definitely need to confirm that there were no problems after changing the subject of his visualization before he would even attempt it. However, given his talent and comprehension, adapting the jade glaze technique, which contains the essence of the devouring God technique, into a form based on the great Tao tree, while ensuring that there are no traces of forbidden techniques, would likely require him to drink a considerable amount of enlightenment tea. I just hope that Zhuo Ming can cultivate that enlightenment white tea to the 3rd level as soon as possible. Only then did Chen Mobai realize how precious the tea tree Wenren Zuwei had given him truly was. To cultivators of the immortal sects, it might seem that they could simply download any cultivation technique they wanted without bothering to think of one themselves. But for Chen Mobai, who had personally experienced the effects of the enlightenment pill and the enlightenment tea, these things were incredibly useful, especially for someone like him who needs to pretend. Moreover, Chen Mobai felt that his understanding of the devouring God technique might only be superficial. In order to avoid potential hidden dangers, he still needed to thoroughly comprehend it in a state of enlightenment. At this moment, the sun rises on the horizon. The first ray of sunlight shone through the leaves of the jade-green parasol tree and fell on Chen Mobai, making him feel as if he had seen a bright future. Just then a slender figure flew up, with exquisite features and a beautiful face. The moment she saw Chen Mobai, a smile appeared on her lips, which was incredibly beautiful. Give. After King Nu came over, she handed the box in her hand to Chen Mobai with a look of self-satisfaction. "Oh, you arrived so quickly, thank you." Chen Mobai naturally knew what it was, and opened it with a happy expression. These 3 spirit sealing tubes were made according to his requirements, using the standard for storing the yang fire of the Great Sun. It was commissioned by the 2nd group of the Heaven Mending Group after Qing Nu recorded it. Of course, Chen Mobai had also spoken with Lan Haitian beforehand, otherwise it wouldn't have been done so quickly. After all, the 2nd group of the Heaven Mending Group was responsible for making all sorts of strange magical artifacts and equipment, and their workload was already full. Only after Lan Haitian, the deputy group leader, made a phone call was his order for the spirit sealing tube able to be placed in line. "What do you plan to do with this?" Seeing Chen Mobai carefully examining each of the sealing tubes, Qingnu asked with some curiosity. I plan to cultivate a powerful flame. Chen Mobai did not hide anything from Qingnu. After hearing this, the latter suddenly realized that it was the yang fire of the day master. So I didn't ask any further questions. After obtaining the sealing tube, all that's missing is the spirit condensing talisman. Chen Mobai didn't use his connections to buy it again, because he had already tried to draw it himself during this time. With his current core formation stage, if he focuses on learning a single talisman, he can easily achieve something significant. After only a few attempts, he had already mastered the first and second tiers of the spirit condensation talisman. Although the third-order players kept failing, they could feel the progress with each failure. Let me grind the ink for you. When Qingnu saw Chen Mobai take out the talisman brush and ink, she couldn't help but stand beside him, gently waving her hand to help. Thank you. Chen Mobai naturally nodded with a smile. Perhaps because there was a beautiful woman beside him, he was full of motivation and desire to perform. By evening, he had actually succeeded in creating a third-tier spirit sealing talisman. Once you have the experience to succeed, the rest will naturally follow. End of this chapter. Chapter 540, 7 Peach Blossom Master. Chapter 540, 7 Peach Blossom Master. After testing it with his Azure Yang Fire, and confirming that the spirit sealing tube and spirit condensing talisman could work, Chen Mobai took out a golden talisman. The patterns on this talisman resembled flames, dazzling and brilliant. What kind of talisman is this? Did you draw it? Qingnu asked curiously. She knew that Chen Mobai was an excellent talisman maker. He had shown off a little in the past 2 days, easily learning how to make spirit condensation talismans from level 1 to level 3. She felt that with Chen Mobai's talent, his skill in talisman making should be about the same as her alchemy skills, or even better. However, this was all her illusion. Chen Mobai was able to do this entirely because of his core formation realm. This is an ancient talisman I got from opening a void blind box. I also got 2 kinds of pills from it. I'd like to ask you to help me identify them. Qingnu didn't know what a void blind box was. After all, it was a precious resource that only golden core cultivators could utilize. After Chen Mobai explained, she looked enlightened and then curiously accepted the Xuan Tian Wu Jin Dan and the Blood Spirit Dan, completing their appraisal with an extremely professional level. The efficacy is fine, but the erysipelas is slightly excessive. It may be due to the long storage time or improper storage. Qingnu, on the contrary, gave Chen Mobai 2 reasons, saving him the trouble of finding excuses. After years of research, I have discovered that this ancient talisman is an extremely powerful true fire talisman. My pure Yang scroll can contain and control it, so I thought I would refine and cultivate it to add another fighting method. As he spoke, Chen Mobai activated the golden flame sword talisman at his fingertips. After the spiritual power was injected, the patterns on the talisman burned like real flames. As the golden flames flickered and appeared, a heat current that caused the void to distort slightly was emitted, and then the earth began to turn slightly scorched, which showed how high the temperature of the golden flames was. Even though Qingnu activated her water elemental power, she felt her body burning and sweat was pouring out. Seeing this, Chen Mobai gestured for her to step back, and then immediately picked up the sealing tube. Once the power of the golden flame sword talisman is activated, it will gradually dissipate within 3 or 4 days, even if it is not used against an enemy. Chen Mobai has fully comprehended the Crimson Flame Sword technique. If he relies on his own alchemical fire and spiritual energy to refine the Azure Flame Sword essence, he can probably condense a trace of golden flame every day. It may take 2 or 3 years to refine the amount of golden flame in this sword talisman. After all, it was personally drawn by the former nascent soul cultivator, the primordial ancestor, so this golden flame sword talisman is already at the peak of the 3rd rank. Even if Chen Mobai could condense the same amount of golden flame, the power of the sword talisman he drew would probably be far inferior to this one. He divided the golden flames generated by the sword talisman into 3 parts, injected them into 3 spirit sealing tubes, and then affixed 3 pre-prepared third-tier spirit condensing talismans. In this way, the seed of golden flame was obtained. Next, you only need to continuously refine it using the flame manipulation technique of the Pure Yang scroll. Once you can completely control it, you can use the ignition technique to continuously expand and enhance the golden flame until the golden flame is perfected, that is, the blazing sun slash is mastered. By then, in terms of combat, even without using the purple lightning sword, he would be considered to be able to dominate in the core formation realm. I feel that the power of this golden flame is no less than that of the great sun Yang fire. After Chen Mobai sealed the golden flames, the scorching heat that had caused the void to distort and the earth to turn black disappeared. Qing Nu gently wiped the sweat from her forehead and walked over with a bit of lingering fear. She sensed that if even a single spark of that golden flame were to land on her, it would instantly turn her to ashes. It's all right. With these 3 tubes of golden flames as the seeds of true fire, I can master a 3rd-grade high-quality true fire sword technique in a short time. In the future, I can refine the great sun fire into it and increase its power to the 4th grade. The Crimson Flame sword technique's blazing sun slash is based on the golden flames condensed and sublimated from the azure flame sword aura, while the extreme sun slash requires the addition of great sun fire. This approach is similar to that of the Great Day Stem Yang fire, but the upgrade path is smoother, and because it is used in conjunction with sword techniques, its combat capabilities are stronger. It can only be said that the Heavenly River realm is more diligent and skilled in the study of combat than the immortal sect. Chen Mobai's Azure Flame sword technique was already highly developed. With the Golden Flame seed and the profound techniques of the Pure Yang scroll, he could easily cultivate the Crimson Flame sword technique to its peak without sparing any spirit stones. This sword technique is his signature move to dominate the eastern wilderness, and he might even have the chance to obtain the follow-up techniques of the Burning Heaven and Purifying Earth in the future. Even without that opportunity, after reaching the pinnacle of Yang, Chen Mobai could still find a way to switch to the path of Yang fire of the Great Sun, because both paths lead to the same destination. You're amazing. After hearing this, King Nu looked at Chen Mobai with admiration. Even with her heavenly spiritual root, she had to go through countless hardships to master a 3rd-tier true water spell, while Chen Mobai was already preparing to cultivate a 4th-tier combat technique. This is the only area where I have a bit of talent, Chen Mobai said modestly, and then he tried to draw a wisp of golden flame from the sealing tube and began to refine it using the flame manipulation technique of the Pure Yang scroll. This magic, which is said to be able to control all the fires in the world, finally came into play in his hands. 3 days later, Chen Mobai had completely mastered one of the tubes of golden flame. Next, we'll use the ignition technique. The power of this spell lies in its ability to use pure Yang spiritual energy as fuel to ignite the spiritual fire of heaven and earth, which the cultivator has mastered. Chen Mobai immediately transformed the golden flames he controlled with his flame manipulation technique into seeds, continuously infusing them with spiritual power, and the azure flame sword aura to catalyze and enhance them. Unfortunately, this fire technique consumes too much pure Yang spiritual energy. With Chen Mobai's cultivation at the first level of the golden core stage, he could only sustain himself for 3 days. Even if he were in the most prosperous 4th-order spiritual vein at the top of the Danxia mountain range, he would need to meditate and cultivate for 7 days to recover. This won't do, it's too slow. Chen Mobai frowned slightly, mainly because his current task was to stay here and oversee things. In addition to Qing Nu, Lan Haitian would also come over from time to tell him about the latest investigation situation in Danxia City. Under these circumstances, he dared not use spirit stones to restore his health. If he spares no expense on spirit stones, the time it takes to recover spiritual power can be reduced by more than half. Why hasn't Master Peach Blossom arrived yet? Just as Chen Mo was muttering to himself every day, he finally met the principal of Jumeng Academy on a sunny and breezy day. Lan Haitian, accompanied by a group of law enforcement cultivators from Wangwu Cave Heaven, stood respectfully beside a beautiful woman in a pink and white dress. Riding the clouds in the sky, they flew towards Chen Mobai's location. This was the first time Chen Mobai had met Master Peach Blossom. To be honest, he has seen quite a few beauties in his life. Whether it was Meng Huanger or Yan Bingxuan, they were all beautiful and charming. He had also seen the youthful and energetic Shi Wanyu, and the Qing Nu beside him was even more stunningly beautiful. But no matter who it is, they all seem inferior to Master Peach Blossom. She was inhumanly beautiful, seemingly possessing all the beauty Chen Mobai had ever seen in women. Her long, flowing black hair was like ink. Her slender phoenix eyes held a clear smile like the bright moon or a lake. Her nose was high and straight. Her cheeks were pink, and her flawless oval face, paired with her red lips, made her skin look as white as snow and as clear as jade. Peach Blossom Master possesses both the alluring figure of a mature woman and the delicate beauty of a young girl, with a youthful vibrancy in her eyes. When you look at her, you can see any feminine charm you desire. This must be what a fairy is. For some reason, this sentence popped into Chen Mobai's mind. At this moment, Peach Blossom Master had already led Lan Haitian and a large group of people to the top of the Dangxia Mountains. She looked straight at the jade phoenix tree that blocked out the sky. "Greetings, Venerable One." Chen Mobai immediately led King Nu over to pay their respects. "Good morning, Principal." King Nu also greeted him. Upon hearing this, Master Peach Blossom turned around and saw Qing Nu smile. He nodded slightly in return. Afterwards, Master Peach Blossom kept looking Chen Mobai up and down, his eyes becoming more and more satisfied. "Qiuer mentioned you to me, saying you're a good person." Just as Chen Mobai was feeling uncomfortable under Peach Blossom Master's gaze, the latter finally spoke. "Senior Sister Pei's swordsmanship is amazing and brilliant. I admire her deeply. After we parted ways at the Mountain and Sea Academy, we often exchanged our experiences in swordsmanship training. This is the truth. Pei Qingshuang often chats with Chen Mobai, usually under the pretext of asking him for advice on swordsmanship. If it were anyone else, Chen Mobai would definitely pretend he didn't see it. However, he was still willing to exchange ideas with Pei Qingshuang and share his insights on swordsmanship. Although Chen Mobai's swordsmanship realm was obtained through the empowerment of the Great Tao Tree, it was still a genuine realm. After so many years of practice, his experience in using it far surpassed that of Pei Qingshuang, a foundation establishment cultivator. In particular, his sword light took shape and evolved into the five-element sword fiend formation. Such a level of swordsmanship is something that only a handful of sword masters, such as Nangong Xuanyu, can achieve in the entire immortal sect. Pei Qingshuang, at the 9th level of foundation establishment, spent the long time waiting for the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill. Besides cultivating her relationship with the Qingshuang sword, trying to achieve oneness with the sword and clarify her sword heart, she also spent her time cultivating the frost sword aura. Among Chen Mobai's 5-element sword aura, the water element sword aura is based on the profound ice aura. Similar to her sword aura, it relies on the experience of taking a few extra steps and often pretends to be an expert when chatting with Pei Qingshuang. A person's name is like a tree's shadow. After Chen Mobai was mistakenly believed by the immortal sects to have attained enlightenment and formed his core, Pei Qingshuang regarded him as the second Bai Guang patriarch and regarded his words as gospel. Moreover, Chen Mobai's swordsmanship was indeed 2 levels higher than hers, and his guidance was truly valuable and useful experience, which benefited Pei Qingshuang greatly each time, giving her sudden enlightenment. Therefore, every time Pei Qingshuang returned home, she would praise Chen Mobai to Master Taohua as the #1 swordsman in the world. When the mother and daughter chatted in private, they would be a little more unrestrained. In Pei Qingshuang's mind, she even felt that Bai Guang Laozu was not as good as Chen Mobai at the same age. Moreover, this outstanding genius was actually a person who was indifferent to fame and fortune and devoted himself to his family. Such virtues make him the most ideal son-in-law. Unfortunately, Pei Qingshuang was still a bit too shy. Every time Master Peach Blossom asked her if she had taken a liking to Chen Mobai, she would either evade the question by saying something else or run out of the house to find Wenren Zuwei for tea. Chen Mobai, would you be willing to join my Jumeng Dao Academy? Peach Blossom Master suddenly asked a question that surprised Chen Mobai. I graduated from the Dance Weapon Academy and I still have a teaching position there. I am very grateful for the kindness of the master. Among the 4 major academies, Jumeng Academy and Wuki Academy have the best relationship. Qi Yu Cheng and Master Xinji were sworn brothers. Master Chengshuan was able to successfully form his nascent soul thanks to the heavenly true water provided by the Jumeng Dao Academy, which saved him from the calamity of being consumed by inner fire. Even with such a good relationship between the 2 companies, isn't it a bit inappropriate to poach someone's talent in front of so many people? Not only Chen Mobai, but Lan Haitian thought the same way. It's not about transferring your official position to Jumeng, but about transferring your household registration here. Although my Xuenger won't be able to bear your children in the future, she will inherit my looks and figure. The higher her cultivation level, the more beautiful she will be. I've counted all the outstanding male cultivators in the immortal sects, and you are the most pleasing to the eye. Are you interested in becoming her Taoist partner and spending the rest of your life together? Chen Mobai considered himself to have a strong mental fortitude, but he was still a little frightened by Peach Blossom Master's blunt words. Well, I have absolutely no feelings for Senior Pei, and besides, I'm a dull person who only knows how to cultivate and farm, so I wouldn't consider myself a good match. Let's just forget about it. After thinking it over, Chen Mobai followed his heart and politely declined. Hesitation in such matters will only lead to trouble. It's best to avoid ambiguity. After he finished speaking, everyone present looked at him in shock. This was a nascent soul cultivator personally choosing a son-in-law, and Pei Qing Shuang was expected to grow up to be as beautiful as Peach Blossom Cultivator, making her arguably the most beautiful woman in the future immortal sect. The only gazes around Chen Mobai were not filled with shock, but with tenderness and trust. It is King No. After so many years together, she had absolute confidence in Chen Mobai. She believed he was an extremely proud person, and neither family background nor beauty was his standard for choosing a partner. The friends he chose to be with were all soulmates who understood him. We will never treat people differently just because they are useful or have a high status. So what if Pei Qingshuang is a second-generation immortal? Her status in Chen Mobai's heart is definitely not as high as hers, and perhaps not even as high as Yan Bingshuan's. Thinking this way, Qingnu felt that all the suffering she had endured in her life was for the sake of meeting Chen Mobai, a partner with whom she could give her all. It is because of you that I have been able to endure this sea of suffering in the immortal sect until now. Qingnu is an orphan. Her younger brother and sister have left her, and her teacher, Gu Chengfeng, is dying. She has no family ties left in the immortal sect. Chen Mobai was the only pillar of her heart. End of this chapter. Chapter 548, Returning to the Sect. Chapter 548, Returning to the Sect. You are the master of the purple lightning sword, and my daughter is the master of the azure frost sword. If you two practice the purple and azure demon refining heavenly book together and condense the 9 heavens pure spirit purple chi, your chances of breaking through to the nascent soul stage will be greatly increased. In the future, you will be the second pair of azure stone and azure mirror. Wouldn't it be great if you could become an enviable couple with your 2 swords combined? Master Peach Blossom persuaded her again, which was also the biggest reason why she wanted Chen Mobai to be her son-in-law. With her as a backer, Pei Qingshuang will definitely have no problem forming her core. Even if she fails this time, she can still exchange her seniority as a nascent soul cultivator for another golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill for Pei Qingshuang. However, even she couldn't provide a second one for Pei Qingshuang if it came to the concept of a spirit object for infant formation. In other words, if Pei Qingshuang cannot successfully form a nascent soul in one attempt, she may be stuck at the core formation stage for the rest of her life. Among the immortal sects, the one that can increase the chances of forming a nascent soul and is most suitable for Pei Qingshuang, is the purple-green demon refining heavenly book. Although her daughter has not yet become spiritually connected with the Azure Frost Sword, Peach Blossom Master knows that it is only a matter of time. As long as Pei Qingshuang can form her core and her cultivation level increases, the Azure Frost Sword, seeing hope, will eventually yield. The combination of purple lightning and azure frost allows for a more effortless absorption of yin and yang energies, refining them into the pure purple chi of the nine heavens. Given Peach Blossom Venerable's status, he is aware of this. Upon reading Lan Haitian's report on the slaying of the Flower Blossom Abbot, Peach Blossom Master was utterly shocked to learn that Chen Mobai had actually achieved perfect harmony between man and sword with the purple lightning sword, and that his sword heart was clear and focused. She knew best about her daughter's talent in swordsmanship. Although she had given her daughter special instruction with enlightenment tea, her daughter was only inferior to 4 others, including Hao Cao and Nangong Xuanyu, within the immortal sect. But compared to Chen Mobai, the gap is just too big. All I can say is that his potential to become a nascent soul cultivator is terrifying. With his own daughter as a stark contrast, Master Peach Blossom was now convinced of Chen Mobai's talent as the #1 genius of the immortal sect. This is one of the reasons why she accepted the mission in Dangxia City. Let's see if we can find a suitable son-in-law. Thank you for your kindness, Master, but I feel that relying on outsiders and external things to help me form my nascent soul is not a solid foundation, so I want to form my nascent soul on my own. Since Chen Mobai refused from the beginning, he naturally wouldn't make him go back on his word later. However, he still came up with an excuse, saying that if he were to form his nascent soul in the future, he would use the purple lightning sword to help Pei Qingshuang without affecting his foundation. Upon hearing this, Master Peach Blossom's expression turned somewhat cold. Relying on oneself to achieve nascent soul formation. Are you kidding me? Even a spiritual plant with such a solid foundation as hers needs the continuous dripping of the myriad transformations, thunder, water by the sages of Jumeng Academy to take form. She admitted that the young man might have the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator, but he was a bit too confident and arrogant. It seems we should wait until he's suffered enough before seeking a son-in-law. Master Peach Blossom has a long lifespan and is confident that he can wait until Chen Mobai reaches the golden core stage before hitting a wall. Behind Master Peach Blossom was a group of young men and women with youthful faces. Although they were all at the foundation establishment stage, it was easy to tell at a glance that they were students of Jumeng Dao Academy who had not yet left the ivory tower. At this moment, they all looked at Chen Mobai with expressions of reverence. In the last 2 or 3 decades, Chen Mobai has been a legend in the Taoist Academy and the goal they all want to pursue. Today, Chen Mobai's decisive rejection of Master Peach Blossom and his expression of confidence in his nascent soul formation shocked and impressed them even more. Even the most beautiful woman and the opportunity to form a nascent soul could not make him bow his head and lower his brow. Is this the confidence and Dao heart of the #1 genius of the immortal sect? In that case, I'll take over here. You can leave now. After Chen Mobai refused again, the smile on Peach Blossom Master's face disappeared. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, he turned and walked directly towards the jade wudong tree. How could you turn on me so suddenly? Chen Mobai was a little unaccustomed to Peach Blossom Master's mannerisms. Everyone in the immortal sect treated him with utmost politeness. That's just how the principal is. He's straightforward and doesn't like beating around the bush. King Nu, however, came over and explained to Chen Mobai. Perhaps because of the transformation of a spirit into human form, Master Peach Blossom was at the nascent soul stage as soon as he took human form, unlike Master Water Immortal who spent 10 years at the Kunpeng Academy. In terms of his conduct, he was particularly free-spirited and said whatever he wanted. After all, she started at the nascent soul stage, and only the divine transformation ancestor in the entire immortal sect could make her wary. Therefore, Peach Blossom Master was naturally very unhappy to hear Chen Mobai repeatedly reject his good intentions. if it weren't for the fact that the Dance Weapon Academy behind this little guy had a nascent soul cultivator named White Light Ancestor. Peach Blossom Venerable would definitely not have let it go so easily. However, Chen Mobai was secretly pleased after hearing Peach Blossom Master's words to send people away. "Then I'll have to trouble you here, Master." After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Mobai happily tidied up the tea table and tea set he had placed on the hilltop and left with a relaxed expression. This guy. Seeing Chen Mobai's appearance, Master Peach Blossom was even angrier. In the past, when she was in the academy, she could just put on a stern face and the people below would just smile helplessly. They would basically agree to any request she made. "Principal, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now." At this moment, King Nu also came over and asked Peach Blossom Master a question. "We'll be setting up the water element clearing river formation later. I remember you have the heavenly water spiritual root, right? You'll be able to help out." Peach Blossom Master called Qing Nu to a stop. This time, she brought a group of students from Jumeng Academy with her, treating the mission as a practical training exercise. With Qing Nu, an outstanding graduate, helping her, her life would be much easier. "Oh." Upon hearing this, Qing Nu's smiling face, which had been beaming because Chen Mobai had rejected Peach Blossom Master, instantly fell, and she lowered her head and responded. "Lan Haitian, you lead the people of the immortal sect to suppress the fire veins of Danxia Mountain in these places with spirit nails. After I direct the students to drive the array flags in, then release them." Soon, Master Peach Blossom began to direct the operation. With a sweep of his slender right hand, a huge three-dimensional map appeared, vividly displaying the entire Danxia mountain range. Then, with a movement of his left hand, a blue-green array appeared on the three-dimensional map and fell down. The two overlapped, and immediately red and blue lights began to illuminate. The red dot represents the fire vein spirit core that Lan Haitian needs to suppress with spirit nails. The blue dots indicate the positions where students from Jumeng Academy need to insert their formation flags. Everyone present was at least a foundation establishment cultivator. After Master Peach Blossom explained it once with three-dimensional graphics, they basically understood it completely. Then, through continuous adjustments, they began to suppress the fire veins, spiritual plants, and set up a grand formation. When Chen Mobai arrived at the foot of the mountain, he looked back and saw that the operation was already in full swing on the mountain, so he left with peace of mind. With Master Peach Blossom in charge, even if the true form of the Divine Imperial Pavilion Master came, he wouldn't be able to turn the tide. Moreover, because of the incident involving the Flower Blossom Academy Master, Danxia City is probably now on the immortal sects key list. From now on, the Heaven Mending Group will definitely focus on protecting it, so there's no need to worry about it being infiltrated and lurked by the Ascension sect again. After leaving the Danxia Mountains, Chen Mobai returned to Danxia City. Besides visiting his parents and family, he also wanted to find out if anyone he knew had been won over by Lan Haitian. Quite a few things were discovered. The principal of Xianmen Fifth High School, as well as several teachers who graduated from the two local universities, are still imprisoned. Besides these, there was also his classmate Lu Hengsheng, who had returned from military service and was also attending university at a local institution. Besides these qi refining cultivators, there was also Shi Jin, a foundation establishment cultivator who had a good relationship with Chen Mobai. After learning that Chen Mobai had returned, his high school homeroom teacher Chai Dayan, Lu Hengsheng's wife Yu Shu, his old classmate Shi Jingjing, and others all came to visit him with gifts. "I'll go ask for you." Chen Mobai was always very humane, but since it concerned the Ascension sect, he also needed to understand the situation. Chen Mobai waited for 2 days until Lan Haitian returned from the Danxia Mountains and invited him to dinner. "These matters have been largely investigated and can be resolved. You can be released." Lan Haitian was very pleased to hear this and released everyone except Shi Jin the next day. Foundation establishment cultivators have a different status, so the process for releasing them would be much more complicated. It would require the approval of the law enforcement department at Wangwu Cave Heaven. But don't worry, I've already spoken to Lan Haitian and asked him to expedite the process as quickly as possible. Chen Mobai sat at home and spoke to Shi Jingjing, Cao Yaling, Shi Yuanqing, and Su Yuan across from him. Shi Qijin was a graduate of Chixia Academy, and because he had been in Dangxia City for a long time and had hardly left, and was also a foundation establishment cultivator, he was a prime suspect and was arrested. Even though Cao Yaling and Shi Yuanqing are both foundation establishment cultivators, and they came here in person for this matter, there was nothing they could do. Thank you so much, old classmate, for helping me smooth things over. As Shi Qijin's daughter, Shi Jingjing kept thanking Chen Mobai when she left. She had already married Su Yuan. Neither of them had successfully established their foundations. After returning from military service, they held a wedding and now have a son and a daughter. If it weren't for Shi Qijin's arrest, she would have been living a happy and fulfilling life. Of course, brother Shi and I have a good relationship. As long as it has nothing to do with the Ascension sect, I will definitely help. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Mobai watched his 4 old classmates leave, a slight sigh escaping his lips. The scenes of them playing and frolicking in the classroom seemed to be right before my eyes, but in the blink of an eye, the lively and lovely Shi Jingjing has become a mature woman. Even Cao Yaling and Shi Yuanqing, who were both foundation establishment cultivators, were reserved and respectful in front of him, a scene that made Chen Mobai feel lonely. As time goes by, everything can never go back to the way it was before. Feeling a sense of unease, Chen Mobai knew that he would have less and less time to spend with his family in the future, so he specially took his parents back to Qingshan village to spend the spring festival with his maternal grandparents. After the new year, Chen Mobai returned to Yumu City. He did not go to see Gu Changfeng and continued to govern by doing nothing, just as before. On the contrary, Yuma Cheng and Qing Sang Academy, after hearing about Chen Mobai's glorious achievement of killing the Flower Blossom Academy master with 3 swords, took the initiative to come to him to ask for his instructions for the new year. In response, Chen Mobai said that everything was as usual, then left the Wuxiang puppet behind and returned to Jumu Ridge. He first checked Luo Yixuan's soul lamp to confirm that his little apprentice was still alive, and then summoned Zhuo Ming. Master, while I was tending to that black spiritual plant recently, I heard a strange voice giving me instructions. After reporting on her own tasks, Zhuo Ming hesitated for a moment before mentioning the guidance Zhou Shenqing had given her. That is a Taoist saying left by a senior. Just listen to it. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask him and maybe you can get the answer. Chen Mobai knew it was Zhou Shenqing, so he reassured Zhuo Ming and treated him as another teacher. Yes, master. With Chen Mobai's permission, Zhuo Ming finally relaxed. In the Tianhe realm, even within the same sect, switching factions while one's master is still alive is a very serious matter. Liu Wenbai was not at Jumu Ridge. He had gone to the Ming Kingdom last year, arriving at the Hunyuan immortal city of the 5 Elements sect before Chen Mobai. After meeting his disciple, Chen Mobai summoned Yue Zhudao, who reported on some matters concerning the sect. The main resistance came from the Yan Kingdom, Xiao Kingdom, and Han Kingdom, as these were newly conquered territories and there was considerable resistance. Fortunately, the garrison commanders of these 3 kingdoms had brought many disciples from their sects, and with the support of the Shenmu sect, they could send foundation establishment cultivators over at any time. The resistance has now been largely suppressed. Over in Yan Kingdom, the Xuanxiao Dao Palace has sent another core formation cultivator, Fang Xuanyang, to the region. Centered around the Nangshuan sect of Bayas Mountain, they are gradually using foundation establishment pills to erode and recruit rogue cultivators. Sect leader, what do you think is the best course of action? Finally, Yue Zhudao mentioned something he couldn't handle. Another core formation cultivator. Chen Mobai frowned slightly, wanting to take his sword and go to Yan Kingdom to kill him, but then he remembered that Zhou Shenqing had not yet transformed into a nascent soul, and Xuanxiao Dao Palace had real nascent soul cultivators, so he immediately calmed down. Perhaps this Fang Chuanyang was sent by the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, specifically to test whether Zhou Shenking had formed his nascent soul. I'll write a letter, and you can give it to Yi Yun. After some thought, Chen Mobai decided to defeat the Southern Xuan sect fair and square, prioritizing business over profit. After Yue Zhudao left, Chen Mobai began to cultivate in seclusion at his Longevity Wood Taoist temple. With the continuous conversion of high-grade spirit stones, he greatly increased the speed at which he enhanced the golden flame using the ignition technique. In just 1 month, he condensed the 9 azure flame sword fiends into a fist-sized golden flame. This ball of golden flame is just the minimum required to unleash the fiery sun slash. On this day, Yue Zhudao and others who were working in Shenmu City suddenly felt 2 powerful and intense spiritual energy fluctuations coming from the direction of the longevity tree. Then a warm wind came, and the snow on the roof suddenly melted into water, a scene that surprised them slightly. Among the group, only Zai Yunchen from the sword training department seemed to realize something. He looked at the Longevity Wood Dojo where Chen Mobai was, his face filled with awe. End of this chapter. Chapter 549, The Traveling Team. Chapter 549, The Traveling Team. Junior brother, your fiery sun slash is incredibly powerful. Above the everlasting tree, Fu Zhangju, somewhat shocked, summoned back the charred golden sun puppet that was suspended in midair. Although the puppet itself did not suffer any substantial damage, the third-tier divine wood shield it was wielding had developed a deep, visible sword mark, which had damaged its very essence. Even if it were repaired, it would still drop in rank. I just mastered it, and I couldn't quite control its power, which caused my senior brother to lose a magic weapon. As Chen Mobai spoke somewhat apologetically, he condensed a streak of golden flames into his palm. It's just a single divine wood shield. I have 3 more spares in my storage bag, so it won't be a problem. Fu Zhang, you didn't care at all. He skillfully removed the nearly cracked divine wood shield from the right hand of his golden sun puppet and replaced it with an identical one. The divine wood sect may not have much else, but it has a lot of wood attribute spiritual materials. As the sect's core formation ancestor, he also has the right to use all the sect's high-level materials. Fu Zhang, you mined a lot of golden sun spirit trees to make his own third-tier puppets. He even cut some branches from his own 4th-tier longevity tree and used them in the core of the puppets. These puppets are used for combat, so naturally they need to be equipped with magical artifacts such as wooden armor, wooden swords, and wooden shields. All of these were made by the sect's weapon refining department using high-grade 3rd-tier golden sun spirit wood. Even if the weapon refining level was not high, the quality of the materials alone was already at the 3rd tier. Aside from some easily damaged parts of the puppets, Fu Zhangju's storage bag contained only these 3rd-tier wood attribute magic artifacts. Therefore, Fu Zhangju didn't feel any heartache after losing one side. The power of the blazing sun slash was a bit beyond expectations. After penetrating the divine wood shield, even though Chen Mobai controlled it, some of the fire energy still seeped into the golden sun puppet. If the golden sun spirit wood hadn't undergone the tempering of the azure sun fire during its transformation, thus possessing inherent fire resistance, it probably wouldn't just be charred black on the surface after withstanding the blazing sun slash. It would have been burning fiercely. While Fu Zhangju was polishing the surface of the puppet, Chen Mobai took the one that had replaced the divine wood shield for observation. He reached out and touched the deep sword mark left by the fiery sun slash. The scorching heat still lingered in it. If it weren't for his fire spirit body, any other Foundation establishment cultivator would probably have had their fingertips melt the moment they touched it. With the cultivation level of the early stage of core formation, he has mastered the Crimson Flame sword technique. Junior brother's talent in swordsmanship is indeed worthy of being the #1 in the Eastern Wilderness. Fu Zhang, you looked at the warm, water-like golden flame in Chen Mobai's palm, which seemed to move as easily as an arm, and couldn't help but marvel. This sword technique has been passed down in the 5 Elements sect to this day, and only the primordial ancestor, who cultivated all 5 elements, has ever reached such a level. Because Sheng Zhaoxi of the Fire Clan disliked swordsmanship, he cultivated another technique, the Taiyi True Fire technique. Mo Duguang, who is skilled in swordsmanship and has tried to cultivate the 5 elements simultaneously in an attempt to achieve the primordial Tao fruit, has only managed to condense a wisp of golden flame over the years. He then stopped progressing because he felt he could not control it due to not being a fire spirit body. Therefore, Chen Mobai's current achievements in the Crimson Flame Sword technique can be considered the best in the Eastern Wilderness. It's a pity that there isn't enough Azure Wood Fiend within the sect. At most, I can only cultivate 2 balls of golden flame. Chen Mobai said with a hint of regret that he possessed the ignition technique, which allowed him to generate an infinite amount of Azure Yang fire as long as he had enough spiritual power. However, he had already exhausted the crucial Azure Wood Fiend. Giantwood Ridge is already the place in the Eastern Wilderness with the most Azure Wood Fiends. The 21 Azure Wood evils of the past were given away by Zai Yunqian again and again because of Chen Mobai's sudden emergence. He went from being extremely unwilling to doing so to being willing. Apart from the 2 he had condensed himself, he gave all the rest to Chen Mobai. Of the 19 Azure Flame Sword fiends that Chen Mobai condensed, one was transformed into an Azure Flame Sword talisman, which he bestowed upon Luo Yixuan for protection. 2 others were burned away during the battle when the flame explosion technique was used, leaving only 16 remaining. However, due to its rich geographical environment, Giantwood Ridge generates a green wood evil every 2 years or so, and 8 more have been generated in recent years. Given his status as the sect leader and the core formation ancestor, he naturally has priority in using it. Unfortunately, even if he condensed all of these into Azure Flame Sword aura, according to the standard of 9 strands combining into 1 ball of golden flame, Chen Mobai could only refine 2 balls at most. If one truly wants to master the ultimate Yang slash of the Crimson Flame Sword technique, then one must wait another 100 years for the Azure Wood Fiend to be formed. This was something Chen Mobai, who always liked to use resources to speed up his cultivation and take shortcuts, found hard to accept. Although the Giant Tree Ridge has the most Azure Wood Qi in the Eastern Wilderness, other sects and families also have such Qi resources. Junior Brother can purchase them in the name of the sect. Fu Zhangju naturally hoped that Chen Mobai could master the extreme Yang slash as soon as possible. That was a normal 4th-level technique, and no one in the entire Eastern Wilderness dared to take that sword. My senior brother thinks the same way. I have already asked Yue Zhudao to handle this matter. It's just a pity that many of the green wood demons we acquired are not even 2nd-tier quality. Chen Mobai's first thought was naturally to use spirit stones to buy the green wood fiend from other forces. However, those cultivation families, due to their limited resources, mostly possess only 1st-grade earthly fiend Qi. Chen Mobai also instructed Ma Gang of the Spirit Vein Department to arrange for the sect's geomancers to search for the Azure Wood Demon in the dense forests of the Eastern Wilderness. As long as a 2nd-tier one was found, in addition to 1,000 sect contribution points, he was willing to offer an extra 1,000 spirit stones as a reward. I remember that Huishan Valley has a 2nd-tier Azure Wood Fiend. After all, the number 1 medicinal field in the Eastern Wilderness belongs to them, and they also have the conditions to nurture this earthly fiend Qi. Junior Brother, you can mention this matter when you visit. Yan Sheiyan is definitely a frightened bird right now and will not refuse you. Fu Zhangju then suggested another idea, which made Chen Mobai's eyes light up, and he nodded in agreement. If he couldn't find enough green wood fiends in the entire Eastern Wilderness, then Chen Mobai would have no choice but to resort to his last resort. The method of artificially synthesizing the earthly fiend Qi of the immortal sect was passed down. While he was at the Bushan Dao Academy, he didn't just study governance, warfare, business, and finance. He also accompanied Yan Bingxuan to the most famous Yuanqi course, especially the part on artificially synthesizing earthly fiend Qi, which he studied in detail. After all, considering the need to clear the name of the earthly fiend Qi in the heavenly river realm, This is the simplest method. Because this green wood fiend is one of the 7 types of earthly fiend chi that can be mined by the immortal sect, there is a wealth of research materials available. Therefore, all the major institutions and organizations of the immortal sect have completed the experiment of artificial synthesis, and the theory is now perfect. I wonder if the disciples of the divine wood sect are willing to sacrifice their hard-earned spiritual power for the sake of sect contributions and spirit stones, transforming it into the basic 5 elements essence of the azure wood demon. Chen Mobai's only concern was this point. After all, cultivators in the heavenly river realm valued cultivation level and realm the most. Converting spiritual energy into the 5 elements would delay cultivation. Many disciples of the Shenmu sect who aspire to the great Tao may not be willing to accept this task. However, Chen Mobai had a very open mind. If the sect could not collect enough 5 elements essence, then he would spread the task to the 7 kingdoms under his command, dozens of cultivation families, and tens of thousands of independent cultivators. There would always be someone willing to do so for resources such as spirit stones, pills, and magic weapons. He firmly believed that even in the heavenly river realm, as long as the price was right, it could still sway people. After testing the blazing sun slash with Fu Zhangju and confirming its power as a high-grade 3rd-tier weapon, Chen Mobai felt relieved and began to condense the 2nd golden flame. Time flies, and a month has passed in no time. Inside the sacred tree temple, Chen Mobai had one hand behind his back and the other on his chest. 2 golden flames in his palms, like glittering spheres, were constantly being played with and rotated by him, just like a Tai Chi symbol. The deputy heads and ministers of the 3 halls and 12 departments, standing in 2 rows on the left and right, watched this scene with twitching eyebrows and trembling faces. The signs of mastering the Crimson Flame sword technique have been spread throughout the entire divine wood sect through Zai Yunshan's words these days. Everyone now knows that the power of this burst of golden flames is enough to incinerate half of Shenmu City. A short while later, Yin Qingmei and Mu Yuan, who had been summoned, bowed to Chen Mobai and then retreated to the position closest to the palace gate, their faces slightly pale. Both of them had already grasped the essence of the longevity scripture, and their wood spiritual roots were outstanding, even excellent, making them particularly sensitive to the golden flames. It felt like the fear I felt when I encountered tigers and wolves in the wild as a child before I started practicing martial arts. I am going to visit the major sects in the eastern wilderness this time. Junior nephew Mu, junior nephew Zai, and junior nephew Yin, please come with me. Consider it an opportunity to broaden your horizons. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Mu Yuan, Zai Jinghuo, and Yin Qingmei immediately stood up and nodded in greeting. The 3 of them remained in the sect's foundation establishment stage. Apart from Zhuo Ming, they had the greatest chance of reaching the core formation stage, so Chen Mobai, as the sect leader, naturally had to nurture them well. In fact, Chen Mobai also wanted to bring Zhuo Ming along, since this apprentice was considerate and familiar with his various preferences. With her by his side, the journey would be much easier. But after thinking it over, the spiritual rice experiment in Xianenshan, the transplanted immortal peach tree, the enlightenment white tea, and Zhou Shenking's soul nourishing would all depend on Zhuo Ming. So it's best to keep this precious disciple in the sect. Moreover, Chen Mobai felt that he was not someone who couldn't endure hardship, nor did he need to be waited on all the time. After arriving in the Ming dynasty, there's still Liu Wenbai, my eldest disciple. We'll just have to endure it in the Snowfall Palace and the returning Heaven Valley. At this moment, Chen Mobai especially missed his little apprentice, Luo Yixuan. If she were here with me, I wouldn't have to worry like this. After I leave, junior nephew Yue, please stay in the sect and manage the affairs of the sect in my stead as the sect leader. Upon hearing the words, Yue Zhudao immediately stepped out from the row to Chen Mobai's left, and after receiving the order, he bowed to the people of the 3 palaces and 12 departments. With Chen Mobai as their backer, everyone gave them face and returned the gifts. Reporting to the sect leader, as the face of our Shenmu sect, I feel that it is not enough to only bring 3 people. It just so happens that my disciple Li Yixian has successfully established his foundation a few years ago. Why not let him come with you to broaden his horizons and also serve you and do some miscellaneous tasks under your command? After everything was explained, and Jinghui, the head of the puppet department, stepped forward and wanted to include his apprentice in the travel convoy. He finally understood. Chen Mobai had brought along all the most promising people from the sect. If Li Yixian could join them, even if he didn't reach the core formation stage in the future, he could at least build good relationships with future core formation cultivators in the sect. And Jinghui was a rare master in the Heavenly River realm who cared about his disciples. Chen Mobai had a decent relationship with him, and he also had a good impression of Li Yixian, the chubby boy, since he had served under him during the expedition to the summit of Hanshin Mountain. So he nodded in agreement. Sect leader. Little did they know that once he nodded, the rest of the group also realized what was going on and introduced their disciples and relatives to Chen Mobai, wanting to join the group visiting the major sects of the eastern wilderness. Now that Chen Mobai has made this exception, he should treat everyone fairly. Send one person from each of the 3 palaces and 12 departments. Report the list to Yue Zhudao. They will set off with me first thing tomorrow morning. After saying this, Chen Mobai left the Divine Wood Palace with Zhu Ming. After everyone saw him off, they immediately turned around and surrounded Yue Zhudao. Sect leader, this is this month's longevity tree sap. After Chen Mobai brought Zhu Ming back to his longevity wood Taoist temple, a beautiful and ethereal female cultivator walked up to him respectfully and handed him a snow-white porcelain bottle. Thank you for your hard work, junior nephew Gu Yan. Chen Mobai smiled and accepted it, then nodded to Gu Yan. Within the entire Shenmu sect, besides his disciples, only Gu Yan was allowed to freely enter and leave his dojo. Occasionally, when there was an urgent matter, Chen Mobai would ask her to run errands or call for help. Because of this, Gu Yan has already been regarded as Chen Mobai's half-disciple and maid in the Shenmu sect. Chen Mobai handed the bottle of longevity tree sap to Zhu Ming, who was standing next to him. Take it to the alchemy department later, and have Zheng Wu and junior sister Yan refine the longevity dew. Yes, master. Chen Mobai had not forgotten his longevity body. With Gu Yan's continuous absorption and refinement of the longevity tree sap, he felt that he had a very good chance of mastering this body-forging technique. Even the longevity dew is considered an ancient elixir formula, and Zheng Wu had already failed twice in his attempts to obtain it. But Chen Mobai now has abundant resources, so this loss is only slightly painful for him. After the master and apprentice talked for a while, Zhu Ming left. Sect leader. Just as Chen Mobai was about to go up to his wooden house, Gu Yan, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Oh, what is it? Can I come with you on this trip? Hearing Gu Yan's words, Chen Mobai looked at her with some surprise. He had never realized before that she was so ambitious. Thinking about how hard she had worked by his side over the past year, Chen Mobai nodded in agreement. End of this chapter. Chapter 550, Classification of Teleportation Arrays. Bonus Chapter 4 for monthly tickets. Chapter 550, Classification of Teleportation Arrays. Bonus Chapter 4 for monthly tickets. On the day of his departure, Chen Mobai opened his eyes in his wooden house, and the translucent skeleton surging around him slowly disappeared. Chen Mobai raised his hand to look at the dried-out void stone in his palm, and nodded in satisfaction. Jin Yan had to stop for the time being due to the lack of King Musha. After completing his usual Pure Yang Scroll, Pure Yang Dharma Body, and Falling Treasure Golden Light Cultivation, and before he had even finished refining the longevity dew, he devoted the remaining time to cultivating the myriad Dharma bodies. This is one of the advantages of becoming the sect leader. He can exchange his contribution points for any resources available within the sect. The price of the Void Stone is comparable to that of a third-tier Life Stone, approximately 3,500 Spirit Stones. As the sect leader, Chen Mobai offers a slight discount, allowing him to exchange 10,000 sect contribution points for 3 stones. After Chen Mobai reached the core formation stage, his account had already accumulated over 1 million contribution points, so he didn't even hesitate to exchange for void stones, directly exchanging for 99 of them. It's not that I don't want to exchange more, but the sect's treasury only has 100 coins in stock. However, the void stone mine at Lonely Soul Ridge is estimated to be able to be developed for another 10 years or so Chen Mobai is not worried about the lack of void stones at all. He had also instructed Luo Zuer to keep the void stones that the Spirit Vein Department had submitted this year. He estimated that, apart from the spine, he might be able to use the void stones to condense all the bones of the myriad Dharma body. If you have any left over after condensing the myriad Dharma body, you can use it to enhance your golden core realm. While contemplating his cultivation, Chen Mobai put the dried-up void stone into a special storage bag for collecting trash, then got up from the wooden house. He opened the door and landed on the ground, where he found Gu Yan already waiting. Besides her, Zhu Ming was also there. Today, Chen Mobai will lead the Shenmu sects team to visit the snow-blowing palace in the snow country, and as his disciple, Zhu Ming will naturally come to see them off. Upon arriving at the teleportation array at Giantwood Ridge, Chen Mobai discovered that the rest of the team had already arrived. Besides Mu Yuan, Yin Qingmei, Zai Jinghuo, and Li Yixian, who were confirmed yesterday, there are other people from the 3 palaces and 12 departments who were also brought in. However, most of them were just true disciples. Only Lion Maozhai, Jiang Zhengheng, and Ding Ying had reached the foundation establishment stage. When Chen Mobai walked over, Ding Ying didn't dare to breathe. She didn't want to come, but Cao Lion, the head of the talisman-making department, had chosen her. Although Ding Ying had the right to refuse, she simply didn't dare. It wasn't that she didn't dare to resist Cao Lion. After all, although the minister of the talisman-making department held a high position and great power, Ding Ying was now a foundation establishment cultivator. Even if she left the 3 palaces and 12 departments, she could still obtain cultivation resources with her excellent talisman-making skills. The main reason was that she knew that if she refused to join the group visiting the major sects of the Eastern Wilderness when given the opportunity, many people would think that she was disrespectful to Ancestor Chen. Even if Chen Mobai is tolerant and generous, her subordinates will still be wary of her and may even stop associating with her. Ding Ying, who had been working in the talisman-making department for over 30 years, understood the principle that troublesome little devils were the most difficult to deal with. Cao Lion might be hoping that her refusal would be an opportunity to portray her as an adversary of Chen Leazu. Cao Lion was very clear about why she was targeting Ding Ying, because when she was ignorant about qi cultivation, she had offended both Chen Mobai and Zhu Ming. In the past, these things wouldn't have been a big deal, but after Chen Mobai achieved core formation, they became a thorn in Cao Lion's side. She was afraid that Ding Ying would bring trouble upon herself because of this, so she had been trying to find a way to drive her out of the talisman-making department, and this time it was an open scheme. After much deliberation, even though Ding Ying saw through it all, she could only grit her teeth and agree. If you refuse, you will definitely find it difficult to move an inch in the Shenmu sect in the future. As for going, she felt that someone as talented and brilliant as Chen Mobai would definitely keep his word. Since he had said that the grudges were settled, then they must have been settled. As expected, when Chen Mobai came over, he smiled at each of them. When he saw Ding Ying, his eyes did not linger on her, and he greeted her the same as everyone else. Nephew Mu, you established your foundation the earliest, so you should be in charge of commanding them. Chen Mobai designated a deputy for the team, and Mu Yuan nodded in agreement. There were 18 people waiting here in total, 7 foundation establishment cultivators and 11 qi refining disciples. As for Gu Yan, who was following Chen Mobai, Mu Yuan didn't count her in. In fact, he felt that she was the real deputy in the group. After all, she was the patriarch's person. Before leaving, after speaking with Yue Zhudao and the others, Chen Mobai instructed Zhu Ming beside him. I'll leave the work of Zion Enchen and Changshengmu Dojo to you. In the Heavenly River realm, disciples are closer than sons and daughters. When the master goes on a long journey, the disciples left behind to guard the home are usually the chosen successors. However, Chen Mobai has stated in public on more than one occasion that Zhu Ming is like him. Everyone in the Shenmu sect knows that Zhu Ming is Chen Mobai's most valued and beloved disciple. After the master and apprentice finished speaking, the teleportation array began to light up. Chen Mobai had just cultivated the myriad Dharma body using the void stone, and was still in a very sensitive stage regarding the power of the void. During the teleportation process, he couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of harmony. Amidst the flashing silver light, they had already been teleported to the Jade Pot Market. In the Heavenly River realm, teleportation arrays are divided into three types: small, medium, and large. The vast majority of these use small teleportation arrays, which can connect markets within a country. Even so, each small teleportation array requires at least 100,000 spirit stones to complete. Add to that the subsequent startup and maintenance, which will require replacing spirit stones and void stones, and the cost becomes extremely high. In the eastern wilderness, only cultivation families with teleportation arrays can be considered respectable, because this means they can escape at any time and are very safe. Medium-sized teleportation arrays can cross between countries. Two such arrays were built in the entire eastern wilderness when the primordial ancestor was still alive. One is in Hunyuan Immortal City, and the other is in Fengyuwu in Yunmengs. Together, the two can cover the entire territory where the five-element sect was located, and half of the eastern wilderness can be reached in the blink of an eye. Each medium-sized teleportation array costs over 1,000,000 spirit stones, and each teleportation uses up one void stone. It is generally not used unless it is an important occasion. As for large teleportation arrays, they are legendary in the eastern wilderness, capable of traversing between domains. There is only one such array in the sunbathing sea of the eastern barbarians. Therefore, whenever the Xingxian Dao sect of Dongyu sends a merchant guild, it always appears in Jinwu Immortal City, because this is a connection between large teleportation arrays, which can save a lot of time. Chen Mobai was thinking of setting up a medium-sized teleportation array for the Shenmu sect during his term of office, so that in the event of a war, people from Jumu Ridge could directly reach Yan Kingdom. However, teleportation arrays are monopolized by the major sects in the Tian realm. The Shenmu sect itself lacks the ability to set up its own infrastructure. These small teleportation arrays under its command were all purchased through auctions by the Great Merchant Guild. The two medium-sized teleportation arrays of the Five-Element sect were also set up by experts from the Starry Sky Merchant Guild, thanks to the influence of the White Crow ancestor of the Sun Bathing Sea. If you want to set up a medium-sized teleportation array for the Shenmu sect, there is no way to do so, at least not in the eastern wilderness. Above these three, there is said to be a super-large teleportation array that can traverse the entire 6 domains of the eastern lands, and even teleport to beyond the borders of the eastern lands. However, such arrays are only found in holy lands, and even the Star Heaven Dao sect, which controls the entire eastern mountain, does not possess them. In the Jade Pot Market, Fu Ziyuzuo, the head of the Fu family, had already led a large group of people to wait there. Chen Mobai didn't linger there. After exchanging a few words with Fu Ziyuzuo, he signaled the teleportation array to be activated again. After several attempts, they arrived at Beiyuefeng City. Beyond that lies the Snow Country. Bai Dingxian also led his clansmen to wait in front of the teleportation array. Besides him, there was another person that Chen Mobai was familiar with. It was Zhu Ting. She was responsible for coming to greet them, since they were about to enter the territory of Fubuki Palace. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Bai Dingxian, Chen Mobai and Zhu Ting teleported together again. The personal arrival of sect leader Chen is a great honor for our sect. Meanwhile, in the Snow Country, another acquaintance of Chen Mobai was already leading 2 teams of graceful, fair-skinned female cultivators from the Snowfall Palace, waiting for them. It's been a long time. Elder Lan is still as young and beautiful as ever. Chen Mobai smiled and said to Lan Lingping, who immediately and modestly greeted him from the teleportation array. The female cultivators from Chuixu Palace beside her also came to Mu Yuan, and the others one by one to ensure that everyone was received. Since Master Kong is at a crucial stage in her cultivation, I will not disturb her. After being brought to the Snowfall Palace, Chen Mobai talked with Zhu Jinyu, the sect leader, for a while, and expressed his regret upon learning that Kong Lingling was in seclusion. However, his original purpose was to go to the Five Elements sect, and visiting the Snowfall Palace was just a side trip. It's better if Kong Lingling doesn't show up, so that if they become acquainted, it will be difficult to take action if a conflict arises in the future. Despite having this thought in mind, Chen Mobai still had to maintain a facade. Over the next few days, he and Zhu Jinyu discussed the two long-standing border issues, which had previously led to several battles between the Giant Kingdom and the secular dynasty of the Snow Kingdom. Although the Shenmu sect and the Chuixu Palace did not actually participate in the battle, many disciples from these sects were invited to lend their support, and they have been fighting each other on the border for decades. This is also the way for the true disciples of the two sects to make a name for themselves. If they can overpower their opponents, their fame will instantly resound throughout half of the eastern wilderness. Back when Hong was still a disciple of the true lineage, he defeated 12 disciples of the Snow Palace on the border between Giant Kingdom and Snow Kingdom. In the end, he even drew the attention of Bai Si, Kong Lingling's youngest disciple, but he could only barely maintain his undefeated status. This is how Hong became famous. Later, he became the first disciple of the Divine Wood sect and was known as one of the 5 immortal seeds of the eastern wilderness, along with 4 other disciples. Unfortunately, Jai Daeyuan, who had just established his foundation, encountered Chen Mobai and was killed by a single sword strike. Huangfu Gan of Liujia Mountain failed in his foundation-building attempt and became depressed, spending his days drinking alcohol and becoming a useless person. The once renowned 5-colored immortal seeds of the eastern wilderness now number only 3. I wonder if anyone will be able to form a golden core in the end. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai looked at the beautiful girl next to Zhu Jinyu, who had delicate eyebrows and eyes and no makeup. She had long, smooth blue hair that flowed like a waterfall along her perfect back curve to her waist and hips, making her look tall and slender. She was Bai Si, and her clear eyes were looking at Chen Mobai. Bonus chapter for monthly pass subscribers, 11,630 720,000. End of this chapter. Chapter 551, Chen Mobai's Opportunity for Enlightenment. Chapter 551, Chen Mobai's Opportunity for Enlightenment. Chen Mobai met Bai Si's gaze, smiled slightly, and the latter seemed a little stunned before hurriedly nodding. Sect leader Chen, isn't this borderline a bit inappropriate? Zhu Jinyu spoke in a somewhat weak tone. Facing Chen Mobai, the only core formation cultivator and sect leader in the eastern wilderness, she had already tried her best to show the demeanor of the Snowfall Palace sect leader and was unwilling to back down on the border. This was demarcated by the former primordial ancestor and personally approved by true person Kong. Does sect leaders you not know this? Or do you think that the boundaries set by the 5 Elements sect are not worthy of our Divine Wood sect? Chen Mobai pointed to the map he had brought, still smiling, but his tone turned cold. Sect leader Chen, you are exaggerating. However, many people from our Snow Kingdom have already settled down in this area and have lived and multiplied for 4 or 5 generations. If the border line is drawn across, they will definitely be reluctant to leave their homeland. If they cause trouble, there will be chaos in the secular world. If it triggers a war between the two countries, there will probably be another bloodbath. Zhu Jinyu used a pre-prepared excuse, saying that when the primordial ancestor was alive, the entire eastern wilderness depended on him for survival, and the boundaries he set were naturally very disadvantageous to their Snowfall Palace. Later, taking advantage of the 5 Elements sect splitting up, the Snow Palace instructed the mortal dynasties of the Snow Kingdom and Frost Kingdom to take action and expand the borders considerably towards the Cloud Kingdom and Thunder Kingdom. At that time, The Shenmu sect was busy fighting with the Five Elements sect's main family, so they could only pretend not to know. Later, in order to prevent Kong Lingling from siding with the Five Elements sect, Zhou Shenking even came to the Chuixu Palace in person. The two core formation ancestors discussed many things and agreed that the territories of Yun Kingdom and Lei Kingdom occupied by Chuixu Palace would belong to Chuixu Palace, and Shenmu sect would not pursue the matter. Kong Lingling would also not intervene in the internal war of the Five Elements sect, ensuring that the disciples of Hunyuan ancestor could fight without any worries. However, at that time, Kong Lingling considered that Zhou Shenking and Mo Duguang might not be a match for Zhou Yi and the other two. In order to avoid being held accountable by the Five Elements sect when they were defeated, these were all verbal agreements. Therefore, even though Zhu Jinyu knew that the border line was agreed upon by Zhou Shenking and Kong Lingling, she did not dare to speak up about it. Without a written agreement or oath, cultivators in the eastern wilderness have always been quick to renege on their promises. Therefore, even though she was on her own territory, Zhu Jinyu still found herself in a difficult position when faced with the pressure from Chen Mobai, a core formation cultivator. In recent years, whether the entire eastern wilderness is in chaos or not has been entirely up to the Shenmu sect. She was afraid that if she spoke too harshly, Chen Mobai, who had led the Shenmu sect in battles across the country over the years and was known as the god of slaughter, would immediately lose his temper if he was displeased. But Zhu Jinyu was still very unwilling to just hand over the territory that he had occupied for 70 or 80 years, and had painstakingly developed into his own territory without any resistance. There were several mines and a lot of spiritual fields there, all of which were the result of his hard work. There's no need for sect leader Zhu to worry about that. As long as you return the border, the Shenmu sect will naturally send people over to handle the rest of the education and guidance. We will ensure that the Snow Kingdom and Frost Kingdom under your jurisdiction do not cause any trouble. Chen Mobai emphasized again. As a cultivator born into a celestial sect, he knew best that a unified, centralized power was the best way to develop and bring peace and tranquility to all living beings. The Divine Wood sect now occupies 1/3 of the eastern wilderness. His goal is to have 2 more core formation cultivators in the sect during his term as sect leader, and then bring the entire northern region of the eastern wilderness under his control. Now, the northern region of the eastern wilderness, which is the territory occupied by the Snowfall Palace and the Southern Profound sect, is no longer under their control. Among them, because the Southern Profound sect was backed by the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, before Zhou Shenking transformed into a nascent soul, Chen Mobai could only develop the power of his own sect and suppress him using various methods other than force. Compared to the Southern Profound sect, the Snowfall Palace was far weaker. However, Zhou Shenking and Kong Lingling had reached an agreement that they would not attack or invade each other without sufficient pretext. Moreover, Chen Mobai was a peace-loving person. He wondered if he could use non-military means to gradually erode the Snowfall Palace and divide and conquer the Snow Kingdom and Frost Kingdom territories into the Divine Wood sect. This is the second new policy decree issued by Chen Mobai after he took over as sect leader. The so-called new policy can be summarized in 4 words: unify the eastern wilderness. However, Chen Mobai knew that this new policy was still too grand and ambitious for many Shenmu sect cultivators, so far, he had only revealed it to a few people, such as Yue Zhudao. He has always been a very self-disciplined person. After arriving in the Heavenly River realm, setting foot in the eastern wilderness, and witnessing the chaos there, this thought has been lingering in his mind. More than 20 years have passed, and he has come to understand the eastern wilderness more and more. His original thoughts have also transformed into firm ideals over time. He wanted to end the chaos in this eastern wilderness and bring unprecedented peace to this land that had been plagued by war and where ordinary people were treated like livestock. Now, Chen Mobai finally has the strength and influence to put this ideal into practice. As long as he keeps moving forward towards this goal, one day, the eastern wilderness will be transformed into the little immortal sect of his dreams. I don't know if it's just my imagination or what. The moment Chen Mobai ascended to the position of sect leader of the Divine Wood sect, all the trivial thoughts from the past in his mind were integrated into the four words, unify the Eastern wilderness. At that time, he even clearly sensed the opportunity for enlightenment. If he were still a foundation establishment cultivator and had completed the unification of the Eastern wilderness, then he would have been able to achieve enlightenment and form his core at the moment of his accomplishment, just like the Lord of the immortal affairs hall. Where the heart leads, there lies the way. This is also a summary of the content on enlightenment and core formation within the immortal sects. Chen Mobai had read it before he formed his core and had dreamed of whether he had this possibility. Unfortunately, after reading more than a dozen related books, I was still completely confused. But after becoming the head of the Divine Wood sect, he gradually came to understand. Perhaps it's because I've reached a higher level of understanding, or perhaps I've truly grasped the essence of it. I just don't know what the benefits are of comprehending the Tao at the level of core formation. During his foundation establishment stage, he learned of the fire spirit body, which greatly aided his cultivation of the azure flame sword aura and the formation of his golden core. Enlightenment is above hearing the Tao. Can you help him comprehend the mysteries of nascent soul formation? Chen Mobai's idea was a bit too optimistic, but at least this gave him even more motivation to realize his ideals in the Eastern wilderness. Sect leader Chen, the border issue involves ancestor Hunyuan, true person Zhou Shenking, and my master true person Kong. In order to avoid affecting the true person Tao realm of our two sects, let's resolve it using the fighting techniques commonly used in the Eastern wilderness. Just as Zhu Jinyu was in a dilemma, Bai Si, who was beside her, stepped forward and immediately caught Chen Mobai's attention with his words. Oh, so this is Bai, who is as famous as my junior nephew Zhang Hong. As expected of Master Kong's disciple, he is already at the late stage of foundation establishment at such a young age. He is truly a formidable young man. The five-colored immortal seed is a legend left behind by the ancient primordial ancestor. He also had some knowledge of divination and witchcraft. When he left the Yiyuan Dao Palace in the Eastern Land, he used the secret treasure left by his master, the Yiyuan True Lord, to perform a divination, mainly to see if he had the opportunity to break through. But it allowed him to glimpse the future of the Eastern wilderness, where five peerless geniuses belonging to the five elements would emerge, bringing the Eastern wilderness and even the nearby Eastern Yi and Eastern Wu regions to unprecedented heights. If the primordial ancestor could live to that time and acquire all five-colored immortal seeds, he might even be able to use their five-element spiritual power to elevate the primordial Tao fruit to a higher level in the future. For this reason, later on, when Hunyuan Leazu accepted disciples, he did so according to the five elements. Besides inheriting the mantle, I also want to see if it's possible to artificially cultivate the five-colored immortal seeds. When the primordial ancestor suppressed the Eastern wilderness, he did not hide this matter. He collected geniuses with the five elements all over the world, especially those with the heavenly spiritual root. Nujiang of the water vein and Sheng Zhaoxi of the fire vein were both disciples snatched from other sects, but they were both very willing to become disciples of the primordial ancestor. It was precisely for this reason that Zhou Yi, with his heavenly spiritual root, was highly valued by the primordial ancestor after entering the sect. The ancestor believed that Zhou Yi could inherit his mantle and perhaps even be able to wait for the five-colored immortal seed to join the primordial immortal city and build the five elements sect into a great holy land outside the Eastern land. The primordial ancestor wanted to prove that he was the true disciple who had received the true teachings of the primordial true Lord, and not one of those old fogies in the primordial Tao Palace who held positions without doing any work. How will junior nephew Bai engage in a battle of wits, me and sect leader Zhu? Chen Mobai recalled the secrets about the five-colored immortal seeds recorded by the Divine Wood sect. After carefully examining Bai Si from head to toe, he couldn't help but smile and speak. Sect leader Chen is joking. I'm afraid I don't even have the courage to make a move against you. the #1 swordsman in the eastern wilderness. Zhu Jinyu immediately waved her hands repeatedly, indicating that she had given up. A contest of martial arts must be fair and just. How about limiting it to Foundation establishment cultivators? I represent the Snowfall Palace. Your sect can send anyone who can defeat me. As for the border, it will be drawn according to sect leader Chen's request. Facing the gaze of Chen Mobai, a core formation cultivator, Bai Si remained calm, suppressing her pounding heart, and spoke in a composed tone, displaying the demeanor of the first fairy of the Snowfall Palace. Foundation building battle, huh? Chen Mobai glanced at the people he had brought. Mu Yuan was the strongest in terms of combat power, but he was only at the peak of the early Foundation establishment stage. He was not a fighting genius like himself, and could not possibly be a match for Bai Si, who was at the late Foundation establishment stage. If I transfer Hong here, will you feel resentful? Chen Mobai suddenly asked Bai Si a question. Although there are quite a few cultivators in the late Foundation establishment stage within the entire Shenmu sect, Hong is as famous as Bai Si, and his reputation has always been above Bai Si's. The two are also considered archenemies by the people of the Eastern Wilderness. Sect leader Chen may not know that I have fought with junior brother Hong 3 times, and all 3 times the battle ended in a draw. Bai Si remained calm and confident as he spoke. Chen Mobai, forget it, waiting for Hong to come will take several more days. Since you want to determine the winner of the duel and it's on your Snowfall Palace's territory, I'll give you face. Zhu Jinyu, thank you sect leader Chen. Chen Mobai, don't thank me yet, although I've agreed I have one request. Zhu Jinyu, please speak. Chen Mobai, I have 8 junior disciples behind me, all of whom are in the early stage of Foundation establishment. They will all come up on stage. Your Snowstorm Palace can send someone to challenge them and have a battle. If more than 4 of the 8 lose, then the border line will be drawn according to what your Snowstorm Palace said. This request left Zhu Jinyu, Lan Lingping, and Bai Si looking at each other in bewilderment. All the elite cultivators of their Snowfall Palace are here. They can find 8 mid-foundation establishment cultivators, or even late-stage cultivators like Bai Si, to take action and crush them with their cultivation levels. Is there some conspiracy involved that they didn't understand? I forgot to add one point. The cultivators you challenge from the Snowstorm Palace are only at the early Foundation establishment stage. Chen Mobai's words relieved Zhu Jinyu and the other 2. It seems that sect leader Chen has a lot of confidence in his sect's disciples. Zhu Jinyu's words made Chen Mobai smile slightly, but he did not reply. In the silence, Zhu Jinyu and Lan Lingping exchanged a glance, their faces showing difficulty. Although they were unwilling to admit it, the disciples of the Shenmu sect, who had fought in the north and south over the years, had all experienced wars that destroyed sects and countries. It was very likely that the cultivators of the same level from their Chuixu Palace would not be a match for them. However, these words could not be said in front of the disciples of the 2 sects. Otherwise, it would only embolden the enemy. It seems that sect leader Chen believes that no one in your sect is my match, so he is using this condition to restrict me from fighting. Bai Si naturally noticed the dilemma of his 2 senior sisters and spoke up again. She truly deserves to be called a genius girl. Even when facing a core formation cultivator like Chen Mobai, she dares to say such things. Haha, I like confident people. Since that's the case, then I'll give you a chance to save Fubuki Palace and become a hero. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai burst into laughter, then pointed at Bai Si and added another condition. You may choose any 5 of my 8 disciples. If you can defeat them all, then this contest will be considered a victory for your Snowstorm Palace. This is how Bai Si managed to take on 5 opponents at once. Upon hearing this, the blue-haired girl's clear eyes suddenly flashed with intense fighting spirit, and she was inspired by Chen Mobai's words to fight with unprecedented determination. Since we're here, let all 8 of us come up on stage. If I were to bully a Foundation establishment cultivator with my current cultivation level, even if I won, sect leader Chen might not be convinced, so I'll just use my Foundation establishment cultivation level. To ensure fairness, we will not use any magical artifacts, talismans, or elixirs during the duel. We will only rely on our magical skills. If your sect's 8 cultivators can make me take a step back, I will consider myself the loser. Bai Si's confidence and arrogance made Chen Mobai's face show admiration. He possessed the prowess he displayed in his youth, single-handedly suppressing all the foundation establishment prodigies of the immortal sects. Moreover, despite his confidence, he did not lose his composure and set conditions that prevented the use of external objects. Otherwise, if Chen Mobai had simply crafted a Qingyan sword talisman and handed it to the disciple who came up on stage, Bai Si would definitely have died without a burial place. The first step to unifying the eastern wilderness is to destroy the confidence of a genius. Chen Mobai smiled and nodded in agreement. End of this chapter. Chapter 552, Seeing Through It All. Chapter 552, Seeing Through It All. Chen Mobai called Lion Maozhai, who was the first to appear, to his side and gave him a few words of advice. Although the latter did not quite understand, he still nodded and went on stage. Bai Si was indeed very powerful. Although Lion Maozhai relied on the powerful defense of his body tempering to hold out for a long time, he was eventually defeated by Bai Si's ever-changing Shiyu sword technique, and his physical body was broken. Sect leader, I have disappointed you. After Lion Maozhai was knocked off the stage, he bowed his head and said to Chen Mobai, "No, you have done an excellent job of the task I assigned you." As Chen Mobai spoke, faint golden lines appeared in his clear eyes. Yes. After hearing this, Lian Maochi returned to his original position. Chen Mobai looked at the foundation establishment cultivators from the other 7 sects, and everyone raised their heads, hoping to be chosen. Although they knew their chances of winning against Bai Si were slim, losing one of them would relieve them of any psychological burden, and the sooner they lost, the more impression they would leave on the sect leader. However, Chen Mobai had already mentally prepared a list of opponents. According to his estimate, about 4 people would be enough to completely see through Bai Si's true nature, and then Mu Yuan would be the 5th to make a grand finale appearance, giving her a complete defeat. Although Bai Si now has to fight 8, let's stick to the original plan. Nephew Ding. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Ding Ying shuddered and immediately stood up, bowing respectfully. Once you're up there, focus on a solid defense. Chen Mobai used telepathy to tell Ding Ying in detail what he had asked her to do, and even mentioned the flaws he had seen in the Shiyu sword technique during their previous exchange, so that she could try to test and verify them during their next fight. Yes, sect leader. After listening to Chen Mobai's instructions, Ding Ying nodded quickly, indicating that she had kept everything in mind and would do her best to complete the sect leader's task. After taking the stage, Ding Ying worked even harder than Lion Maozhai. She pushed her cultivation of the longevity scripture to an unprecedented peak and performed a spirit leaf technique with consummate skill. Despite being in a sorry state under Bai Si's torrential rain of sword energy, she persisted and never retreated a single step. After Bai Si launched 3 rounds of attacks, seeing that he could not break the spirit leaf technique with conventional means, his clear eyes lit up with a pale blue light. Then, his sword energy was upgraded, transforming into a pale blue sword rainbow that soared into the sky like a flowing blade, carrying a sharp, cold glint. Upon seeing this, Ding Ying frowned, but gritted her teeth and made a cut on her fingertip. Then, using her blood as ink, she drew talismans in the air, maximizing the power of the spirit leaf technique. Bai Si, however, looked arrogant and directly wielded his flowing water blade to strike the very center of the spirit leaf technique. He was determined to use his sword to pierce through his opponent's strongest shield. But where she couldn't see, Ding Ying had her other hand behind her back, and she also squeezed her fingertips to draw a gentle breeze talisman. With a splashing sound, the flowing water blade and the spirit leaf technique began to collide, bursting out with a bright blue-green light. At this moment, Ding Ying also unleashed a Qingfeng talisman that she had gathered behind her. A strong wind containing longevity spiritual power surged behind her, whistling around the center of the two's fight, drawing a semicircle on the arena and landing beside Bai Si. Him. Bai Si was somewhat surprised, but with her high cultivation level, she circulated her spiritual energy and waved her slender, snow-white right hand. Another sword rainbow appeared, like clear water turning into a whirlpool, spinning around her in midair, forming a defense without any blind spots. The strong wind slammed into the swirling water, but dissipated completely in just a few breaths. At this moment, Ding Ying's spirit leaf technique also ran out of power and was broken by the flowing water blade. Seeing that Ding Ying was about to be cut down by the pale blue flowing blade, Bai Si immediately activated his spiritual power, preparing to change the direction of his sword rainbow strike. Suddenly, a golden flame flashed on the arena. A scorching heat, like a mortal enemy, swept outwards in all directions, sending chills down the spines of all the Snowfall Palace cultivators present. In an instant, Bai Si's flowing blade was completely evaporated. After the sword rainbow that threatened Ding Ying's life was extinguished, the golden flame also disappeared. It seemed that the flame was only able to neutralize Bai Si's flowing blade. I acted in a moment of desperation. Please forgive me, Headmaster Zhu and junior nephew Bai. Chen Mobai spoke somewhat awkwardly to Zhu Jinyu beside him and Bai Si on the arena. At this moment, the two were still in the same state of mind as before, when the spiritual energy was giving them a frantic warning, as if they were facing off against mortal enemies. That golden flame, could it be? Zhu Jinyu thought of the extreme yang slash that the primordial ancestor used to rampage through the three realms of the eastern region. That was a unique skill that even the fourth-order great demon of Yunmeng's was beaten into running away with its tail between its legs. It was the most effective counter to ice attribute. The Divine Wood sect leader Chen clearly just formed his core, yet he's already sublimated the Azure Flame sword aura into Golden Flame so quickly. If it were anyone else, Zhu Jinyu certainly wouldn't believe it. But just now, she personally felt the pulsation of her own spiritual power. That extremely hot golden flame was definitely a sign that she had mastered the Crimson Flame sword technique. Moreover, when Chen Mobai was in the Foundation establishment stage, he was already dominating the eastern wilderness with his Azure Flame sword. After forming his core, he had his own core fire. Perhaps the Divine Wood sect also had some secret method for quickly condensing golden flames, as well as various precious spiritual objects to assist him. It is conceivable that he could refine golden flames. But to have mastered the golden flame so skillfully after just learning it, this talent is simply terrifying. Zhu Jinyu recalled the scene where Chen Mobai used a single golden flame to perfectly cancel out Bai Si's sword rainbow, and her heart was shaken, unable to calm down to this day. Bai Si, standing on the arena, first frowned, then seemed to think of Jin Yan as well. A look of horror suddenly flashed in his originally clear eyes as he looked incredulously at the handsome young man sitting below the stage, who was smiling with his eyes narrowed. Is this the strongest swordsmanship talent in the eastern wilderness in 1,000 years? Why would such a prodigy be in the eastern wilderness? I lost. Just as Bai Si was in shock, Ding Ying smiled sweetly on the other side, as if losing the game had actually relieved her of the pent-up frustration that had been building up in her heart for so long. Well done. After stepping down from the stage, Chen Mobai said something to Ding Ying, who was overjoyed. With her almond-shaped eyes and peach blossom cheeks, she was already beautiful. After receiving the praise, she knew that she was now just like any other disciple in the sect leader's eyes, and she became even more radiant and charming. Jinghuo, you go up for the third one. However, among all the disciples, Zai Jinghuo was the one who had the best relationship with Chen Mobai. The way he spoke to her was different. It was like a conversation between close friends. Good. Zai Jinghuo did not refuse. Before he went on stage, Chen Mobai called him to his side and gave him much more guidance than the previous two people. At this moment, no one noticed that the golden light in Chen Mobai's left eye, which was originally just a few lines, was now almost outlining a complete human figure. Please advise. After Zai Jinghuo went on stage, he said 3 words, then clasped his hands together and pulled them to the left and right. A crimson rainbow light, like a sword and like fire, appeared between his palms. Crimson flame sword rainbow. With his talent, although he couldn't use the sword rainbow while practicing chi refining like Chen Mobai, he easily mastered it after reaching foundation establishment. Moreover, as friends, the two often drank together in Shenmu City in Xi'an. Chen Mobai would also share his sword practice experiences with him. Zai Jinghuo initially avoided the topic, but after a while, he felt at ease and happily began to ask for advice. With Chen Mobai, the #1 swordsman in the eastern wilderness, by his side, Zai Jinghuo's path of cultivation was clear and well-defined from the very beginning. To become the second Chen Mobai, Zai Jinghuo's crimson flame sword technique can be said to be full of Chen Mobai's influence. Upon seeing the crimson flame sword rainbow, Bai Si forcibly snapped out of her daze from the golden flames that had just terrified her. She also focused her mind and directly activated the time rain sword technique to the level of the sword rainbow. In a duel between water and fire sword techniques, theoretically, the water attribute sword technique should have the advantage. However, thanks to Chen Mobai's guidance, Zai Jinghuo learned about the various flaws in Bai Si's sword art that could not be remedied due to insufficient cultivation. Therefore, despite being countered by Shiyu's sword art, she actually seized the initiative and suppressed the flowing water blade. Bai Si felt increasingly uncomfortable as she fought, unaware that her time rain sword technique contained such flaws. If it weren't for her higher cultivation level and stronger spiritual sense, which allowed her to manipulate her spiritual power at any time to change her sword moves and sword rainbows, she probably would have been defeated by Zai Jinghuo in the very first move. It must be that sect leader Chen, with his core formation realm, saw the flaws in my sword technique during our 2 exchanges just now. I can't rush things. I defeated my opponent in a very short time. Even if he revealed a flaw, it wouldn't be too many. As long as I can withstand his initial 3 blows, I'll soon be able to turn the tide by relying on my higher realm. Bai Si is hailed as a 5-colored immortal seed, and he is naturally not the kind of cultivator who only has talent. He has been training in the eastern wilderness, practicing chi refining and foundation establishment, and has fought countless battles. Many rogue cultivators and tribulation cultivators have died under his sword. Although she was suppressed by Zai Jinghuo, she did not panic. She used the most reliable vortex flow technique to protect herself and resist the fierce and scorching crimson sword rainbow. As expected, with the passage of time, Zai Jinghuo's sword moves and sword rainbows were no longer as difficult to parry as they had been at the beginning. Gradually, Bai Si began a fight back. After 6 moves, the balance of power had shifted, and Zai Jinghuo was now being suppressed by her sword rainbow. Finally, on the 17th move, Zai Jinghuo's face turned pale, having exhausted too much spiritual energy. The crimson flame sword in his hand flickered for a moment before being annihilated by the flowing water blade, turning into wisps of green smoke. However, to avoid provoking Chen Mobai to use the golden flame again, Bai Si had already stopped beforehand. I lost. After the crimson flame sword rainbow was broken, Zai Jinghuo readily admitted defeat and stepped down from the stage. However, the way the people from the Snowfall Palace looked at Zai Jinghuo was completely different now. After all, everyone had seen Bai Si's disheveled state at the beginning, and they did not expect that a mere foundation establishment cultivator from the Divine Wood sect could actually do this. Another kendo genius. Although he is not as prodigious as Chen Mobai, he will probably not be inferior to Bai Si, the most talented person in the Snow Palace, once he grows up. Thinking this, Zhu Jinyu sighed again. Why are all the geniuses in the Divine Wood sect? Their Snowfall Palace has always been based in the Cloud Kingdom, but the Thunder Kingdom is poaching their talents. Nephew Yin. At this moment, Chen Mobai had already called Yin Qingmei over. Since joining the Divine Wood sect, Yin Qingmei has only left Giant Wood Ridge once, which was to recruit disciples in the Cloud Kingdom. As a result, she recruited Chen Mobai, a super rare special grade disciple. This trip was her first time leaving the territory of the Divine Wood sect, and she was extremely excited. She was also thinking that she should make a good impression on Chen Mobai during their journey and see if she could be persuaded to obtain the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture because of her obedient nature and powerful talent. Chen Mobai closed his left eye, and the golden figure in his pupil was almost completely outlined. He had seen through Bai Si and Shiyu sword technique. After speaking to Yin Qingmei, he gave her one last instruction. Unless she masters the sword light, if you do as I say, she will definitely not be your match. Yes, sect leader. Yin Qingmei was still somewhat skeptical about this. After all, she possessed a heavenly spiritual root and was very confident in her talent. She couldn't imagine that someone could see through a late-stage foundation establishment genius in just 3 short battles. Even when she went on stage, Yin Qingmei still had some doubts. But after exchanging 3 moves with Bai Si, she discovered that the moves and spells her opponent used were exactly the same as those Chen Mobai had told her. The more they fought, the more confident Yin Qingmei became. As a heavenly spiritual root, she has been a precious treasure protected by others since she joined the Divine Wood sect. She has little experience in combat. Although she knew all of Bai Si's moves in advance, she was still somewhat tense and solemn when fighting against Bai Si, a cultivator who had been tempered by life and death. After exchanging 3 blows, she felt completely at ease. With a clear understanding of the situation, she used the heavenly wood spiritual light and the spiritual light transformation technique to neutralize and break through her opponent's sword rainbow moves one by one. The more Bai Si fought Yin Qingmei, the more alarmed she became. She felt as if she had no cover in front of her opponent, and all her sword techniques were predicted. It's as if her opponent has watched her cultivate since she was a child, and understands her better than she understands herself. After another of Bai Si's turbid flow sword-style moves was blocked and deflected by the heavenly wood spiritual light in Yin Qingmei's palm, Bai Si gritted his teeth, knowing that he could only use his ultimate move. Her pale blue sword light disintegrated in an instant, like water droplets turning into misty rain, which suddenly fell on Yin Qingmei's heavenly wood spirit light shield. Then a stunning deep blue sword light shone through the misty rain, as if the deep sea had come ashore, carrying the force of a torrential downpour, and sent Yin Qingmei out of the arena. End of this chapter.